Marshall Peak, Chapter 5493, Success. Zhu Jixing Wei was restless, his mind was filled with many questions, but he did not dare to ask, which only fueled his anxiety. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "How many universe worlds does this territory have?" Zhu Jixing Wei quickly replied, reporting to Senior, "Counting the profound abundant world, there are a total of 14. Yang Kai nodded in response. "Pick 13 people and send them to these 13 universe worlds. Give each of them one of these and tell them to wait for my message." Saying so, he sent out 13 space beacons with a wave of his hand. Yang Kai knew that time was of the essence, as the Black Ink clan had launched a large-scale invasion. If he could save even a little bit of time traveling, perhaps he could save more people. He had these Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Abundant Sect take the space beacons and head to the universe world to wait for him, because once he was done here, he could just arrive at the next location in a flash using instantaneous movement. Zhu Jixing Wei took the space beacons, picked 13 of his subordinates, and handed them one each before sending them on their way. While Yang Kai was busy refining, the profound abundant world was shaking violently, sending countless living beings into a panic. After all, this was the first time he had attempted to refine an entire universe world into a world bead, so his process was a bit jerky. Even though he was being extremely cautious, his efforts still brought some natural disasters to the profound abundant world. Tsunamis, earthquakes, mountains collapsing, continents drifting apart, and many more were happening all across the profound abundant world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had remained vigilant all the while. Once he spotted something wrong, he would immediately act to salvage the situation. This way, he didn't cause too much of a disturbance in the profound abundant world, nor did he cause any casualties. Be that as it may, fear and panic inevitably made its way into everyone's heart. Gradually, the huge profound abundant world became more and more distorted. Zhu Jixing Wei and the others who were standing nearby all felt as if the profound abundant world had entered a different time and space. It was clearly right in front of them, but it gave everyone an extremely illusory feeling. Soon, Yang Kai had reached the critical point. At this moment, he faintly felt that he was only a step away from refining the profound abundant world into a world bead and achieving the goal he had originally envisioned. However, upon reaching this point, he found that he was unable to continue. The entire profound abundant world was showing resistance, which was preventing him from completing the refinement. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before faintly understanding the cause of this. This resistance was none other than this world's will. Every universe world had its own will. The star boundary had one, and so did the profound abundant world. This was also the fundamental reason for the differences between universe world, along with their grand daos and martial daos. The stronger the world's principles, the higher its corresponding grand daos and martial dao would be. 1,000 years ago, the star boundary's grand dao could be said to be very weak, so it could only give birth to great emperors while no known open heaven realm masters had ever appeared. But after receiving the blessings of the World Tree clone, the star boundary's world principles were no longer inferior to any universe world in this vast 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, the profound abundant world was able to give birth to profound abundant sect, which had some 200 open heaven realm masters. Its grand Tao could be said to be extraordinary. This universe world's principles were extremely profound, which also affected how strong its will was. Ordinary people would not be able to sense this kind of will. Only those who were shockingly talented could resonate with the world's will, obtaining its acknowledgement and becoming great emperors, were even fully aware of it. Now, when Yang Kai was refining the profound abundant world, the world's will instinctively resisted. After all, Yang Kai was an outsider, so how could the profound abundant world accept being refined by him? Yang Kai could forcefully refine it, but if he did so, the world's will and principles would inevitably be damaged. Yang Kai was unaware of what would be the consequences of such actions, but he was certain that it would not be good for the profound abundant world. Perhaps, the cultivation of the cultivators in the profound abundant world would become more difficult, and the chances of giving birth to new masters would also be lower. This did not line up with his original intentions. Frowning, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he transmitted the images of what he had seen on the black ink battlefield, about what happened to the universe worlds occupied by the black ink nest. The world's will could not be considered fully sentient, but it was an extremely special existence nonetheless. Yang Kai had no idea if this would have any effect, but if he wanted to smoothly refine the profound abundant world, he could only make the world's will cooperate with him and stop resisting his refinement. As the saying went, the world lives. Yang Kai was hoping for the world's will to understand his intent and cooperate. Yang Kai's original intention was to let profound abundant worlds will understand what would happen if it was occupied by the Black Ink clan. It was destined to become the same as the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield, where the world force would be devoured and turned into a dead universe world. Much to Yang Kai's surprise, it actually worked. After showing the scenes he had seen on the Black Ink battlefield, the resistance of the profound abundant worlds will became much weaker. Yang Kai was overjoyed by this discovery. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to transmit what he had seen to the world's will using his divine sense. The world's will's resistance became weaker until it was almost non-existent. At this moment, a heavy sigh suddenly rang in Yang Kai's mind, like the tolling of a loud bell. Yang Kai's mind instantly went blank as he faintly felt as if he had become one with the profound abundant world, and there was no disjunction between the two. Another inexplicable feeling surged in Yang Kai's heart, before his consciousness crossed a vast distance and arrived at an unknown place in a flash. There was nothing but endless darkness around him, and for some reason, he could not lift a finger. He was even unable to sense his own existence. Yang Kai was beside himself, not understanding how he had encountered such a strange phenomenon when he was only refining the profound abundant world. He calmed himself down though and didn't panic. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. After an unknown amount of time, a tiny bit of light appeared in the endless darkness. When the primal chaos first parted, and heaven and earth were created, a fearsome power capable of destroying the entire universe erupted from this point. This kind of power was something even the Black Ink giant spiritual god, or even Mo itself, could not compare with. This was the power of the entire universe. Suddenly, the constraints binding the light instantly disappeared as everything expanded endlessly, transforming into one great territory after another. These great territories then gave birth to primitive universe worlds. The profound abundant world was one of them. After an unknown period, the profound abundant world gradually gathered the 5 elements, yin and yang, and was acknowledged by the heavenly way. It slowly perfected its world principles, transforming into a true universe world. Slowly but surely, the deathly still world started to gain vitality. This vitality rapidly spread, gradually transforming, filling it with life. Yang Kai understood that this was the process of the profound abundant world's formation. He seemed to be personally experiencing it after merging with its will. In fact, he had experienced this feeling once before, when he was acknowledged by the star boundaries will and became a great emperor. However, the current experience was different from the last. This time, the feeling was clearer, and the history of this place was even more ancient. Yang Kai suddenly realized something and made a bold guess. It was just that he was temporarily unable to investigate these insights as his cultivation was too low and he did not have the time. He had no way of verifying this conjecture either. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had experienced these events for, but to Zhu Jixing Wei and the others, it had only been half a day. In just half a day, Yang Kai's entire body became distorted and illusory like the profound abundant world, as if he didn't exist. Zhu Jixing Wei and the others also had no idea what had happened to Yang Kai. As there was a massive gap in their strength, and in the way they cultivated, they didn't dare to disturb him. Only after some time did Yang Kai's figure suddenly materialize, allowing them to once again perceive his existence. The profound abundant world, on the other hand, was still the same, the void around it distorting as if it was not in the same space as them. Suddenly, Yang Kai broke into a long laughter and stood up. Success! Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the profound abundant world. What Zhu Jixingwei and the others saw next was quite difficult for them to accept. Yang Kai's hand pierced through the void, seemingly passing through the surface of water, gently scooping something out of it. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, the warped space suddenly collapsed and the profound abundant world disappeared. Zhu Jixingwei was beside himself in shock and could not help but cry out, "Where is the profound abundant world?" The 200 or so open heaven realm masters were also alarmed and bewildered. The profound abundant world that had raised them had actually disappeared right before their eyes. How could they accept this? They still had friends and families in the profound abundant world. "Don't panic." Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand towards everyone. "Take a look at this." Zhu Jixingwei and the others shot a glance over and saw a round bead in Yang Kai's palm. The surface of this bead was grey, but deep blue inside, as if a sapphire was embedded inside it. The sapphire embedded inside was extremely familiar, whether it was its shape or color distribution. It was the same as the profound abundant world, the only difference was its size. After all, the profound abundant world was a universe world, extremely vast, whereas the object in Yang Kai's hand was only the size of a large marble. Zhu Jixingwei focused his gaze, trying to see through the fog on its surface. Immediately, he saw the true appearance of the sapphire embedded in the bead. It was the profound abundant world. He even saw profound abundant sect, its tens of thousands of disciples inside as tiny as dust particles, completely crowding the main square. Many of them were looking around with blank expressions on their faces. He even saw his cave mansion, and also his wife and concubines, who were hurriedly packing up and preparing to escape after receiving his orders. He then shifted his gaze and saw the scene of peddlers shouting and hawking in a city close to the profound abundant sect while people went about their daily lives. Zhu Jixingwei was completely astounded and couldn't believe his eyes. The profound abundant world has been refined into a bead. How can anyone do this? Is it even possible? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed this feat even in his dreams. Soon, his face beamed with excitement. Previously, the elders of profound abundant sect were arguing about who to bring away and who to abandon, but now that the entire profound abundant world had been refined into a bead, there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention, the tens of thousands of profound abundant sect disciples, even the billions of lives on the profound abundant world could be brought with them. It was only now that he understood Yang Kai's painstaking efforts and what he had been refining. This senior's means are truly astonishing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5494, A Sudden Thought. Many people who saw the true appearance of the bead like Zhu Jixingwei were beside themselves in shock. Zhu Jixingwei calmed himself down. He wanted to thank Yang Kai, but just as he was about to, Yang Kai casually tossed the world bead to him. A chill shot up through Zhu Jixingwei's spine. Even if he was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he was still thrown into a fluster as he tried to catch the bead. Holding the world bead refined from the profound abundant world in his hands, Zhu Jixingwei's smile was even uglier than when he was crying. He looked at Yang Kai, stuttering, "Senior, this. What do I do now?" Although it was good news that the entire profound abundant world had been refined into a world bead, how could he keep it? He was afraid that if he made any slight movements, he would cause the entire profound abundant world to collapse. Yang Kai, on the other hand, waved his hand in a totally unconcerned manner and stated, "There's no need to be so cautious. I've also refined the void around your profound abundant world to insulate it. As long as you keep it close to you and prevent it from coming into contact with any powerful shocks, like the attacks of an open heaven realm master, the profound abundant world won't be in any danger." Zhu Jixingwei suddenly understood why the outer layer of the bead was grey. It was actually a buffer space surrounding the profound abundant world. This revelation finally put Zhu Jixingwei at ease. Following Yang Kai's instructions, he put the world bead in his pocket close to his chest, and also patted it to check. Even then, he was still not completely at ease, but it would have to do for now. Then, he earnestly bowed to Yang Kai. Senior's great kindness is something that the entire profound abundant world will never forget. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement before stretching his hand out, poking into the void. The next moment, a portal appeared in front of him, one that led to Swallowing Sea Sect with the help of the space beacon he had given to Wang Xianyi. Go in and join up with Swallowing Sea Sect. Zhu Jixingwei thanked him once more before leading his 200 or so disciples through the portal. The next moment, they arrived at Swallowing Sea Sect, where they saw Wang Xianyi, Yang Qing, and the others. After chatting, when everyone came to learn about Yang Kai's feat of refining the profound abundant world, they were thoroughly shocked. Even someone like Wang Xianyi, who was someone from the cave heavens and paradises, had never heard of people refining a world into a bead. Thus, he was in great shock, but more than that, he was overjoyed. Originally, the evacuation and relocation could only ensure the safety of the top cultivators from various sects and great forces. They were completely powerless to help the myriad living beings in all the defenseless universe worlds. Now, thanks to Yang Kai, everyone in the entire Swallowing Seas territory could evacuate. Not just Swallowing Seas territory, as long as there was enough time, the same feat could be repeated in many other great territories. Wang Xianyi couldn't help but recall the question Yang Kai had asked him before: what about the mortals? His answer at the time was that they were powerless to do anything. Even so, Yang Kai had come up with a solution in just a few days, causing an enormous sense of admiration to well up in his heart. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already arrived at another universe world's location via a different space beacon. Previously, he had asked Zhu Jixingwei to gather 13 disciples and send them to the 13 other universe worlds in this territory carrying a space beacon each, which saved him the time he would have spent on traveling. This universe world was the closest to the profound abundant world, and it also had a sect overseeing it with strength similar to profound abundant sects. They also had a good relationship with profound abundant sect. Previously, when profound abundant sect's open heaven realm masters were fighting with the Black Ink clan, Zhu Jixingwei had sent 2 elders out to seek help. One of them was Elder Pang, who had gone to the Swallowing Sea sect. When he saw that Swallowing Sea sect was besieged by the Black Ink clan army from a distance, how could he go and ask for their help? He had no choice but to return empty-handed. The other elder had come to this universe world, but they had lost contact with him after that. After everything profound abundant sect had gone through, Zhu Jixingwei lost his cool and forgot to mention this to Yang Kai. On the other hand, profound abundant sect's elder, who was responsible for bringing the space beacon to this world, was quite prudent. He did not rashly approach and instead hid some distance away, concealing his aura and waiting for Yang Kai. A few days later, Yang Kai appeared beside him, nearly frightening the life out of him. When this elder saw that it was Yang Kai though, he finally relaxed and quickly reported everything that had transpired. A deep furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow after hearing the report. He immediately focused his gaze towards the universe world, and as expected, he saw some Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples moving about. The sect governing this universe world had been completely defeated by the Black Ink clan, and almost all the surviving cultivators had been converted into Black Ink disciples. Fortunately, these Black Ink clansmen were not that strong and were not many in number, just a squad about the same size as the one that had gone to attack the profound abundant world. The leader of this Black Ink clan squad was only a high-rank clansman, that was all, not even qualified to own their own Black Ink nest. If a feudal lord was here, and if he had planted his Black Ink nest, the entire universe world would be flooded with Black Ink strength, at which point it would be impossible to reverse the situation. Although the current situation was not something to rejoice, it was still salvageable. For Yang Kai, it was as easy as snapping his fingers. The profound abundant sect elder standing next to Yang Kai only saw the latter stretch his hand out and grasp towards the universe world. And when he pulled his hand back, the profound abundant sect elder saw several dozen strange-looking black ink clansmen appear in front of them. These black ink clansmen had no idea what just happened. They were suddenly captured and brought out into the void, so they were completely confused. Immediately after, a fearsome force swept through them from all directions, wiping out these several dozen black ink clansmen in the blink of an eye. Young Kai then brought his hands together as a beam of purifying light shot down towards the sect below, enveloping all the black ink disciples and dispelling the black ink strength in their bodies. After having taken care of the black ink clansmen and black ink disciples, young Kai waited for the cultivators in the sect below to recover before sending a divine sense transmission. A moment later, a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, leading a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, rushed over to greet him. Young Kai didn't waste time chatting with them and directly opened a portal to Swallowing Sea Sect Space Beacon, ordering them to head over and meet up with the others. Seeing that Young Kai was an 8th-order ancestor rank figure, the 5th-order master didn't dare to object and simply led his subordinates into the portal. After the profound abundant sect elder responsible for bringing the space beacon here had also left, Young Kai began refining the universe world. Having done it once before, this second attempt was naturally smoother and he did not even feel resistance from the world's will. This second universe world gave Young Kai the feeling that it was actively cooperating. This only further confirmed his suspicions. Just like that, Young Kai traveled from one universe world to the next. After arriving at each universe world, he would open a void corridor to the Swallowing Sea Sect and order the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the respective universe worlds to go on ahead. Without the complication of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Young Kai was then able to smoothly refine the world bead. Not every universe world had Open Heaven Realm Masters. Every single universe world in Swallowing Sea's territory had humans living on them, but the level of their martial daos differed quite significantly. The higher the level, the easier it was to cultivate and give birth to Open Heaven Realm Masters. The strongest cultivators in some of the universe worlds were just Emperor Realm Masters though, with no Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing them. In other words, refining them was even easier. After more than a month, Young Kai had finished refining all 14 universe worlds in Swallowing Sea's territory. Aside from the original Profound Abundant world, which had been handed over to Zhu Jixingwei, Young Kai had kept the remaining 13 with him. With this matter settled, Young Kai's next stop was the Swallowing Sea Sect. At this point, Swallowing Sea Sect and the other cultivators who had rushed to this place, under the leadership of Wang Xianyi and his squad, were prepared to move out at a moment's notice. When they noticed Young Kai's arrival, Wang Xianyi hurried over to salute him. After exchanging some pleasantries, Young Kai came to learn that everyone was ready to leave, so he immediately stated, "There's no time to delay, we need to set out right away." To evacuate, the Swallowing Sea Sect would first head to Mo Sha Territory's Universe Temple, where they would rendezvous with cultivators from the neighboring Great Territories, and then, they would head to the Star Boundary under the protection of Mo Sha Cave Heaven's Masters. Although it would be quite a lengthy journey, with Mo Sha Cave Heaven and Mo Sha Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters protecting them, it would still be much safer than the cultivators of each great territory heading out alone. The evacuation plans of every cave heaven and paradise were basically the same. For example, the dozen-plus great territories under Pyongyang Cave Heaven's jurisdiction all needed to arrive at the Pyongyang Territory's Universe Temple within a set period of time, where they would coordinate with the Pyongyang Army's masters. Furthermore, Pyongyang Army squads like Wang Xianyi's squad had gone to various great territories to assist the local sects and forces in their evacuation. This was a great migration that involved the entire 3,000 worlds with no sect being able to avoid it. Just as Wang Xianyi had said before, even colossal forces like the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have to abandon their sect's ancestral foundation, which had been passed down through countless millennia. As long as they were alive, they would be able to take back their foundation sooner or later, but if all of them died, then nothing would be left. Already, not much time was left before the deadline. If Swallowing Sea's territories group couldn't arrive in time, Mo Sha Army's masters wouldn't wait for them. This was something that had already been agreed upon. So no matter what, they had to arrive at Mo Sha Territory's Universe Temple before the deadline. "Is Division Commander Yang not coming with us?" Wang Xianyi asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I must head to the other great territories." Wang Xianyi immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to refine more universe worlds and save more people. Wang Xianyi was filled with deep veneration and cupped his fist. "Division Commander Yang, please take care. Although all the royal lords have been wiped out and the two black ink giant spiritual gods are restrained, the number of territory lords is still quite high. The current territory lords are all innate territory lords, who are as strong as our strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." He thought that since Yang Kai had just broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he should not be that strong, thus his warning. How could he have known that territory lords were no longer Yang Kai's opponent? Not to mention territory lords, Yang Kai had even killed a royal lord. If he knew, he would probably be overwhelmed in shock. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. "You must also be careful as you may encounter the Black Ink clan along the way." Saying so, Yang Kai was suddenly struck with an idea. As he wanted to go to another great territory to refine more universe worlds, he couldn't afford to escort the evacuees from Swallowing Sea's territory. He might not be able to personally guard them, but he had a great army of tens of millions of small stone race members. These creatures might have low intelligence, but they were more than capable of dealing with some Black Ink clansmen. The small stone race hated Black Ink's strength above all else, so if the Black Ink clan appeared in front of them, they would immediately attack. Swallowing Sea's territory survivors would naturally be much safer if they were escorted by a small stone race army. Unfortunately, the small stone race was difficult to control due to their low sentience. If Yang Kai could solve this problem, the small stone race would be of great help to the human race's evacuation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5495, Only by surviving can victory be achieved. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly came up with a plan. Afterwards, he looked left and right before suddenly shouting, "Everyone, prepare to depart." Wang Xianyi had no idea what Yang Kai had in mind, but since everything was set, and they could set out at any moment, he immediately ordered everyone to leave. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of all the sects in the entire Swallowing Sea's territory were gathered here. There were not that many of them, just over 1,000 or so, and their orders ranged widely. Swallowing Sea sect had 3,000 members, but naturally not all of them were in the Open Heaven realm. Flight-type artifacts were summoned, and in an instant, more than 100 ships and palaces of different shapes and sizes appeared in the void. Standing on the deck of the largest ship was Wang Xianyi, who was gazing down at Yang Kai. Yang Qing was also standing next to him, following suit. Both of them wanted to see what Yang Kai was planning on doing. The next thing they saw left the two completely astounded. Swallowing Sea sect, which should have been very close to them, was looking like a mirage now, distorted and indistinct. Clearly, it was very close, yet it seemed so far away that it was impossible to grasp. Yang Qing suddenly came to the realization, Division Commander Yang wants to refine my Swallowing Sea sect's spirit province into a world bead. Although he had never seen Yang Kai refine a world bead, he had heard Yu Ji Xingwei describe the process, so how could he not understand Yang Kai's intentions? His heart was filled with joy. From the start, he had been reluctant to abandon Swallowing Sea sect's heritage that had been passed down for generations, but he was helpless regarding this matter. Now, when Yang Kai wanted to refine it into the world bead, all his worries were easily resolved. Hearing this, Wang Xianyi only nodded in agreement, also thinking that Yang Kai was refining Swallowing Sea sect's spirit province into a world bead. Nonetheless, he failed to understand why Yang Kai was doing this. The Swallowing Sea sect disciples were already set to evacuate, leaving just an empty spirit province behind. The Black Ink clan would probably not be interested in it, so there was no need to bring it along. Ah! Yang Qing suddenly cried out as piercing pain filled his heart. And why would it not? the glorious spirit province in front of him suddenly collapsed into at least 100 fragments. Each and every one of them was almost the same size. Obviously, Yang Kai had done this on purpose, demonstrating extreme power and control. Yang Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. If they could not bring this spirit province with them, then so be it. Swallowing Sea sect still had a chance to return and rebuild their sect after defeating the Black Ink clan. But all his hopes had been shattered to pieces, just like this spirit province. His initial joy quickly disappeared as he couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to ask any questions. He just consoled himself that Yang Kai's actions must have a deeper meaning. Soon, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed towards the distorted void. Every time he did so, an asteroid would disappear, and soon all of them were collected. After silently working at something for a while, Yang Kai appeared on the deck where Wang Shenyi was using instantaneous movement. He then handed him over 100 newly refined world beads before instructing, each of these world beads contains 10,000 small stone race soldiers. If you run into a Black Ink clan army, use them to defend yourselves. Wang Shenyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are these small stone race soldiers the ones who were attacking the Black Ink clan before? Previously, he had also witnessed the two small stone race armies brutally attacking the Black Ink clan outside Swallowing Sea sect. Although these strange creatures seemed simple, even somewhat stupid, they were perfect for dealing with the Black Ink clan as they seemed to be able to ignore the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. So, when Yang Kai mentioned this, Wang Shenyi immediately understood. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. He himself couldn't escort these people all the way to Mo Sha territory, but it was no problem for him to pack up a small stone race army and send them with these people. Even if Wang Shenyi and the others couldn't control the small stone race, all they needed to do was toss them out when they encountered the Black Ink clan, and the small stone race members would immediately attack. The reason why Yang Kai had divided the million-strong army into 100 smaller groups was because he had also considered how difficult it would be to retrieve the small stone race after a battle. As Wang Shenyi and the others didn't have the Great Sun and Great Moon marks, the small stone race would not obey their orders, and if they really released them, there was a high chance they would simply run off. 1 million small stone race soldiers was enough to protect them from any kind of threat. Also, they would be of great help even to the other cultivators in Mo Sha territory. With 1 million small stone race soldiers escorting them, their journey to the star boundary would be much safer. Many thanks, Division Commander Yang. Wang Shenyi bowed in gratitude, amazed by Yang Kai's generosity. He had never seen or heard of the small stone race before, but now Yang Kai had gifted him 1 million of them in one go. That was truly generous. Their warship had already been destroyed, which had greatly affected their squad's combat and defensive strength, but 1 million-strong small stone race army was more than enough to make up for that. Yang Kai added, I only recently obtained these small stone race soldiers, so I haven't been able to figure out how to control them effectively. Their characteristics are that their intelligence is extremely low, and they rely mostly on their instincts to act. If any of you is proficient in beast taming techniques, I suggest you experiment and try to find a way to control them. It was not probably impossible to control the small stone race using beast taming techniques, but as Yang Kai wasn't versed in any good beast taming techniques, he couldn't run these tests himself. Wang Shenyi's eyes lit up after hearing this and repeatedly nodded, understood. Many cultivators more or less knew a beast taming technique, though the quality and profundity varied wildly. If they could find a feasible method, it would give them far better control over the small stone race in battle. Go, Yang Kai waved off. Wang Shenyi cupped his fist and bid his goodbye. Take care, Division Commander Yang. Having said his farewell, he gave a shout as the fleet of 100 or so flight-type artifacts filled with cultivators led by Swallowing Sea sect's largest ship flew towards the territory gate, rushing towards Mo Sha territory. On the lead ship, Wang Shenyi looked back, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Calming himself down, he gathered a group of sect masters and sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the various sects and gave each of them a world bead with an army of 10,000 small stone race members. Then, following Yang Kai's instruction, he asked them to look for cultivators who were proficient in beast taming to begin searching for an effective method to control the small stone race soldiers. All of them were overjoyed after obtaining the army of 10,000 small stone race members. Wang Xianyi then deployed them to various ships to guard the fleet. Like this, all the cultivators in Swallowing Sea's territory began to evacuate. At the same time, fleets from every great territory were rushing towards the great territories where the various cave heavens and paradises were located. Some of the evacuation went completely smoothly. After all, the Black Ink clan would need some time to invade all the great territories of the 3,000 worlds, so if the cultivators could gather before the Black Ink clan reached their lands and immediately rush to the designated universe temple, they would encounter no dangers. Other great territories were less fortunate though and were invaded by the Black Ink clan army before they could evacuate. Many sects were occupied by the Black Ink clan and their cultivators all transformed into Black Ink disciples. There were other instances where Black Ink clan armies pursued fleeing evacuation fleets, leading to battles of different scales breaking out across the 3,000 world, throwing everything into chaos. After parting from Wang Xianyi's group, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the adjacent Great Territory. This Great Territory was still under the jurisdiction of Mo Sha Cave Heaven, and the situation here was similar to Swallowing Sea's territory. The Black Ink clan had already invaded, but the cultivators of the various sects were still desperately resisting. Just like Wang Xianyi's squad, there was also a human race squad in this great territory, responsible for coordinating the evacuation. When Yang Kai arrived, he easily eliminated all of the Black Ink clan invaders and then sent away the fleet. He also gave them 100 or so world beads containing small stone race troops. After that, he began refining the universe worlds where the human race lived. He knew that he couldn't save everyone as the Black Ink clan's invasion was happening everywhere. He could save the humans of a few great territories, but there were more than 1,000 great territories in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he possibly save them all by himself? All he could do was try his best. At first, the situation in the great territories Yang Kai arrived at was still manageable. For example, in the Swallowing Sea's territory, he had refined a total of 14 universe worlds into world beads, saving almost all the humans living there. But as time passed, the situation of the great territories deteriorated rapidly. After the order was issued, all the cultivators of various great territories were forced to evacuate, leaving behind only weaker cultivators and mortals who were unable to break free from their universe world shackles. These people were completely powerless to resist the Black Ink clan's invasion. The further Yang Kai walked, the more heartbroken he became. Some of the universe worlds already had Black Ink nests planted on them, absorbing the world force of the entire world. Rich Black Ink strength enveloped such universe worlds, corrupting all the living beings inside. Yang Kai could do nothing in the face of such situations. With his 8th order open heaven realm cultivation, he could completely destroy these universe worlds if he wanted to, but if he did so, the billions of innocent lives living on them would also be lost along with the Black Ink clan soldiers. These people might have been reduced to Black Ink disciples, but there was still hope for them to be rescued in the future. How could Yang Kai bring himself to ruthlessly slaughter them? The only option he was left with was to destroy the Black Ink nest and all of the Black Ink clansmen around. There was nothing else he could do. At this point, he also got to experience the helplessness Wang Xianyi felt when he answered his question. The universe worlds, which had been completely devoured by Black Ink strength, now were filled with billions of Black Ink disciples. Even if he didn't lack yellow and blue crystals, he couldn't purify them all. It would drain a lot of yellow and blue crystals, and was too time-consuming, while time was what he was most short of. The faster he moved, the more people he would be able to save. Along the way, Yang Kai not only witnessed scenes of disaster and despair though, he also had encountered many heroic deeds. Many sects and cultivators weren't strong, but they had the courage and determination to fight to the death with the Black Ink clan, refusing to withdraw with the other cultivators of their great territory and instead choosing to remain with the universe worlds that had raised them, using their lives and blood to protect them for as long as they could. Cultivators of many such sects faced total annihilation in the battle, leaving not one survivor behind. Such resistance deeply angered the Black Ink clan, so what awaited them was death. Yang Kai's mood became even gloomier when he saw such scenes. The order to retreat was not given because they were timid or cowardly, but because it was the best course of action in this situation. After all, only by surviving could they turn the situation around. Their decision to stay and fight to the death may have been praiseworthy, but from a strategic standpoint, it was utterly meaningless. Who was right and who was wrong, nobody could say for sure. It was just a matter of one's choice, and everyone had to face the consequences of their actions. Just like Yang Kai, who had chosen to roam various great territories and refine universe worlds into world beads to save more lives, causing him to bear witness to far too many tragedies. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5496, Old Tree. 20 years went by in a flash. Over the past 20 years, Yang Kai traveled to hundreds of great territories and accumulated over 2,000 world beads. Each world bead was a complete universe world with its 7 elements, will, and world principles intact. The number of humans he had saved was difficult to calculate. But this was already the limit. There were still many great territories Yang Kai had yet to set foot in, but now that 20 years had passed since the Black Ink clan's full-scale invasion began, it was difficult for him to find any universe world that had not been devoured by Black Ink's strength. The Black Ink clan could be found in every great territory, and almost every universe world that had a living being on it had a Black Ink nest planted on it. Countless mortals and cultivators with low cultivations had been reduced to Black Ink disciples, and the world force each universe world had accumulated over countless eons had been reduced to nourishment for the Black Ink clan. Of the tens of millions of small stone ray soldiers he started with, Yang Kai was now left with less than 10 million, the rest were all given away to others. Over the past 20 years, the number of Black Ink clansmen who had lost their lives at Yang Kai's hands was also incalculable, with just the number of territory lords who had died at the end of his spear reaching over a dozen. Now, with only one royal lord left alive, and the 2 Black Ink giant spiritual gods being occupied, the territory lords were the top masters of the Black Ink clan. Be that as it may, if any of these innate territory lords ran into Yang Kai alone, they would only be courting death. Even if there were 2 or 3 of them, Yang Kai was confident he could eliminate them after paying a price. In these 20 years, those who should have evacuated had already evacuated, and those who couldn't leave could only stay and bear the fate of being turned into Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai estimated that the cultivators who had evacuated from the various great territories should have all reached the star boundary by now. He knew in his heart that this mission to save the remaining humans of the 3,000 worlds had come to an end. Even if he continued, it would just be a fruitless endeavor. Looking at the dim stars in the void and the universe worlds enveloped in Black Ink strength, a heavy sigh escaped Yang Kai's lips as he shouted, "Old tree, do you still want to hide? I think it's time we meet." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious change started to occur in this great territory. Immediately after, a rolling fog appeared in the distance and swept towards Yang Kai. Seeing this fog, Yang Kai knew that his guess was correct. 20 years ago, when he refined the profound abundant world, he had a vague guess in his heart. But at that time, he hadn't refined enough universe worlds, so whether this conjecture was just his imagination or if it was true, he still had to verify it. Over the past 20 years, he had refined more than 2,000 universe worlds, which was more than enough to confirm his previous speculations. Because every time he refined a universe world, he would sense an invisible connection with that unknown place. After refining more than 2,000 universe worlds, this connection had become pretty strong, so, even if the other party didn't respond, Yang Kai still had a way to force his way into this unknown place. The rolling fog soon arrived before him and Yang Kai allowed it to envelop him, concealing his figure. When the fog dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was nowhere to be found. When he reappeared, Yang Kai was already in a mysterious place that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. There happened to be some kind of suppression in this mysterious place, preventing anyone from completely displaying the might of the open heaven realm, no matter what one's order was. The Great Ancient Ruins Boundary. When Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm Master, he had been swept up by a mysterious fog and thrown into this sealed world. It was in this sealed world he got his hands on a World Tree clone, which he used to save the star boundary that was on the verge of shattering. It was also from here that he brought out the heavenly moon demon spider, Zhu Ju Yin. According to Kang, the World Tree was one of the most ancient existences in the universe. In the past, the 10 martial ancestors had relied on the World Tree to comprehend the mysteries of the open heaven realm, which they later passed down to the wider human race, allowing it to gain a foothold in the universe where the monster race ran rampant. The people who obtained the favor of the World Tree were also a means of protection for the mysterious Heavenly Way. Kang's group of 10 were chosen by the Heavenly Way, and they had sealed Mo in the primordial heaven source grand restriction for millions of years. If not for their actions, how could the current 3,000 worlds still exist? Perhaps the entire universe would have become the Black Ink clan's paradise eons ago. After Kang's group, there were likely more candidates. The World Tree clone in Yang Kai's small universe also belonged to a previous candidate who had fallen ages ago. As for Yang Kai himself, he should have been chosen recently. This method of self-preservation was seemingly performed through the World Tree, so no matter what, the World Tree was an indispensable and important link. Mo had said that the old tree had always been hiding from it, afraid of it. In the past, Yang Kai didn't know what Mo meant by this. Both of them were among the most ancient of existences, so although Mo's strength was hard to imagine, how could it be that the World Tree was weak? Why would it hide? Now, Yang Kai finally understood. Because the World Tree was a direct manifestation of the entire 3,000 worlds. The relationship between the World Tree and the 3,000 worlds was one of mutual destruction and prosperity. Mo's existence had severely threatened the survival of the 3,000 worlds. If Mo really ruled over 3,000 worlds, then Black Ink's strength would be everywhere, and every universe world would die. At that time, the World Tree would also be completely destroyed. Inside the Great Ancient Ruins Boundary, Yang Kai, who was swept up by the rolling fog, looked up and saw a towering tree in front of him. Compared to the World Tree Yang Kai had seen in the past, this one was far larger and more majestic. The tree was absolutely filled with world fruits. But different from the past, the current World Tree seemed to be seriously ill, looking very weak and sickly. Many of the world fruits hanging on the World Tree were grey, as if they had rotted. Yang Kai could even feel Black Ink's strength coming from these fruits. He had actually witnessed this scene before. When he used his sun and moon divine will just outside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, space and time became chaotic, allowing Yang Kai to glimpse into the future. One of the scenes was of him holding the head of the royal lord. And the other scene was of a large, sickly tree filled with rotting fruits. Yang Kai stared blankly for a long time before a sigh escaped his lips. "Old tree, you're quite pitiful." The World Tree's body swayed slightly as its huge leaves rustled, looking like it was protesting Yang Kai's ridicule. Yang Kai quickly stated, "Don't get agitated, each of these fruits corresponds to a universe world. If you shake them off, it won't be a good thing." When he first came here, Yang Kai's strength, vision, and insight were all too shallow, so he only knew that the world fruits could help a person break through to the next order of the open heaven realm. He was totally oblivious to the true mysteries of these world fruits. Now, after reaching the 8th order, having refined more than 2,000 universe worlds scattered across hundreds of great territories, and coming into contact with ancient supreme masters like Mo and Kang, how could Yang Kai not see the profundities of these fruits? As he had just said, each of these world fruits corresponded to a universe world in some great territory, and was the source of those very universe worlds. It could be said that the World Tree was connected to all the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds. It was precisely the convergence of these universe worlds that had given birth to the world tree. Now that these universe worlds had been devoured by black ink strength and occupied by the black ink clan, it had affected the world tree, making it and those world fruits appear sick. If a certain universe world was completely destroyed, the corresponding world fruit would also cease to exist. Vice versa, if a new universe world was born, the world tree would bear a new fruit. Yang Kai finally understood why the world fruits had such potent effects. This was because these world fruits contained the mysteries and essences of an entire universe world. A low-rank world fruit corresponded to a world with a low level of martial Tao, a mid-rank world fruit corresponded to a world with a mid-grade martial Tao, and a high-rank world fruit corresponded to a high-grade universe world, the best possible. Such universe worlds might be where the various cave heavens and paradises resided. If someone were to pick a world fruit and swallow it, what they were actually eating was not the fruit itself, but the essence of the universe world. So naturally, this would rapidly increase their strength and even increase their order. But as a result of this, the martial Tao of the corresponding universe world and even the perfection of its world principles would be greatly affected, taking thousands, if not tens of thousands of years to recover. A universe world with sufficient martial Tao would have its own principles and will. These wills could be said to have come from the universe world itself, but they could also be considered the wisps of the world tree's consciousness. The great emperors of every universe world had obtained the acknowledgement of their respective world's wills, but at its root, it was really the world tree who had acknowledged them. As such, every time Yang Kai refined a universe world, he would gain the approval of the world tree, allowing him to sense the latter's existence. Yang Kai had not understood these mysteries previously, but now he got the complete picture. If 3,000 worlds were completely occupied by the Black Ink clan, the world tree would definitely perish. Currently, only about 20% of the fruits on the tree remained intact, with most of them corresponding to the world beads Yang Kai had refined. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand as over 100 world beads refined from universe worlds flew out. Each of the world beads looked like a glorious pearl, a magnificent sight indeed. As soon as these world beads appeared, each of them resonated with a world fruit and disappeared into them. The world bead had not really disappeared, but had instead become one with the fruit. It did not affect the living beings inside the world beads either, and when peace had returned to the 3,000 worlds once more, when the Black Ink clan was eliminated, the world tree would be able to send these world beads back to the corresponding great territory, so that they could regain their former prosperity. Yang Kai was just giving it a try. After all, it was quite troublesome and risky to carry so many world beads on him. The world beads might look small, but as each world was formed from a universe world, they were actually quite massive in size. It was impossible for him to store them into his small universe or space ring, so Yang Kai could only sew together a huge backpack to carry them that way. All these years, Yang Kai had been carrying a bag filled with world beads on his back, which was extremely inconvenient. Now that he had discovered that these world fruits could accommodate the corresponding universe world, it naturally saved him a lot of trouble. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5497, A Scourge Last 1,000 Years. After some time, Yang Kai had finally tossed all 2,000 or so world beads to the world tree for safekeeping. What surprised Yang Kai was that after obtaining these 2,000 or so world beads, the world tree's condition seemed to have improved a little, but he was not sure it might have just been his imagination. On top of that, Yang Kai was also concerned about the still intact world fruits on the world tree. The world fruits corresponding to the universe worlds he had refined were intact because they were saved and not corroded by black ink strength, but in addition to those world fruits, there were several dozen more that were still completely healthy. These fruits were not showing any features similar to the other ruined fruits, neither were they emanating any black ink strength. Yang Kai even had a special connection with one of these fruits, feeling very close to it. This feeling greatly surprised him. It was just a world fruit, so how could he feel close to it? After examining it for a moment though, Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Is this the world fruit of the star boundary?" He was a great emperor recognized by the star boundary's will, so the world fruit corresponding to the star boundary naturally gave him a different feeling from the rest. This world fruit was a mid-rank world fruit. In other words, if one ate it, it could allow a cultivator in the third order to the fifth order open heaven realm to advance an order, and allow them to have better future prospects by increasing their innate limit. But correspondingly, the star boundary would have to pay a huge price. Perhaps its martial Tao level would be greatly affected and its world principles would be damaged. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he recalled the low-rank world fruits and mid-rank world fruits he had obtained. Back then, he had obtained more than a dozen or so fruits from the old tree, causing harm to some universe worlds. As if the world tree sensed his thoughts, it swayed again. Although the world tree did not speak or transmit anything via divine sense, Yang Kai could clearly tell what it wanted to say. The corresponding universe worlds of the world fruits he had taken back then didn't have any highly sentient life forms on them, so his actions didn't cause much harm overall. At most, it would have delayed the development and evolution of those universe worlds by a few thousand years. Knowing this, Yang Kai felt less guilty. But very soon, he had another feeling. By using this world fruit corresponding to the star boundary as a beacon, he might be able to create a passage to the star boundary and return to it. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly checked the other world fruits that were still intact. After checking them with his divine sense, he discovered that his guess was right on mark. He could indeed open a void corridor with the help of these world fruits and arrive directly at the universe worlds corresponding to these fruits. He could even tell which great territory these universe worlds were located in by observing the void around them through this link. Yang Kai's expression changed as he couldn't help but ask, "Old tree, could this place be considered a transit point for 3,000 worlds?" The world tree's body swayed again as if saying it was a given. This was not surprising though. The world tree was the physical manifestation of all the universe worlds in 3,000 worlds, with each of its fruits corresponding to a universe world. It was closely connected to all the great territories and universe worlds in this way. It was no wonder that the great ancient ruins boundary was so ethereal, and why the rolling fog through which one could enter the great ancient ruins boundary was able to appear in any great territory. Because theoretically speaking, one could enter the great ancient ruins boundary through any universe world, depending on whether this old tree was willing to let them in or not. With this discovery, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued as he carefully examined the intact world fruits. These fruits corresponded to the universe worlds in the star boundaries territory, while another dozen or so were linked to the universe worlds in New Great Territory, which was adjacent to the star boundary. The New Great Territory was something Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered when he was fighting with Sequan Hui of Thousand Cranes Paradise. No one from the 3,000 worlds had stepped foot in it before. The small stone race was also brought out from the New Great Territory. Apart from those, there were about 30 more intact world fruits, which meant that there were an equal number of universe worlds in 3,000 worlds that had not been occupied by the Black Ink clan, scattered across various great territories. Realizing this, Yang Kai quickly requested, "Old tree, please assist me." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shot towards one of the world fruits. This fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, but at this moment, it suddenly enlarged in Yang Kai's eyes, allowing him to enter. The moment he entered the world fruit, Yang Kai immediately sensed the corresponding universe world's location. Space principles flared and a void corridor leading to a distant great territory was opened with help from the world tree. In a flash, Yang Kai shuttled through the void and appeared in the vicinity of the universe world. The universe world was both big and beautiful, but it probably hadn't been long since it was born. Its environment could not be considered good either. It was suitable for inhabitation, but its principles were still relatively lacking. In other words, if the martial Tao evolved here, its level would be extremely low. Scanning it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find any humans, just some low-level creatures. He took out his universe chart and checked its location, soon concluding that the reason it was not occupied by the Black Ink clan even after 20 years was because it was located in a remote region. It was quite likely that the Black Ink clan had simply not discovered its existence, which had allowed this place to escape disaster. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would have definitely not let go of a universe world like this. Without further delay, Yang Kai quickly began refining it. After having refined over 2,000 universe worlds, he was now quite familiar with this process. After a couple of days, this universe world was refined into a world bead and collected by Yang Kai. This time, he didn't even have to ask the old tree to pick him up. Rather, Yang Kai opened a void corridor with the help of the connection between the world bead and world tree before stepping inside. When he reappeared, he was already standing beneath the world tree. Yang Kai didn't even stop to catch his breath. He simply handed the new world bead he had refined to the world tree for safekeeping before identifying another intact world fruit and setting off. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Had he known that the world tree could connect to the various great territories and universe worlds, he would have contacted it long ago. He could have easily traveled to other great territories with the help of world tree, saving him massive amounts of time. Had he done so earlier, he might have been able to save even more universe worlds. It was just that he had no idea about the world tree's stance, so he didn't dare to rashly disturb it. It was only after he had refined more than 2,000 universe worlds and was closely connected to the world tree that he called out to it. 30 universe worlds were not that many, and Yang Kai could refine a universe world in just a few days now. These universe worlds were all quite remotely located, which was why they were never discovered by the Black Ink clan and thus avoided being poisoned by Black Ink strength. Most of the universe worlds did not have any humans, only 7 or 8 in total, but their martial dows were not very high. Even when Yang Kai was refining the entire universe world, the human inhabitants never noticed a thing. Today, Yang Kai arrived in the vicinity of another universe world with the help of the world tree, but just as he started refining it and reached a critical point, he noticed fluctuations of battle coming from the distance. Yang Kai was quite taken aback by this discovery and could not understand why someone was fighting in such a remote location. Logically speaking, the humans had already evacuated from the greater 3,000 worlds. Those who should have left had already left, and those who hadn't were doomed. There should not be anyone in such a remote place, but the commotion caused by the battle was quite obvious. Furthermore, the person who was fighting was quite strong, at least in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Who could it be? Yang Kai's heart was filled with suspicion. Although he was alone, he wasn't worried about being disturbed. After all, he still had some 10 million small stone race soldiers on him. If any enemy was to come here, even if he could not divert his attention, Yang Kai could just summon a small stone race army to protect himself. He paid no heed to the battle and decided to only take a look after he had refined the universe world before him. But contrary to his plans, the battle was getting closer and closer, as if both sides of the battle were approaching him. Yang Kai still ignored it. The other party's approach shouldn't be intentional, but it was still good news for him. The only ones who could be fighting at this time would be humans and Black Ink clansmen. If they were to approach him, he might be able to provide some assistance to the human side. About half an hour later, the sounds of the battle really grew closer, and now, a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face because he felt a familiar aura. Yang Kai was immediately overjoyed. What a coincidence! I was planning to look for him after finishing with this business, but who would have thought that I would run into him here? As the old saying goes, a good man does not live long, but a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Guess that makes this bastard immortal. The next moment, Yang Kai sent a message to the other party via divine sense. The human who was fighting with the Black Ink clan was momentarily taken aback, but was soon overjoyed and quickly started approaching Yang Kai's position. From the distance, he saw Yang Kai using some kind of strange technique, causing the universe world in front of him to twist and distort like a reflection in the water, which greatly surprised him. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai snapped back. "Why do you care? What are you doing here?" It was none other than Wu Kuang, his entire body covered in blood, cutting quite a sorry figure. Wu Kuang broke into carefree laughter after hearing Yang Kai's question and replied, "I'm currently being pursued by a team of black ink clansmen." He was acting smug, as if being chased around was something to boast about. Yang Kai also admired his shamelessness before glancing behind Wu Kuang and frowning slightly. "Is there a territory lord?" Wu Kuang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and had mastered the heaven-devouring battle law. It was a simple matter for him to deal with ordinary feudal lords. Since he was being pursued and in such a sorry state, obviously, a territory lord must have taken action. Wu Kuang secretly circulated his strength, preparing to flee at any moment. "If you can't fight, then it's better to run away, otherwise, there will be no one to even collect your corpse." He could also tell that Yang Kai was currently doing something important and got worried that he wouldn't be able to help. Yang Kai smiled proudly. "It's just a territory lord, don't worry and take a rest, just wait and watch how I take care of him." "Just a territory lord?" Wu Kuang was beside himself in shock, unable to believe that such arrogant words were coming from Yang Kai's mouth. He then scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense before his expression changed greatly. "You've reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5498, Old Thief, Don't Touch My Small Stone Race Soldiers. Wu Kuang and Blood Crow had talked quite a bit while fighting in the barren territory battlefield, so Wu Kuang had learned a lot about Yang Kai and knew that the latter had long since broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and had even killed a number of territory lords. However, Yang Kai had disappeared after the battle outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, with no one knowing if he was dead or alive. So, Wu Kuang also had no idea. In truth, he didn't care much about Yang Kai's life or death, so it was a huge surprise to actually run into each other in this place. Furthermore, Yang Kai was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Wu Kuang's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew that he would not lose to anyone in this world when it came to cultivation speed. After all, the heaven-devouring battle law was both exquisite and ingenious. It was definitely the best cultivation technique in existence. Even Blood Crow, who cultivated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture, was forced to admit defeat before him. Yet, it had not been long since Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order, so how could he already have reached the 8th Order so quickly? "Did you secretly cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law?" Wu Kuang made a wild guess. Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think I use it so haphazardly like you?" Wu Kuang sized him up before vigorously shaking his head left and right. "Then this doesn't make sense. If he hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, how could his cultivation increase so rapidly?" Yang Kai wasn't like him, so he would only be dooming himself if he cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law without the flawless purifying golden lotus. Yang Kai disdainfully sneered. "This king's aptitude is not something you can fathom." Wu Kuang could not wait to slap him to death. No one had ever dared act so arrogantly in front of him. While the two were bickering, an army of about 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had already arrived, led by a territory lord and a dozen or so feudal lords. Wu Kuang still maintained a ready-to-flee posture, and was no longer in the mood to bicker with Yang Kai. "If you have any tricks up your sleeve, hurry up and use them. If you delay any more, I'm afraid we'll both die here today." Yang Kai snorted lightly before opening a portal to his small universe. The next moment, a 1,000-meter-tall small stone race member stepped out, followed closely by another. He had collected millions and millions of small stone race members from the chaotic dead territory back then, and these 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members were all comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the beginning, Yang Kai had over 100 of these 1,000-meter-tall giants, but after distributing most of the small stone race army to the evacuating human forces as protectors, he was left with just 10 million small stone race soldiers, of which just 2 were 1,000 meter tall. On one side was an innate territory lord, while on the other was two 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters. It was a fairly even match. Right behind these 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members, though, was a densely packed army of the small stone race. In an instant, hundreds of thousands charged out of Yang Kai's small universe, and more were still appearing. Wukong gawked, faintly feeling these creatures were a little familiar. He had spent some time in New Great Territory in the past and had seen ordinary small stone race members. However, the small stone race he had seen was the most primitive of beings, so how could they possibly give off the same awe-inspiring aura as the ones right before him? The small stone race army instantly detected black ink strength after stepping out of Yang Kai's small universe. The two leading 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters furiously roared towards the sky before leading their army towards the Black Ink clan, as if they had just seen an absolutely irreconcilable enemy. The territory lord on the opposite side couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They had come here chasing a seventh-order open heaven realm human, but now they were suddenly attacked by a massive army. He was caught a little off guard. But soon, the territory lord recognized these small stone race members. Over the past 20 years, the Black Ink clan had encountered armies of similar creatures when they were pursuing the humans through the various great territories. These creatures were extremely valiant when they fought with Black Ink clan army, causing them to suffer defeat many times at their hands. More importantly though, these creatures didn't fear the corrosion of Black Ink strength at all, which gave the Black Ink clan a serious headache. Apart from directly killing them, the Black Ink clan had yet to find an effective method to deal with them. The territory lord had never imagined that he would encounter such a formidable enemy here, and moreover, the enemy's numbers were several times greater than his own. On top of all that, there was even an eighth-order open heaven realm human staring at them with hostility. The territory lord instantly wanted to retreat, but before he could do so, the two 1,000-meter small stone race members had already surrounded him. Helpless, the territory lord could only retreat while fighting. As for his own army, he couldn't give a damn about them right now. In this situation, his life was naturally more important. The sudden appearance of the small stone race army had thrown the Black Ink clan pursuers into disarray. Wukong, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He was chased by this Black Ink clan army for several months already, during which time he had several brushes with death. In short, he was dead tired. Any other seventh-order open heaven realm master would have long succumbed to exhaustion. It was only thanks to the wonders of the heaven-devouring battle lore that he was able to keep his life. Since the tables had turned with Yang Kai's help, how could he just sit back and watch? Of course, Wukong wanted to take revenge. Activating the heaven-devouring battle lore across a wide area, Wukong began drawing everything into himself. Not only did he devour the Black Ink clan's Black Ink strength, but he also devoured the energy of the small stone race. If it had only happened once or twice, it could have been explained as an accident, but after tasting the benefits contained in these small stone race, Wukong became more unrestrained, and the heaven-devouring battle lore's range enlarged. Not only did the Black Ink clan endlessly cry out in grievance, but even the small stone race army suffered numerous casualties. The small stone race in Yang Kai's hands had all evolved with the help of the burning light and serene glimmer, so to Wukong, their energy was far more beneficial than Black Ink's strength. Yang Kai saw this and immediately cursed, "Old thief, don't touch my small stone race soldiers." It was only because he had reached a critical juncture in his refinement of the universe world that he couldn't handle other matters, otherwise, he would definitely beat Wukong up. Wukong assured, laughing loudly, "It was a mistake, a mistake. Don't worry about it." But at least after that, he acted with some discretion. Yang Kai quickly concentrated on refining the universe world, and half a day later, he stretched out his hand and made a scooping gesture in the void, as if he was trying to pluck the moon's reflection from a lake. The next moment, the universe world disappeared and a world bead appeared in his hand. Having finished, Yang Kai arrived in front of the territory lord who was being attacked by the two 1,000-meter small stone race members in a flash. Not even using his azure dragon spear, he just unleashed a simple punch. However, this one punch made the Territory Lord's chest cave in as he spurted a mouthful of blood. The Territory Lord was already struggling under the two-pronged attacks of the two small stone race giants, so how could he resist Yang Kai's sudden attack? It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but the 1,000-meter-tall small stone race member's attacks were too strong and fearsome, giving him no room for escape. The Black Ink clan army under him had suffered continuous casualties at the hands of the small stone race, dropping to around 30,000 in total from an original 100,000. Now, with the 8th Order Master joining in, he knew that his death had come. Driven into desperation, the Territory Lord became ruthless. His black ink strength started madly surging, making it look like he was prepared to die as long as he could drag them down with him. Be that as it may, how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Utilizing numerous Dao strengths, one after another, Yang Kai beat the Territory Lord dizzy. Coupled with the cooperation of the two small stone race masters, the Territory Lord was completely powerless to do anything. In the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, the Territory Lord was blown to pieces by Yang Kai's fists, spurting black blood everywhere. Wu Kuang, who saw everything from a distance, had his brow twitching visibly. When Yang Kai had scoffed at it being just a Territory Lord, he thought that this brat had become a braggart. Even if Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have had his hands full against a Territory Lord. By the looks of it, this brat's strength was simply abnormal. Although he was assisted by two small stone race members, Yang Kai's strength was the key. Wu Kuang was still secretly absorbing some of the small stone race members' energy, but after witnessing Yang Kai's strength, he didn't dare act presumptuously anymore, lest he be beaten black and blue. He was someone who had been famous for tens of thousands of years before Yang Kai was born, so being taught a lesson by a junior like him would have made him lose all face. Without the support of the Territory Lord, the remaining Black Ink clan army found it even harder to resist the encirclement of the small stone race army. Yang Kai did not make any further moves, whereas the two 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members fought their way into the encirclement, wiping out all of the Black Ink clan soldiers in less than half an hour. Only then did Yang Kai activate the Great Sun Mark and collect this Great Sun small stone race army to prevent them from running about. After having dealt with this, Yang Kai turned to Wu Kuang and asked, "Why are you here?" When he was in the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai had asked a pair of Heavenly River Palace disciples about Wu Kuang's whereabouts, but they could only tell him the latter had disappeared some years ago. The Shattered Heaven Masters should have already been evacuated back to the Star Boundary. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected to encounter Wu Kuang here either. Wu Kuang casually replied, "After the human race army in the barren territory retreated, this king decided to wander off alone." As far as others were concerned, retreating to the Star Boundary with the army was the safest option, but to Wu Kuang, this was a good opportunity to apply his talents. When he was in the Shattered Heaven, he had still restrained himself a little. After all, the heaven-devouring battle law was not a glorious cultivation technique. If some master from one of the cave heavens or paradises decided to exterminate evil and uphold righteousness, they might just kill him. Even when he was extra careful, Wu Kuang still managed to provoke Withering Flame Divine Monarch and was hunted all the way to the Shattered Ruins. By some chance and coincidence, he entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and then followed a group of Divine Spirits to the Barren Territory battlefield. When he arrived at the Barren Territory battlefield, Wu Kuang finally let himself loose. There, no one would care what kind of cultivation method one used. So long as one could kill the Black Ink clan, they would be comrades. On the Barren Territory battlefield, Wu Kuang had obtained quite a harvest and his cultivation had also risen rapidly. Unfortunately, the good days didn't last long. The Black Ink clan broke through the boundary wall leading to Wind Mist territory, forcing the human race army to retreat. Wu Kuang couldn't be bothered to move with the others, so he found an excuse to leave. When he was fighting together with the other humans, Wu Kuang always had to worry about accidentally injuring his allies, but now that he was alone and surrounded by enemies, he had completely let himself go. Not only did he devour many Black Ink clansmen, he even dared to devour the energy from universe worlds occupied by the Black Ink clan. Along the way, his cultivation rose at an astonishing pace, but this also provoked the Black Ink clan, who started pursuing him. Wukong would really have been in danger if he hadn't met Yang Kai here today. It was also because of this encounter that Wukong faintly felt that his strength was still too low. Although the Black Ink clan could no longer deploy royal lords to the battlefield, they still had plenty of territory lords. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Wukong was still a little lacking when facing a territory lord. Only after advancing to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm could he truly act without restraint. Unfortunately, even with the heaven-devouring battle law, it was not easy to break through to the 8th Order. The fact that Yang Kai was already an 8th Order Master made him quite envious. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5499, The Secrets Behind the Clone's Feedback. How could Yang Kai have known what Wukong had gone through all these years? He only thought that Wukong had been hiding in the Shattered Heaven all this while, so he was extremely surprised when he heard all about Wukong's experience. "You went to the Barren Territory battlefield." Wukong proudly declared, "This king has obtained outstanding military merits. I'm also famous in your Great Evolution Army." Seeing his smug look, Yang Kai found it funny and proposed, waving off, "Let's talk later, come with me." Yang Kai had many things he wanted to ask Wukong, and he also needed Wukong's cooperation in a plan he had in mind, but he did not forget there were still many intact universe worlds waiting for him to refine. Having said that, he reached out to grab Wukong. Wukong hesitated a little, but chose to go along with him. Since the day he became famous, he had become the target of everyone's hatred. He had long developed a lone wolf persona, but if there was anyone in this world he was willing to believe, then it would probably be Yang Kai. In the past, it was Yang Kai who secretly brought him to the Shattered Heaven, otherwise, he would have remained hidden in the new Great Territory all this time. After all, myriad demons' heavens pay when Xian had died at his hands. Space principles started fluctuating and Wukong felt as if the entire world had flipped upside down. By the time he came to his senses, he found himself standing in an inexplicable place. Yang Kai ordered, "You stay here and recuperate, I'll talk to you later." Yang Kai turned around and vanished in the blink of an eye. Wukong didn't find this strange at all. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and now that his cultivation was an order higher than Wukong's, it was indeed difficult for Wukong to catch his movements. Wukong started looking around and soon had his attention focused on a huge, towering tree in front of him. The tree seemed to be ailed by some kind of illness as it looked sickly and most of its fruits were even rotten. Wukong furrowed his brow as he kept staring at the tree. He vaguely found the towering tree a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Oddly enough, he even got the feeling that there was some kind of bad blood between them. In another place, Yang Kai once again arrived outside a completely intact universe world, and this time, the refining process was quite smooth. After refining that universe world into a world bead, Yang Kai returned to the great ancient ruins boundary and saw Wukong sitting cross-legged in front of the world tree, staring at it. He didn't pay the sight any heed and continued using the world tree as a transit point to head towards the next universe world. After several more trips, he finally finished refining all of the still intact universe worlds. When Yang Kai returned to the great ancient ruins boundary for the last time, he was beside himself in shock at the sight before him. The towering world tree was nowhere to be seen, while Wukong was hugging the lower half of a short, stubby old man. By the looks of it, he was pestering the old man, begging for something. The dense and thick hair on the old man's head looked like branches, and countless fruits were growing on them. The old man's lower body did not have any legs either, and was instead something weird that looked like it was composed of countless roots. Although Yang Kai had never seen this old man before, he could tell that he was the world tree at a glance. After all, the branches on his head and the roots on his lower body were too obvious. What surprised him was that the world tree could actually transform into such an appearance, something he had never seen before. The old man was also holding a walking stick in his hand and looked completely incensed as he beat Wu Kuang's head with it. Wu Kuang appeared to be in quite a sorry state, bleeding from his head with red liquid pouring down his face. Even so, Wu Kuang was still tightly holding onto the old man's lower body, refusing to let go. Yang Kai could even sense him using the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang was pleasantly surprised after seeing Yang Kai appear, and shouted, "Yang boy, this is the world tree, quickly help me refine it." It had taken him a long time to recognize that this was the legendary world tree, but once he had, how could Wu Kuang resist the temptation of such a precious treasure? Over the past few years, he did not even let off black ink strength, so Wu Kuang immediately expressed his desire to refine the world tree with practical actions. If he really succeeded in refining it, he would definitely be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At that time, not to mention territory lords, he would be able to devour even royal lords with ease. Had he still been able to use his seventh-order open heaven realm cultivation, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state, but this was the great ancient ruins boundary where no matter what one's order was, it was difficult for him or her to mobilize the world force of their small universe. At most, one could only display the strength of the Emperor Realm. A mere Emperor Realm master couldn't do anything against the world tree. The old tree kept bashing Wu Kuang's head with the walking stick to the point that Wu Kuang had started to feel dizzy. Be that as it may, Wu Kuang held on, seemingly willing to die for his great cause. The roots of the old tree's lower body also kept lashing him like thousands of whips, tearing his skin and flesh. While they were entangled with each other, Yang Kai walked over. Old Tree immediately voiced his grievance, "Boy, why did you bring someone like him here?" The old tree was not just angry, he was also exasperated and even a little frightened, for this was actually not the first time something like this had happened. He had faced a similar situation a very long time ago. At that time, when that fellow named Sha saw him, he had also acted in such a manner, clamoring to refine him, making him panicked. What's more, at that time, the secret art Sha had used was exactly the same as the one in front of him was using. The old tree immediately understood that the fellow in front of him was definitely connected to Sha somehow, otherwise, how could he come to possess the same secret art? Yang Kai was also rendered speechless by the scene before him. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wu Kuang by the neck, lifting him up with a little force. Having escaped from Wu Kuang, the old tree quickly hid far away and breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Kuang, who was being held by Yang Kai, turned to the latter before stoically and indifferently stating, "This king is still your senior, is this how you treat me? Put me down." Apparently, he was more ashamed of being held like this than anything else. Yang Kai put him down and warned him in a distressed voice, "Stop messing around." Wu Kuang adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, but the bruises and bloodstains on his face made him look miserable still. "Why aren't you restricted by this place?" Wu Kuang asked curiously. His cultivation had been suppressed to the Emperor Realm, but clearly, Yang Kai had not been suppressed and was still able to display the strength of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to pick him up like a chicken. Yang Kai explained, "I have refined many universe worlds and obtained the old tree's approval, so naturally I am not restricted here." Wu Kuang was absorbed in his thoughts after this revelation. Yang Kai then looked at the old tree and asked, clicking his tongue in surprise, "You can even take human form? Since you could assume human form, what was the point of shaking your trunk to communicate with me?" The old tree replied, "This old master has lived for so long, it would be stranger if I was not able to transform like this. Anyways, why did you bring him here? Quickly take him away." Although Wu Kuang's cultivation was locked at the Emperor Realm, the old tree didn't feel safe with him. Yang Kai agreed, "I'll be leaving immediately, but before I leave, old tree, I have a presumptuous request." Old tree looked at him vigilantly, "Tell me." Yang Kai bowed to him before stating, "The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds on a large scale. We humans had no choice but to retreat to the star boundary. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sacrificed their lives on the barren territory battlefield in order to buy time for our younger generations. This junior sincerely asks Old Tree to take pity on us and bestow upon us some of your clones to nurture our human race's talents. Judging by the Old Tree's expression, it appeared as if he had expected this request. As soon as young Kai spoke about a request, he had already guessed what it would be. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How many do you want?" Young Kai pondered about it for a moment. When he saw Wu Kuang secretly gesturing to him, he immediately stated, "Not much, 100 roots should be enough." Wu Kuang gasped, secretly shocked by young Kai's unreasonable demand, for he had clearly gestured for 10. The Old Tree chuckled as a kind look appeared on his face. "Boy, you're quite interesting. How can 100 roots be not much? Why don't you just let him refine this old master instead?" Wu Kuang immediately took a step forward, expressing that he was ready at any moment. It was just that the old man was not inviting him. Young Kai tentatively asked, "Then 90? Old Tree stated angrily, "Do you know that every time this old master cuts off one of his roots, it will severely damage my foundation? This old master's body is related to the universe worlds of the entire 3,000 worlds. If this old master's foundation is greatly damaged, that damage is distributed back to the universe worlds, damaging all of them as well. Moreover, you don't understand the secret behind the feedback of my clones at all. If you understood its intricacies, you wouldn't have made such ridiculous demands." Young Kai had really never thought about the feedback of the World Tree clone. He only knew that the World Tree clone was extremely beneficial to the living beings below the Open Heaven realm, but he had never thought about the reason behind it. After hearing the Old Tree say so much, though, he realized that there was some great secret behind it. He thus humbly requested, "Please enlighten me, Old Tree." The Old Tree looked at him deeply before answering, "The reason why this old master's clones are able to nourish a universe world is not because of its own abilities, but because all my clones are closely related to this old master. My clones draw energy from other universe worlds through this old master's body to nourish that particular world. Still, this extraction will affect the development of all other universe worlds as well." Realization suddenly dawned upon young Kai. Does Old Tree mean that the reason the star boundary is so prosperous now is that it extracts good fortune and energy from other universe worlds to nourish itself? Old Tree nodded his affirmation, "Exactly." This was the first time young Kai had heard of such a thing, but since it was mentioned by the World Tree himself, it was obviously not a lie. And after he gave it another thought, young Kai found this answer quite reasonable. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that having more clones isn't the better choice? Young Kai immediately realized that the benefits of these clones did not lie in themselves. The nourishment provided by these clones did not actually come from them, but rather was the energy extracted from other universe worlds. This extraction could not be without limitations under the premise that it did not damage the development of other universe worlds. If there was only one clone, this kind of feedback would be extremely powerful, but if there were two clones, the feedback energy would also be divided into two. The more of them there were, the less the feedback there would be. After all, the total number of universe worlds in 3,000 worlds was fixed. No wonder Old Tree had said that if he understood the mysteries behind it, he wouldn't have made such a ridiculous request. If the benefits of the clones were because of the energy extracted from the other universe worlds, then having too many clones would be useless. Young Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, "What about the clone in a cultivator's small universe?" The Old Tree replied, "Naturally, the same is true for it too. Your small universe also has one of my clones. Previously, it was difficult for you to detect it, but now that you've refined so many universe worlds, if you calmly sense it, you'll definitely be able to see through it." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5500, Acknowledge Me as Your Master. Young Kai didn't place much importance on these concerns before, but he quickly performed a deeper investigation and realized that, just as the Old Tree had said, the World Tree clone in his small universe drew its nourishment from somewhere else, and the direction it drew nourishment from had a lot to do with the universe worlds he refined. So that's how it is. The nourishment from the clone feedback was not created out of thin air but from the strength of many universe worlds. The prosperity of the star boundary was also due to the power drawn from other universe worlds. But, old tree, now that most of the universe worlds have been conquered by the Black Ink clan, why don't I feel a reduction in the incoming nourishment? Kai was a little puzzled. If what the old tree claimed was true, only the 2,000 or so universe worlds that he refined among the rest remained intact, whereas the rest were conquered by the Black Ink clan. Most of the universe worlds conquered by the Black Ink clan already had a black ink nest planted on them, consuming their world force clean. There were far fewer universe worlds now, which should have meant less nourishment from the world tree clones. However, Kai did not feel that was the case. Instead, the nourishment from the world tree clone in his small universe remained the same as it was previously, and it was most likely the same for the star boundary. Old Tree replied, if you only need to nourish one world, input from only a few universe worlds is required, somewhere between 100 to 200. The universe worlds you saved far exceed that number. Understanding this, Kai rejoiced. If he hadn't saved all these universe worlds throughout these years, the nourishment from the world tree clones would have vanished altogether after the Black Ink clan had taken control of every universe world. By that time, the star boundary would no longer deserve its title as an open heaven realm cradle, and even the clone in Kai's clone in his small universe might lose its power. Kai couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Fortunately, he had been working hard to refine universe worlds these past 20 years, which led to this unexpected benefit. Wukong secretly asked Kai, how many universe worlds did you save throughout the years? Around 2,000, he simply replied. After some silent calculation, Wukong said again, if that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem to have another 15 world tree clones. According to the world tree, it only required 100 to 200 universe worlds to share their power to nourish a universe world, so if there were more than 2,000 left, it shouldn't be a problem to have 15 more world tree clones. Realizing that, he hurriedly told Kai, hey, brat, I want one. Who in the open heaven realm wouldn't crave the mystical effects of a world tree clone? Though Wukong was proficient in the heaven-devouring battle lore and his cultivation had advanced rapidly and without problems throughout the years, he could sense some instabilities in his foundation. If he managed to acquire a world tree clone to protect and sustain his small universe, all those potential problems would be solved. It was precisely because of this consideration that after recognizing the world tree, Wukong anxiously wanted to refine it. However, due to him being relatively weaker than the other, he was beaten back by Old Tree. Unfortunately, Kai realized something and shook his head, I'm afraid there won't be that many. With a nod of approval for Kai, the Old Tree remarked, indeed. Wukong might be unclear about it, but Kai and Old Tree knew clearly that though it only required 100 to 200 universe worlds to nourish a world tree clone's world, there was an issue. There were currently 2 active clones out there, one in the star boundary and one in Kai's small universe. However, the latter required an immense number of universe worlds as time flowed significantly faster there than in the outside world. Understanding this, Kai respectfully asked, Old Tree, how many more can you offer? After a moment of deep consideration, the Old Tree tapped the walking stick in his hand and sighed, only 3 more. Anything more than that will affect the strength of nourishment. Wukong's expression turned dark. If there are 15 more, he may be able to get one, but if it was just 3, Kai might not be willing. After all, he wasn't that close to Kai. Without trying to negotiate, as he knew it would be pointless, Kai bowed and said while cupping his fist, Old Tree, please give me 3 of your clones. The continuance of the world tree was linked to the survival of 3,000 worlds, so Kai believed that at times like this, Old Tree would not be stingy. 3 world tree clones was likely the maximum he could offer. The Old Tree gave a light nod, and the numerous roots on its lower body squirmed. 3 of them eventually broke off and sprouted into 3 tiny saplings. Just as Wukong prepared to dash forward to snatch one, space around him froze, and he became immobile. He knew clearly that it was Yang Kai's doing. This brat who manipulated space principles was stopping him, causing him to squirm and glare at Yang Kai. Yang Kai naturally ignored him. After carefully putting the 3 clones into his small universe, he thanked the old tree. The old tree waved his hand. This old man can only do so much. The future of the 3,000 worlds is in the hands of you humans. If you win, I can continue to live, otherwise, I will inevitably perish as well. Old tree may rest assured, the human race will not be defeated. However, Junior may come visit you somewhat frequently in the future, stated Yang Kai immediately. Now that he could use the world tree as a transit point to travel around the great territories, he would undoubtedly arrive here frequently in the future. However, this method of travel had its limitations. After using the world tree to travel back and forth many times, Yang Kai realized that, though this approach enabled him to connect to the world tree at any moment and arrive at the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had to connect to a universe world of a particular great territory if he wished to travel from the grand ancient ruins boundary to that great territory, as he needed to make use its world will. The reason he could travel across almost every great territory currently was even though most of the universe worlds were occupied by the Black Ink clan, the universe world's wills had yet to completely vanish. As long as the universe world still had some semblance of will, it indicated that the world tree was still linked to it. But after some time, it would become difficult for Yang Kai to do this. Even right now, he couldn't go to the Black Ink battlefield, because the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield had been dead for many, many years, with their wills all having been destroyed long ago. The old tree nodded lightly, and without delay, his figure shook and his body returned to its majestic towering tree form again. Most of the fruits on the tree were sick and rotting, a worrying sight. By the way, old tree, this junior wants to bring out all the divine spirits here since they have strong combat abilities. Yang Kai made such a request. There were no other sentient living beings in the grand ancient ruins boundary except for the divine spirits. These divine spirits' strength were restricted by the grand ancient ruins boundary as well, so they weren't very powerful. Even once they departed from here, it would take many years before they completely familiarized themselves with the outside world's principles and slowly restored their true strength. This was the case with Zhu Juyin back then. She had power equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, yet when she first left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she could at most display power similar to a 7th Order Master. After that, it took decades to slowly return to her peak. There were quite a number of divine spirits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, with Yang Kai having seen dozens of them back when he first came here. There were also a number who he had not met. Every single divine spirit here was like another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so bringing them along would be of great help now that the human race was in a vulnerable state. Additionally, these divine spirits had always wanted to escape from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so Yang Kai thought that they would also be willing to leave with him. Old Tree replied, "If you wish, this old master has no objection, but do keep in mind that the ancestors of these divine spirits have histories of wicked deeds that put the 3,000 worlds in jeopardy. The current generation is innocent of those crimes, but you should be careful." Yang Kai now understood why there were so many divine spirits gathered here. It was because these divine spirits' ancestors had done something to threaten the stability of the 3,000 worlds, therefore, the old tree imprisoned them here. However, he was not a merciless jailer and gave a chance for these divine spirits to escape this prison. Each time the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary opened, the divine spirits could select a bearer from among the humans that were swept inside to engage in the spirit-seizing war, and the bearer that won would be able to leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with the divine spirit that chose them. Back then, Zhu Juyin had chosen Yang Kai, otherwise, she would not have been able to escape the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. To the human race, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was a sealed world that they yearned to enter, but to the native divine spirits, it was a prison. Many divine spirits never got the chance to leave this place and simply passed away here. After all, the opening of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was too rare. This junior will tame them well. Saying so, he flashed and disappeared into thin air. Wu Kuang, who was still left frozen in place, cursed young Kai furiously. The next moment, a branch from the old tree flicked over and knocked Wukong to the ground, causing the latter to explode in rage. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life of cultivation, not even in the brutal battle with other great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. In a certain mountain valley, a divine spirit resembling an ox with a height of about 3,000 meters was sleeping soundly. It looked exactly like a mountain as it lay there, with white smoke puffing from its nostrils as it snored. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, the divine spirits remained essentially inactive because there were no other sentient beings besides them on usual days. It was not until the opening of the grand ancient ruins boundary that humans would flood in, making the atmosphere slightly livelier. While this divine spirit was sleeping soundly, a voice sounded next to his ears. "Zhu Jian, recognize me as your master, and I shall bring you along to leave the grand ancient ruins boundary. Are you willing?" The next moment, Zhu Jian awoke, and as he opened his eyes, he saw a human figure. He briefly felt lost for a moment before bursting with excitement. A human? Does that mean that the grand ancient ruins boundary opened? Every opening of the grand ancient ruins boundary was an extremely rare opportunity for the divine spirits who were trapped here. The remaining divine spirits had been jealous of Zhu Juyin for many years, ever since she escaped from here last time. Now that an unfamiliar human had arrived and was standing right in front of him, Zhu Jian believed that his chance had finally come. Rising slowly and purposefully releasing the pressure of a divine spirit, Zhu Jian looked down onto the tiny human and laughed sarcastically. "You want me to accept you as my master? Are you dreaming? Have you ever heard any divine spirit acknowledging any other as their master?" Young Kai thought for a while before shaking his head. No. The divine spirits had always been arrogant beings. How could it lower their heads for a mere human? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5501, Submit to me. There has never been a precedent, but after today there will be many. Young Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhu Jian couldn't help but laugh. "Given your tiny figure, you have quite a big mouth. How would you be able to make this majestic Zhu Jian recognize you as my master? Instead, I will give you some opportunity if you submit to me." The divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary and their chosen bearer had a mutually beneficial relationship. These chosen human cultivators could often benefit from the divine spirit and quickly get stronger. Ji Yu Pan, Chu Huashong, Ning Dao Ran, and other powerful youths from that time were all the same. The divine spirits also wished for these bearers to be as strong as possible because they would be taking part in the spirit-seizing war. Only when their bearer was powerful would they be able to seize the opportunity to leave this cage. Zhu Jian wasn't lying when he stated he would give young Kai opportunities, as he actually planned to do so. The notion was, of course, that young Kai must pass some of his assessments. Zhu Jian would not want to waste his time if this human was mediocre. Saying so, Zhu Jian raised a hoof and pressed it down at young Kai. Though his movements weren't particularly fast, the pressure of a divine spirit became stronger with every meter it descended. Zhu Jian could almost foresee the sight of the human trembling under his majestic self. He had done this many times before, and each time, those humans would submit and become well-behaved. However, this time was destined to be an exception. Young Kai simply lifted his hand and stopped Zhu Jian's hoof dead in its tracks. The sight was akin to an ant lifting its limb and holding up an elephant's foot. "I'm short on time, so let's stop the nonsense and get right to the point." Just as the voice of the human sounded in Zhu Jian's ears, he immediately found himself lifted before being slammed down onto the floor. There was a huge explosion as it seemed like the entire grand ancient ruins boundary shook. The mountain valley cracked, with spider web-like fissures spreading out from a massive depression that had just been opened up at its center. From inside the crater, Zhu Jian's figure could be vaguely seen through the dust and debris. Zhu Jian was so flabbergasted he didn't even get angry from being smashed to the ground. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jian could unleash strength equivalent to a second-order open heaven realm master, which while powerful, was a huge gap from his true strength. Still, How could Yang Kai toy with him like this when all humans who arrived here were no stronger than Emperor Realm Masters? Asterisk hong hong hong, star. More bangs and explosions sounded one after another as in a flash, Zhu Jian's rising wrath transformed into terror. He became dizzy as a result of being repeatedly thrown around and smashed into the ground. He had never before, since his birth, come across a situation that made him feel this helpless. Only after 100 times did Yang Kai release him. Zhu Jian lay limp on the ground, twitching all over as if all the bones in his body had been dislocated, his eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. "Acknowledge me as your master, and I will take you out," repeated Yang Kai as he stood on the bridge of Zhu Jian's nose and stared straight into his eyes. As if just waking from this nightmare, Zhu Jian roared in fright, "You're not suppressed by the grand ancient ruins boundary." Yang Kai's might was clearly not that of the Emperor realm, but of the open heaven realm. Despite never having witnessed the true strength of a human open heaven realm master, Zhu Jian could instantly identify that the human in front of him was someone in the high-rank open heaven realm. "Stop talking nonsense and recognize me as your master already," Yang Kai urged impatiently. There were a lot of divine spirits in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so he didn't want to waste time convincing each one of them. He only wanted to dispatch these divine spirits to the battlefield as swiftly as possible so that they could be of some use against the Black Ink clan. Despite how humiliated Zhu Jian felt, a divine spirit's pride was not something that could be dampened so easily. As for submitting to the inferior, that was impossible. Thus, he roared, "In your dreams. This Zhu Jian will not submit so easily." Yang Kai nodded lightly, then complimented him, "Seems your backbone is quite sturdy." Immediately, Yang Kai lifted his hand, and the 3,000-meter-tall Zhu Jian floated up into the air. Zhu Jian frantically struggled, but it was of no use as there seemed to be an invisible set of shackles which kept him in place. The next moment, Yang Kai raised a flame from his free hand, within which a three-legged exotic bird cawed. Throwing the golden crow's true fire in his hand towards Zhu Jian, it soon exploded and burned furiously, enveloping the whole beast. Then, Yang Kai took out a massive knife from somewhere as he swept his gaze back and forth across Zhu Jian's juicy, meaty body. By now, Zhu Jian was panicking. The golden crow's true fire made him suffer excruciating pain, but that was still barely bearable. After all, he was a mature divine spirit whose power was just being suppressed by the grand ancient ruins boundary. It was an imposed weakness, which did not affect how intrepid his body was. Though the golden crow's true fire was indeed impressive, flames of this intensity could not burn him to death. However, looking at the giant knife, and seeing Yang Kai's behavior, it was obvious that he was going to grill him up and eat him. "What are you doing?" Zhu Jian shouted in panic. Yang Kai took out an equally giant honing steel from who knows where and grinned menacingly as he said, "I've been told about the taste of a certain powerful black ox whose flavor was supposed to be quite exquisite. I've always wanted to try such meat, but in the end, wasn't able to get my hands on some. You look quite similar to that black ox, which should be able to fulfill my wish. What's more, a divine spirit should be more appetizing than an ordinary black ox. You wouldn't dare." Zhu Jian roared angrily. "I wouldn't?" With a snort, Yang Kai approached Zhu Jian with a now gleaming knife in hand, eyeing Zhu Jian's ribose section, lifting his blade as if preparing to slice off a piece. When Zhu Jian saw this human was being serious, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he hurriedly cried out, "Wait, wait, wait. We can talk this out." Yang Kai's knife rested on his flank as he said, "If you want to say something, speak quickly before it's too late." Zhu Jian was agitated. "I'll leave you with all I've collected during my life. I own many treasures that are very helpful for humans to cultivate with." Yang Kai sneered, "Your treasures are all useless to me." Zhu Jian tried again, "Then I will give you some of my source strength. With it, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the innate divine ability of my clan." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What is the bloodline talent of your clan?" He was oblivious to it previously, but during his trip to the no-return pass to cultivate, he had come to understand that every divine spirit clan had their own bloodline talent, which would awaken once they matured thanks to their bloodline inheritance. For example, the Dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, while the Phoenix clan's was the Tao of Space. Since he didn't interact with other divine spirits much, young Kai didn't know much about them. Seeing that his interest was piqued, Zhu Jian immediately continued, "The bloodline talent of my clan is one of strength. If you comprehend this innate divine ability, your physical strength will be boundless." Garbage! Young Kai immediately lost all interest. When it came to raw physical strength, none exceeded the Dragon clan. It was a purely useless bloodline talent for young Kai. Zhu Jian felt like breaking down. How could he have offered some of his source strength if he hadn't been forced into a dead end? The loss of even a bit of his source strength would have a significant detrimental effect on him. Yet, such huge sacrifices were dismissed as garbage by this human. "If you have anything else for me in exchange for your life, speak up. Or else, I will start my meal," Yang Kai threatened. Zhu Jian sighed, appearing to accept his fate. "What more do I have when you don't even seem pleased by my source strength? Forget it. This is my fate. Please start. Even if you die, you still won't recognize me as your master?" Yang Kai questioned. Zhu Jian was greatly humiliated. Even so, his words oozed contempt as he spoke. "Trivial human, it will bring shame to all divine spirits for this Zhu Jian to submit to you. Instead, death will be a relief for me, as I will finally be able to escape this prison." "What if I wasn't a human?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian's heart tightened as he saw Yang Kai step onto his nose once again and gave him a stern look. When those words came out, even though Yang Kai's figure remained the same, the phantom image of a dragon head appeared behind him and intense dragon pressure erupted forth. "You're from the Dragon clan?" Zhu Jian asked in shock. As a divine spirit, Zhu Jian could naturally feel the extremely pure dragon pressure that washed over him in that instant, something that only a true dragon could possess. Under this dragon pressure, even a divine spirit like him couldn't help but feel inferior. The dragon head disappeared as Yang Kai nodded and declared, "Indeed, I am from the Dragon clan." "Why didn't you expose your true identity first if you are from the Dragon clan?" Zhu Jian almost wept. Still, the next moment he attempted to sound intimidating by declaring, "Even if you are a true dragon, I won't recognize you as my master." The way he spoke, nonetheless, was not nearly as forceful as it had been before. Clearly, Yang Kai's revelation of his identity caused Zhu Jian to reconsider his decision. Of course, Yang Kai, on the other hand, knew what he was thinking, thus, he tempted him again. "I can bring you out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Zhu Jian looked at him for a while, then shook his head and said, "Impossible. All divine spirits that have entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary will never have a chance to leave unless they win that fleeting opportunity. This applies to those in the Dragon clan as well." Yang Kai only replied nonchalantly at this statement, "If I say I can do it, I can do it. Just because all of you can't leave doesn't mean that I can't." For a brief while, Zhu Jian pondered before asking, "Do you dare to swear upon your bloodline?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Why would I not?" At this point, Zhu Jian no longer had any doubts. To any divine spirit, an oath sworn on one's source was binding, while one sworn on their bloodline was of even greater significance. Violating a bloodline oath would result in a bloodline backlash. In like cases, their bloodline would forever be destroyed, whereas in the worst case, they would lose their life. Worse yet, a bloodline oath concerned not just an individual, but an entire clan, meaning it was a matter of honor to one's whole race and would be enforced with a corresponding level of intensity. This was one of the most ancient oaths in existence. "How are you going to get out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian inquired while frowning. Yang Kai shook his head. "Of course, I have my own means. You don't need to ask. Even if you are from the Dragon clan, I can't possibly acknowledge you as my master. Even so, I can swear loyalty to you." Zhu Jian stated after giving it some thought. What's the difference? Yang Kai thought, however, seeing how Zhu Jian would rather die than agree to his original request, proved how the divine spirits indeed exhibited unyielding pride and arrogance. This level of conviction was unbreakable, even in the face of death. That works too, Yang Kai nodded, not actually intending to enslave the divine spirits here, just to bring them out to fight against the Black Ink clan. Recognizing him as a master was for nothing but to give it an easy title to understand. When Zhu Jian cautiously turned to look at Yang Kai, he added, "This type of loyalty needs to be limited to 100 years." It was clear from what he observed that Yang Kai was not someone who could not be reasoned with, thus, he intended to negotiate and gain some advantages for himself. 3,000 years. You will swear loyalty to me for 3,000 years, and I will swear to release you when that time is up, Yang Kai cut him off and firmly declared. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5502, Gifts Blind the Eyes. Zhu Jian seemed to be unwilling. Even for a divine spirit like him, 3,000 years was a long time, but before he could even speak, Yang Kai interjected, "There's no need for any further discussion if you can't even guarantee 3,000 years. When Zhu Jian saw there was no space for negotiation, he sighed dejectedly and said, "Good, 3,000 years." It was only then that Yang Kai put him down and retrieved the Golden Crow's true fire. This was followed by both sides swearing oaths upon their bloodlines. In that oath, Zhu Jian swore loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years after Yang Kai brought him out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. "Lead me to the other divine spirits," Yang Kai ordered. Zhu Jian understood instantly that this human did not only intend to subjugate him but all the other divine spirits in the great ancient ruins boundary as well. No one could escape from him. However, this matter was not necessarily a bad thing for the divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary. They had always wanted to escape from here, so now that there was such an opportunity, nobody would be willing to pass it up. Understanding this, Zhu Jian stopped being long-winded and immediately led Yang Kai to the closest divine spirit. After an hour, in front of a cave, Yang Kai waited patiently for Zhu Jian to discuss with the divine spirit inside. Some time later, a three-headed, 3,000-meter-long snake emerged from the caves and looked down at Yang Kai while keeping his head high up. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that this was Fei Yi, who had Chu Huashong as his bearer. The middle head of Fei Yi's three heads asked, "You are able to take me out of the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Yang Kai nodded, "I dare not go against my bloodline oath." Fei Yi nodded, "If that's the case, I can work under you for 3,000 years. Yang Kai was spared a great deal of hassle thanks to Zhu Jian's mediation. The two parties once more swore an oath, just like Yang Kai did with Zhu Jian. For the next half a month, Yang Kai wandered around the grand ancient ruins boundary and met one divine spirit after another. The subdued divine spirits helped convince the new ones, making things simpler. As Zhu Jian was the first to surrender to Yang Kai, he played a vital role in the subsequent subjugation process, so he also subconsciously took on the role of leader. When Yang Kai returned to the old tree again, there were over 100 divine spirits of various shapes and sizes following him. These divine spirits had a wide range of strength, but the one undeniable fact was that all of them were at least on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 100 or so formed quite a strong force. On the other hand, Wukong remained immobile and stuck in place. He was so furious after seeing Yang Kai's return that his nose puffed smoke. If he were able to speak, he would have cursed Yang Kai to death. In front of the world tree, Yang Kai bowed, "Old tree, I want to send them to the star boundary through you." On the trunk of the world tree, old tree's face emerged, "Help yourself." Yang Kai nodded and connected to the world fruit on the world tree that corresponded to the star boundary. Then, he manipulated space principles which prompted a void corridor to appear in the next instant. He turned to look at the numerous divine spirits following behind and declared, "You can enter the 3,000 worlds from here. Now that the 3,000 worlds are at war, we need you to help us in our fight against our enemies." Go to the Star Boundary's High Heaven Palace and search for a woman named Hua Sai. Tell her that I sent all of you as reinforcements. Remember, you must obey her commands when I am not around. If you dare to commit crimes or disobey her orders, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. Many divine spirits felt the foreign aura coming from the portal, making them thrilled. Despite Yang Kai's repeated assurances that he would lead them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it wasn't until they saw his ability in action that they were able to completely trust him. After going through this portal, they could finally escape the restrictions of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and restore their power as true divine spirits. Zhu Jian cupped his fist and said, "Sir May rest assured, since we have established a bloodline oath, we dare not violate it. Go." Yang Kai responded with a nod and a wave. The first to rush towards the portal was Zhu Jian, who was soon followed by several more divine spirits. They all shrunk their figures to travel through the portal, disappearing one after another. It was only after all of the 100 or so divine spirits crossed the portal that Yang Kai shut it. There would certainly be a disturbance with the arrival of 100 plus divine spirits at the Star Boundary, but that was not Yang Kai's concern now. Grabbing Wu Kuang, Yang Kai addressed the World Tree. "Old Tree, I need to go to Black Territory. May I ask you for guidance?" Each fruit on the World Tree represented a universe world which still had its grand Tao intact. These universe worlds were scattered throughout the Great Territories, but there were none in Black Territory. This was because the entire Black Territory was a dead territory, with no universe worlds remaining. Yang Kai couldn't enter the Black Ink battlefield or Black Territory directly, so the next best option was to travel to the Great Territory adjacent to Black Territory and enter from there. Yang Kai could only consult the Old Tree, because he was unsure which world fruit corresponded to the relevant universe world closest to Black Territory. Given that the world fruits were grown on the World Tree, it would know better than anyone which world fruit corresponded to which universe world. After hearing what Yang Kai had said, the Old Tree said nothing, but one of its fruits immediately lit up. Yang Kai understood what this meant. As he looked up, he saw a black, almost withered fruit emanating black ink strength from within. Such fruits were not uncommon and represented universe worlds that had been corroded by the Black Ink clan, quickly losing their world force and grand Tao. This was not the worst-case scenario, but it also wasn't a good situation. After a few years, the sickly fruits would ultimately become completely black, and in the end, they would eventually wither and fall off. "Take care, Old Tree." Yang Kai offered his thanks and headed towards the world fruit while carrying Wu Kuang. The small world fruit got bigger in front of their eyes and transformed into a universe world. When Yang Kai and Wu Kuang recovered, they had already arrived on the outskirts of the universe world. Looking from afar, a black ink nest was ravenously absorbing the remnants of its world force. Furthermore, dense black ink strength enveloped this whole universe world. Yang Kai sighed even though he had encountered numerous situations like this throughout the years. This universe world was on the brink of falling. There was no longer a need to refine a universe world that was filled with black ink strength like this one. All the living beings here had already been transformed into Black Ink disciples, becoming servants of the Black Ink clan. Of course, Yang Kai could destroy the entire universe world, but that meant killing all the transformed Black Ink disciples as well. There were hundreds of millions of them, so how could Yang Kai be merciless enough to slaughter them? At this moment, Wu Kuang finally managed to break free from Yang Kai's grasp and erupted into a fit of rage, roaring, "You brat! I will remember this and never let you off." But, with a single sentence, Yang Kai tamed his enormous rage. "I'll give you a World Tree clone." Wu Kuang was momentarily stunned, his anger fizzling out as he asked in disbelief, "Really?" Yang Kai had obtained 3 clones from the World Tree. Though Wu Kuang desperately wanted one, he knew Yang Kai wouldn't be willing to give it to him. If it wasn't because he was weaker than Yang Kai, he would have already snatched one away. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai offered a clone to him willingly, which made him both shocked and delighted. If he were given this clone, which would stabilize and fortify his small universe, Wukong would not need to worry about signs of his small universe being unstable due to any sudden increase in strength. He could also maximize the effects of his heaven-devouring battle lore with no need to worry about any kind of side effects in the future. Yang Kai then replied, "But you'll have to follow me somewhere." Wukong became alert at once. "Where?" "Don't ask so much. You'll know when we arrive." Saying so, Yang Kai simply took out a World Tree clone and threw it to Wukong. Wukong quickly accepted it and made sure that it was real before becoming overjoyed. As soon as he put it in his small universe, he felt that his aura grew somewhat denser. He could feel that his small universe started getting perfected after he had placed the World Tree clone inside, and in time, Wu Kunag was confident there would be even more benefits as the World Tree clone grew. He also learned about the mystery of the World Tree clone from the World Tree, like how it absorbed the power of other universes' worlds. With this World Tree clone, he would be able to save many years of cultivation and ascend to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in no time. Unlike other cultivators, Wukong was not bound by the restrictions of the Open Heaven realm. Nobody knew how or why, but after acquiring the body of great demon god Mo Sheng, he directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Logically speaking, the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm should be his limit. Wukong was currently in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm already, but despite that, he felt that his martial Dao had not reached its peak. He could still ascend to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm or even the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Over the years, Wukong had thought about this matter a lot, and in the end, he concluded that the heaven-devouring battle lore he created was so exceptional that it broke the innate restrictions of the Open Heaven realm. On the other hand, it was unfortunate that the heaven-devouring battle lore could only be safely cultivated by him. If it was someone else, he or she would first notice rapid advancement during the early stages of cultivation, but as they continued to cultivate, the backlash would grow. Furthermore, there was only one solution to this, the flawless purifying golden lotus. However, there was only one such lotus in existence. Having obtained a World Tree clone, Wukong squinted at Yang Kai. "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" To which Yang Kai returned a sneer, "You can try." Wukong's expression instantly darkened. Although he was in the Seventh Order, Yang Kai was already in the Eighth Order. On top of that, this man was proficient in the Tao of space. In the face of someone superior in both cultivation and speed, Wukong had no confidence he would be able to escape under his watch. He immediately surrendered, "Gifts blind the eyes. Now that I received a World Tree clone from you, I shall follow you wherever you go." Yang Kai gave him a long, thoughtful look. "How carefree of you to say that. I hope you won't regret this in the future." Although Yang Kai had no intention to destroy the universe world in front of them, he did not intend to leave the black ink nest in this universe world alone. As he extended his palm and slammed it down, the few thousand meters tall black ink nest was crushed into dust. This caused the black ink clansmen in the universe world to panic, wondering which human race master had come. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5503, to solve the problem at its source. Universe worlds were beginning to fall, all of them with black ink nests planted on them. The dense black ink strength permeated throughout the universe worlds, transforming countless living beings into black ink disciples. As Yang Kai and Wukong traveled, what they witnessed and heard shocked them. Yang Kai would not hesitate to eliminate any targets that could be rapidly removed along the way, but he was not focused on removing those black ink nests. His current task was more pressing. After a few days, the two came across a universe world that had a black ink nest on it. One could tell that it hadn't been here for long by the sparse black ink strength and by how much of the world force remained. Yang Kai examined it and asked, "Now that you also have a World Tree clone to stabilize and protect your small universe, do you want to keep some living beings inside? If there are living beings living and breeding in your small universe, it can greatly help you with your cultivation." Of course, Wukong desired it. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master had already evolved from immaterial to material, capable of hosting living beings in it. However, owing to how often one would engage in battles, and how detrimental that would be to a small universe, few high-rank masters would ever raise living beings in their body. With a world tree clone or one of the 4 universe pillars to stabilize their small universe though, such an option became viable. The safety of the living beings within Wukong's small universe could only be ensured if it remained unaffected by external shocks. Wukong already wanted to house some living beings when Yang Kai first handed him the world tree clone. It was just that he was short on time and had no source of such beings. Once Yang Kai asked though, he understood what Yang Kai meant and thought that this brat was quite a good friend for bringing him to a universe world like this one. Immediately, he nodded and said, "I'll go in and look around." Saying so, he rushed towards the universe world. If Yang Kai and Wukong chose to ignore this universe world, the living beings within it would all transform into black ink disciples after a few years. This universe world's world force would be completely gone, and it would break apart and die soon enough as well. In this vast universe, there were countless universe worlds like this one. When Wukong entered the universe world, he recklessly took in all the living beings he could find. Yang Kai was able to see clearly how Wukong immediately incorporated all of the busy, packed cities of living beings into his small universe. Even the Black Ink Nest and the Black Ink Clan that were plundering this universe world were not spared. Wukong's heaven-devouring battle lore could consume everything and anything, so while it might be difficult to take in and resolve Black Ink's strength for others, to Wukong, it was just another method to enrich his heritage. In less than 10 days, there were no more living beings in this universe world. They had all been taken into Wukong's small universe. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though this universe world was fairly small, and it had recently been attacked by the Black Ink Clan, there were still 1 billion living beings inside. Being able to take in all those people as a mere 7th-order open heaven realm master demonstrated that Wukong's small universe was far from average. When Wukong returned happily, Yang Kai purged all the Black Ink strength from this universe world and began to refine it. This confused Wukong. There are no longer living beings in this universe world, and its world force is also close to being completely depleted. It can't be saved, so why bother? I have my reasons, Yang Kai replied. Without wanting to bother him, Wukong simply sat cross-legged beside him and began to sort the living beings in his small universe. Now that he had collected over 1 billion of them, he had to properly settle them in and provide what they needed to survive, otherwise it would be a waste to have taken them in. Thus, they both worked in silence. 2 days later, Yang Kai refined the universe world into a world bead. The only difference from the others that he previously refined was that this one was empty and devoid of any living beings and had barely any vitality. After informing Wukong, they continued traveling. Through this adjacent great territory, Yang Kai led Wukong into Black Territory. As expected, there was no trace of the Black Ink Clan here. This great territory simply contained an empty void, so the Black Ink Clan would certainly not be interested in it. The two arrived at the center of Black Territory after a few days, where the void corridor connecting to the Black Ink battlefield was located. Previously, Yang Kai used this void corridor to return to the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield. He never imagined that a few years later, he would have to return to the Black Ink battlefield from here. He felt as if fate was playing with him. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Wukong. "Do you mind entering my small universe?" Since he was in the 8th order and Wukong was in the 7th order, it would not be a problem for Yang Kai to keep the latter in the small universe, as doing so would be more convenient for the next leg of their journey. After all, traveling through the void corridor involved many dangers. If Wukong needed to be taken care of on top of that, it would be more burdensome for him. Wukong frowned. Why? Under normal circumstances, cultivators of higher orders would not allow strangers into their small universe unless they had complete faith in one another, because if the detained person caused disturbances in their small universe, it was very likely that they would also go through serious issues. Those of lower order were also apprehensive about entering another small universe, as doing so basically gave the other party control over their life. Even though he knew that Yang Kai would not harm him, Wu Kuang couldn't help but ask. After Yang Kai explained the reason, Wu Kuang nodded. "Why should I be afraid if you're not?" "Come on then." Yang Kai opened up his small universe, and Wu Kuang plunged into it without hesitation. Without Wu Kuang to burden him, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and reopened the void corridor that he previously shut, flashing into it. As he traveled forward, Yang Kai closed the path behind him. This void corridor was an unknown route leading to the black ink battlefield, so Yang Kai definitely did not want it to be revealed so easily, as it might come in handy one day. After some time, Yang Kai eventually made his way through the void corridor and returned to the black ink battlefield once again. He then released Wu Kuang from his small universe as soon as possible and gave him a stern look. "Bastard! How shameless can you be?" Yang Kai's rage was, however, understandable considering that Wu Kuang activated his heaven-devouring battle law while being in his small universe and devoured some of his heritage while they were traveling through the void corridor. This was simply unacceptable. Though Yang Kai quickly overpowered and sealed him, Wu Kuang still got a taste. Faced with Yang Kai's scolding, Wu Kuang simply chuckled and asked, "Where are we going now?" Yang Kai only glared at him in response. Indeed, old ginger is spicier. Shamelessness has already seeped into his bones. If it wasn't for his value, I would definitely beat him up without mercy. Originally, he had intended for Wu Kuang to stay in his small universe indefinitely, making it easier for him to travel. However, as a result of what just happened, Yang Kai was no longer confident about keeping this menace. Luckily, Wu Kuang hadn't consumed much of his heritage, or he wouldn't have let him off that easily. After calming his frustration for a time, Yang Kai grumbled, "Come with me." The pair traveled in silence. Only a few days later, Wu Kuang suddenly realized, this is the black ink battlefield. Despite never having been to the black ink battlefield, he knew a little about it because he used to be a member of the Great Evolution Army in the Barren Territory. There, he hung out with Blood Crow, so he knew that the human race were defeated on the black ink battlefield and were forced to retreat to the Barren Territory. The void was pin-drop silent here, and the universe worlds they saw along the journey were all dead, some with traces of mining. Wu Kuang, who was not a fool, recognized this as the black ink battlefield right away. This is the black ink battlefield." Yang Kai nodded. Wu Kuang grew excited at once. "We're taking the fight to the enemy." There was obviously something big waiting for them, or Yang Kai wouldn't bring him to the black ink battlefield for no reason and even give him a world tree clone as a token of his appreciation. Wu Kuang believed that all royal lords were completely wiped out and that the two black ink giant spirit gods were restrained, thus, the strongest black ink clansmen around were the territory lords. As Wu Kuang had previously witnessed how strong Yang Kai was, effortlessly able to kill a territory lord, he misunderstood and thought Yang Kai had brought him here to raise chaos behind enemy lines. This was precisely what he wanted. When Yang Kai killed the territory lord earlier, he didn't dare to simply consume the remnant strength since his strength had advanced too quickly over recent years, and he needed to stabilize his cultivation. But with a world tree clone, Wu Kuang's small universe had now been completely perfected, and he could even vividly perceive how his world force was constantly being refined and purified by it. Now that his foundation would consolidate itself all on its own, the more strength he devoured, the better it would be. Yang Kai glanced at him suddenly, nodded and said, "We're going to solve the problem at its source." He didn't want to explain himself, but secretly hoped that Wu Kuang would not despise him too much, as what they were about to face might cost him his life. The pair flew forward while Yang Kai left a trail of space beacons behind. The placing of space beacons could save Yang Kai a lot of time when he returned. Wu Kuang, who had originally been eagerly anticipating being able to have a sumptuous meal, eventually came to realize that something was wrong as the days passed. They hadn't even come across a single black ink clansman along the way, only the never-ending void. After he asked Yang Kai multiple times, The latter simply said that the black ink battlefield was too vast and that the black ink clansmen were all assembled around the no-return pass right now, so the two of them still had a long way to go. Of course, Wukong had no idea where the no-return pass was. He only heard from others that the no-return pass was originally the only route connecting the 3,000 worlds to the black ink battlefield. Initially, it was guarded by the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, but now the pass had fallen into enemy hands. Therefore, Wukong could only follow Yang Kai obediently, despite the fact that he still had some doubts in his heart. He also dared not leave on his own since they had already gone far, and this place was devoid of anything that could be used as a landmark for him to find his way back. Anyone unfamiliar with black ink battlefield would undoubtedly become lost in this never-ending void. It took a few years, but the pair eventually reached the late ancient era battlefield. Wukong immediately realized the dangers of this place and soon after bore witness to the magnificence of the celestial phenomena, something that absolutely could not be witnessed in the 3,000 worlds. It took his breath away. The late ancient era battlefield contained not only the remains of the late ancient era, but also the remnants of the human race army as they retreated from the primordial heaven source grand restriction hundreds of years ago. Yang Kai even spotted a lot of shattered warship debris along the way. When the human race army was retreating from primordial heaven source grand restriction to the no-return pass, he was being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord, so he did not know how the human race army was defeated while they were evacuating. However, after viewing the remnants of the battle, he could imagine the valiant struggle of his allies at that time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5504, Still Not Awake. Years passed before the two finally crossed that late ancient era battlefield. Wukong could no longer stand it. "Brat, what are you planning? We've been traveling for almost 10 years. Are you certain this is where the no-return pass is?" Over the last 10 years, the World Tree clone in his small universe had grown significantly, and the living beings he had taken in had gradually settled in, but they had yet to encounter a single black ink clansman, which made Wukong lose patience. When Yang Kai knew that lying was no longer an option, he said, "We're not heading to the no-return pass." Wukong exclaimed in rage, "You lied to me." Yang Kai ignored him and continued, "From chaos, heaven and earth first split apart and the first primordial light was born alongside the primordial darkness." Yang Kai began to speak of the many secrets he heard from Kang back then. Since Wukong had lived longer than him yet never heard about any of this before, he was quickly fascinated and set aside his anger. The divine spirits of the primordial era, monster race of the early ancient era, the human race of the late ancient era. The change of dominance of these races represented the change of each era. Though Yang Kai explained it nonchalantly, Wukong felt as if he personally experienced the unfolding of the events during that time and finally understood the origins of Mo. After Yang Kai finished speaking, Wukong pondered for a long time and asked, "As you said, if we want to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, we need to find the primordial light." "Indeed." Wukong frowned. "How do we find that thing?" "I already have some clues, but you shouldn't be concerned about this." "I'm too lazy to care anyways," Wukong thought. "Wukong, is the heaven-devouring battle law really a secret art created by you?" Yang Kai questioned afterwards. Wukong snorted. "Of course it was created by this king. In this world, is there anyone else who can use this secret art?" Yang Kai shook his head in response. "The star boundary is located in a remote corner of the 3,000 worlds where the martial Tao is still quite underdeveloped. No matter how gifted you are, without having been in contact with the outside world, how would you be able to create such a magnificent secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law? Have you ever wondered why this secret art can assist you to quickly enhance your cultivation even up to this day? 1,000 years ago, the strongest masters in the star boundary were the great emperors. It would still be reasonable if the heaven-devouring battle law was only useful up to that level, as it would still remain within the scope of what the star boundary's martial Tao allowed. However, this secret act was still helping Wukong climb through the open heaven realm, which should be impossible. Wukong frowned this time, but instead of speaking aggressively, he just asked, "What are you trying to say? I don't think you personally created this secret art. It may be regarded as your creation in a certain sense, but it may not be created by you in this life." Wukong was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a menacing gleam in his eyes, but that was ignored by Yang Kai. Only after a long time did Wukong calm his thoughts. After all, Yang Kai revealed his biggest secret in one go, which utterly shocked him. Then, Wukong nodded, "Yes, the heaven-devouring battle law may not have been created by me. However, when I was young, I frequently dreamed of some fragments of this secret art in my sleep, which is the foundation of the heaven-devouring battle law. If I cultivated according to it, my strength grew steadily, and the heaven-devouring battle law was fully perfected once I became a great emperor." It was not as if Wukong hadn't given this matter any thought. He understood why he had dreams about the secret art and knew that with it, he could become a great emperor. It was because, in his previous life, he was already one. In the Shattered Star Sea, he killed multiple great emperors all on his own thanks to the heaven-devouring battle law. Over the years, as his cultivation strengthened, Wukong frequently saw visions that he had never experienced before and vaguely suspected that there was more to his origin than met the eye. Wukong had also come into contact with the theory of reincarnation, even suspecting that he was such a case, but he had no evidence either way. It was just that he did not expect nor wish for all of this to be revealed by Yang Kai so suddenly. "Is there something that made you aware of this?" Wukong asked solemnly. Yang Kai remained silent and just led him forward. After a short pause, Wukong stopped asking. He knew that Yang Kai would tell him when it was time. If he refused to say anything now, then it was not time yet. Half a year passed before Yang Kai finally stopped and Wukong hurriedly halted as well. Just as he was going to ask, he felt something, looked up, and his pupils immediately shrank. A massive void filled with warship debris and innumerable dismembered black ink clansmen could be seen in front of them. Wukong even caught a glimpse of a magnificent great pass that was seemingly ripped apart by some overwhelming force. This was a grand battlefield. Wukong quickly came to his senses. This must be a recent battlefield, as the warships seemed familiar to Wukong, like the ones the humans used when he was fighting with the Great Evaluation Army in the Barren Territory. He turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kept his silence before saying, "The battlefield outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. This is where the human race's crusade force first arrived, and where we met our first defeat." Wukong immediately understood, as he had heard about the battle at the primordial heaven source grand restriction too. He just did not expect that he had followed Yang Kai all the way here, traveling for 10 years straight. Yang Kai then pointed forward. "Beyond this battlefield is the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which is also the origin of the Black Ink clan. There, the true body of Mo is sealed." Wukong experienced a startling surge of emotion. The origin of the Black Ink clan was already not a secret. The royal lords, territory lords, feudal lords, and even the Black Ink giant spirit gods were all created by Mo, showing how powerful Mo was. At the end of the late ancient era, the 10 martial ancestors received enlightenment from the world tree to comprehend the open heaven realm. It was under the instructions of the heavenly way. Those 10 were well aware of the dangers Missouri posed, and they worked extremely hard to set up this primordial heaven source grand restriction to seal it. Though they were able to seal Mo, they were unable to completely destroy it. After millions of years, guarding this place, they passed away, one after another, leaving only one in the end. When the human race army arrived here, we met an individual who called himself Kang. It was also through him that the human race learned about the secrets of the past. Unfortunately, Kang also passed away during the battle here. Currently, this place is no longer guarded. Though Mo is still in a deep sleep thanks to the final trick left behind by another master, no one knows when it will awaken. If no one stands guard over this place, no one will be able to stop it, and the 3,000 worlds will be unable to resist. Fortunately, before Kang passed away, he gave me something. And now, I will hand it over to you." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out a finger towards Wu Kuang. Instinctively, Wu Kuang wanted to dodge, but that was impossible in the face of Yang Kai's vastly superior strength. As space principles inundated, he was made immobile. Wu Kuang could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai tapped a golden light onto his forehead with his fingertips. In an instant, Wu Kuang trembled hard and his vision went blank. "Sure, are you still not awake?" Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Although his voice was soft, it rang like a bell in Wu Kuang's head. Following the burst of the golden light that Yang Kai placed on him, memories of the past flooded Wu Kuang. That golden light was actually a piece of Wu Kuang's past life soul, which had preserved all of his memories. Back then, when Kang activated the heaven-devouring battle law in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized it and hit the mark with a single comment. Kang was equally as shocked. After all, an old friend of his created this secret art millions of years ago. However, Yang Kai was able to recognize the heaven-devouring battle law at a glance, which revealed a lot to him. After talking with Yang Kai, Kang learned that there was a man named Wu Kuang in this world who also cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Since then, Kang concluded that Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of his friend, because the heaven-devouring battle law was a secret act created by Shi. For precisely these reasons, Kang offered Yang Kai the part of Shi's soul that the latter had left in his keeping. Yang Kai wasn't aware of what he had been given at the time. Still, a royal lord pursued him all the way to the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon for it. Over the years, Yang Kai had also come to understand the importance of the mission King had given to him before he passed away. Subsequently, he began to inquire about Wu Kuang when he was in the Shattered Heaven, hoping to find him. In the end, by fate, Yang Kai met Wu Kuang in a random great territory, as ordained by heaven's will. Now that he had returned that soul wisp, completing the mission entrusted to him by Kang, Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief while turning to stare at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Though Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of that martial ancestor, he was not sure himself. Before Shi was about to pass away, he sent another piece of his soul away, hoping to be reincarnated, in an effort to find a solution to destroy Mo after his death. After so many years without any news, Kang thought Shi had failed. Now that Wu Kuang was brought back by Yang Kai and given back the preserved bit of Shi's soul, Yang Kai wasn't sure if Wu Kuang would do as Kang wished. The primordial heaven source grand restriction needed to be guarded, otherwise, once Mo woke up, it could not be held captive. The best person to guard this place was none other than Wu Kuang. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that if Wu Kuang was unwilling, he would beat him until he was willing. After all, Wu Kuang was currently not his opponent. So, doing so would not be hard. The soul fragment exploded, and information about Shi filled Wu Kuang's mind, causing his expression to continuously change. Several days later, Wu Kuang regained consciousness and was plainly lost in thought. Rather than the free and unfettered heaven-devouring great emperor, he was now unexpectedly burdened with tremendous responsibility, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After observing him in silence for some time, Yang Kai asked, "Do you now understand everything?" Wu Kuang nodded. Many questions in this life had now been answered, including how he was able to acquire the heaven-devouring battle lore in his dreams when he was a child, and why there were no restrictions when he broke through, even in the open heaven realm. Although he only directly ascended to the 5th order, he felt that he had the potential to reach the 9th order. After he received that bit of soul left by Shi, Wu Kuang now possessed vastly more knowledge than Yang Kai. Now, Wu Kuang couldn't even tell if he was the heaven-devouring great emperor or Shi. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5505, Creation Realm. Now that you understand, you should know the reason why I brought you here, so make a decision. Whether you stay here and guard this place for Kang, or leave this place and be free, Yang Kai commented. Wu Kuang glanced at the azure dragon spear that Yang Kai was playing with and his brow twitched. "If I say no, are you going to stab me to death?" Yang Kai shook his head. "How could I?" "Sure is sure, and you are you. You are both separate individuals. Shu is one of the martial ancestors who guarded the primordial heaven source grand restriction every day with the world in mind. Even when he died, he did so for the human race. He is a true role model. You, on the other hand, are an infamous bandit. Your story is used as a lesson for misbehaving children in the star boundary. I can understand if you say you don't want to stay. Considering that guarding this place is not a matter of a day or two, but a matter of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not everyone can endure such solitude. Even as young Kai spoke such words though, the azure dragon spear glinted an icy light. Sneering, Wu Kuang said, "Stop speaking nonsense. It took you more than 10 years to bring me here. I'm afraid that if I say one wrong word, I'll die on the spot." "You misunderstand me deeply," Yang Kai stated firmly. Yang Kai received a cold snort in response before Wu Kuang turned and glanced in the direction of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, "But there is no need for you to threaten me. I will guard this place from now on." Yang Kai raised his brow. "This matter is not forced on you." Wu Kuang shook his head and said, "I'm not forced. If I did not want to, I would rather you kill me than stay. This is my own choice." With a serious expression, Yang Kai retrieved the azure dragon spear and lowered his head to Wu Kuang. "Senior is indeed kind and understanding. This Yang Kai would like to thank Senior on behalf of the 3,000 worlds and Kang. If Mo can be destroyed in the future, much credit will belong to Senior." Wu Kuang snorted coldly at his words. When Yang Kai did not need help from him, he would only address him by his name. Now that he had needed help though, he was suddenly a senior. This brat's skin was just too thick. Yang Kai added, "May I ask Senior, why are you willing to endure thousands of years of loneliness to guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction?" Wu Kuang glanced at him, knowing that this brat was still not assured about him. After all, everything was just a verbal promise at this point. When Yang Kai left, he would have the chance to leave this place. Thus, he explained, "Rest assured. Though I am in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, I am still not strong enough. You know more about the characteristics of the heaven-devouring battle law than anyone other than me. The heaven-devouring battle law can help me to greatly enhance my cultivation, and in the vast universe, there is no place I can benefit more from than this primordial heaven source grand restriction." Yang Kai instantly understood, "You're planning to devour the black ink strength here. The black ink strength here is many times denser and purer than in any black ink clansman. If I can consume the black ink strength here, it will be much more beneficial than killing a few feudal lords outside." Wu Kuang laughed wickedly. "Senior, you're indeed wise. Don't pat my ass, it's pointless." Yang Kai continued, "Although Mo is now in a deep slumber, I don't know when it will awaken. Senior is currently only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Are you even strong enough to guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction?" This was a legitimate concern. It was possible that Wu Kuang, who was currently in the 7th Order, wouldn't be able to exert even 1% of the primordial heaven source grand restriction's power. In which case, he might not be able to restrict Mo. Wu Kuang gushed with pride. "Within 3,000 years, this king can ascend to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. As long as Mo does not wake up before then, there will be no problem." Nobody else in this world except for Wu Kuang dared to boast about being able to cross from the 7th Order to the 9th Order in a mere 3,000 years. It was, however, true that Wu Kuang, who cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, could borrow the power of the primordial heaven source grand restriction to rapidly enhance his strength. This was something he was absolutely confident about. Once Wu Kuang really ascended to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, he would be able to somewhat control the primordial heaven source grand restriction. After all, he was not any ordinary master but the reincarnation of Shu. He and his 9 old friends created the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so naturally, he was more familiar with this place than anyone else currently alive. Still, 3,000 years was a steep hurdle to vault. If Wukong found it hard, what more needs to be said about the entire human race? After 3,000 years, even if Wukong ascended to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and completely took control of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, there was still no way to resolve Mo if the human race did not have sufficient strength to fight back and did not find the primordial light. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then, I hope Senior's path in the great martial Dao is as you wish." About the primordial light, Wukong frowned. "Did you ask the burning light and serene glimmer already?" Previously, when he asked about the primordial light, all Yang Kai said was that searching for it wasn't his concern. But now that Wukong obtained that part of Shi's soul, and recalling his current life's experiences, it was no surprise that Wukong guessed that the burning light and serene glimmer had some relationship with the primordial light. "I did." "What did they say?" Yang Kai shook his head. "They couldn't explain it clearly. Right now, the only thing that can be said with certainty is that those two do indeed have some connection to the primordial light. They might be a part of it, but were separated from it somehow. They even did as I asked and tried to fuse together, but it was to no avail. We are still missing a key component." Wukong frowned. The key was missing. If they couldn't find out what the one missing key was, they would never be able to locate the primordial light. Turning his head to look in the direction of primordial heaven source grand restriction, Wukong paused and said, "Do you know why Shi took the risk of reincarnation when he hadn't reached his predestined time of death? If he hadn't done so, with the heaven-devouring battle law, he would still have been able to live on for many years, yet he chose to give that all up." Yang Kai instantly felt more energized. Despite hearing many ancient secrets from Kang, he had never personally lived during that period. He had a slight feeling that he might have learned a big secret when Wukong asked this out of the blue. Immediately, he replied seriously, "Senior, please enlighten me. To eliminate Mo, finding the primordial light is one way." It was just that Shi sensed that the primordial light might not be able to be found, so we could only try the second option. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said in a deeper voice, "To reach the same realm as Mo or surpass it, and crush it with absolute power." Yang Kai was shocked. "What realm is Mo in?" "Mo possesses the power of creation, so it is in the creation realm. This realm is also the realm that Shi and the other 9 had been pursuing, but it is a pity that none were able to achieve it." A little distracted, Yang Kai muttered, "The creation realm." He still remembered that when he and the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm old ancestors visited Kang, they inquired about that realm from him. Kang only chuckled and claimed that he was only in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, just further along that path than others. At that time, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that there might be a higher realm above the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. His guess was now confirmed by Wukong. There was indeed a realm above the Ninth Order realm, which was the creation realm. Being in the creation realm, Mo could create royal lords, territory lords, and even black ink giant spirit gods. This was the might of the creation realm. Back when Mu dove deep into the primordial heaven source grand restriction, she witnessed Mo use hints of power that should only belong to the creation realm. Through that, she knew that its breakthrough to the creation realm was just a matter of time. Due to the characteristics of black ink strength, Mo was born with an innate advantage. So, not long after she returned from inside the grand restriction, she sacrificed her life to the restriction to fortify it, leaving behind one last trump card for Kang to play, which must be the reason why Mo is in deep sleep right now. Wukong recalled the past while seemingly sifting through his new memories. Although Mu was an unparalleled talent, she was still a woman, which made her hesitate and act more conservatively. That trump card she left behind can only temporarily keep Mo in check. It is unable to resolve the issue entirely. Compared to her, Shi chose another approach. To reincarnate? Yang Kai slightly lifted his brow. Wukong gave a nod. Shi and the other 9 used the power of the world tree to reach the open heaven realm, but it was also due to this that they couldn't go beyond the open heaven realm. No matter how high they climbed, they would never surmount the Ninth Order. One needs other means to break this shackle, so Shi chose to reincarnate, hoping to find a way to break through the ninth order in his next life. Is there any chance for Senior to do so now? Young Kai inquired. Wukong smiled and said, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have consistently been the most powerful supreme masters of the human race since ancient times. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm is the limit. Not to mention, I'm only in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm at the moment, making such a breakthrough even more challenging. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, maybe I will discover more when I reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, but for now, my cultivation is just too low. Young Kai was aware that this situation could not be rushed, but finding a way to surpass the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed another option. The Creation Realm. Young Kai couldn't help but yearn for it. Then again, he remembered that the Eighth Order was his limit in this life. To want to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm was already close to impossible, not to mention reaching the Creation Realm. Wukong seemed to have noticed what was going on in his mind, so he turned and asked, you have already reached your limit as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Stop thinking about other nonsense. With a trace of Shi's soul, Wukong gained quite a bit of a senior demeanor. Young Kai only smiled in response, there's always hope. The Universe Furnace. Wukong sneered, innate open heaven pills from the Universe Furnace can indeed help you break through that barrier, but the Universe Furnace is the most mysterious entity in the universe. Nobody knows when it will appear. Let's say it does appear one day, do you think you'll have a place among all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all the cave heavens and paradises? Do keep in mind that the number of open heaven pills that a furnace produces is limited. Young Kai thought secretly in his heart, if the Universe Furnace shows up one day, and the human race manages to obtain its innate open heaven pills, I should be able to take some for my breakthrough. After all, I have always fought with those above my realm. To allow me to ascend to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm is a better choice than any other. The only issue was that the Universe Furnace was nowhere to be found, and no one knew when or where it would appear. Other than the Universe Furnace, there is actually another way, Wukong smirked. Young Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately bowed again. Senior, please enlighten me once more. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5506, Go All Out. Wukong didn't explain the method to him directly. Instead, he said slowly as he recalled, at that time, Kang and the other 9 each had their own accomplishments. Even though Mu was the only female among them, she was undoubtedly the strongest. Due to this, the other 9 were willing to listen and follow her requests. Let's not talk about what the other 9 are skilled at. Do you know what Shi is best at? How would I know anything about something so long ago? Young Kai muttered in his heart, but he kept his expression completely neutral and simply shook his head. Wukong did not intend to keep him waiting and simply explained, Shi was unmatched when it came to developing techniques. Many secret techniques and arts in the 3000 worlds stem from Shi's creations. For example, the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture cultivated by Blood Crow is a semi-finished product created by Shi, one he came up with when trying to develop the heaven-devouring battle law. Therefore, these two are quite similar. Honestly, what Shi was first deducing was the Blood Light scripture. It was after he gained more comprehension that the heaven-devouring battle law was created. Young Kai's heart skipped a beat at those words. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture was a magnificent secret art, one that could refine the blood essence of others for its user to quickly enhance their cultivation. Previously, he also felt that the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture had many similarities with the heaven-devouring battle law. Both had the ability to refine the energy of others, but the heaven-devouring battle law was unquestionably superior as it could devour anything and everything rather than just blood. Young Kai had no doubts about Wukong's claim when he said that Shi was best at deducing and creating secret arts and techniques. After so many years of cultivation, Young Kai had never come across any secret art superior to the heaven-devouring battle law. Although it had certain limitations, which was the challenge of cultivating it without the flawless purifying golden lotus, this drawback did not diminish its power. If even such a secret act could be created by Shi, there was absolutely no doubt in his ability to understand or create other secret arts. Yang Kai understood, she came up with a secret art to break through to the ninth order open heaven realm back then? It's more of a combination of a secret technique and secret art, but yes. Do you want to learn it? Wu Kuang nodded. Of course, Yang Kai responded immediately, yes. Then, I'll teach it to you. Saying so, Wu Kuang stretched out a finger and lightly touched his forehead, just like Yang Kai did before. Yang Kai did not resist. When Wu Kuang's finger met his forehead, an abstruse secret art instantly appeared in his mind and Wu Kuang's voice rang in his ears. This secret art was inspired by the primordial heaven source grand restriction itself. Although it is considered complete, nobody has ever cultivated it to this day, so I'm not sure if it can be successfully used, but if you choose this path, you will have to take responsibility for yourself. Don't hold me accountable if something goes wrong. Yang Kai remained silent as he processed the profundities of this secret art, and eventually, he understood why Wu Kuang had chosen to give it to him. This was because he knew that Yang Kai carried the soul-warming lotus. Though it was not essential for this secret art, it provided great convenience. There might not be anyone who was better qualified than Yang Kai to cultivate this secret art. Realizing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. He thought that if this secret art could help the human race to break through the innate limits of the open heaven realm, it could dramatically increase their strength in short order. There were numerous peak 8th order open heaven realm masters in the many cave heavens and paradises, but they were all stuck there due to their natural limits. If this secret art could be popularized, many 9th order open heaven realm masters could quickly be created. There were only 2 9th orders old ancestors currently, but if there were even a few more, it would not take long before the Black Ink clan that invaded the 3,000 worlds could be driven back. They might even be able to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit gods with just 10 more 9th order masters. However, this dream was simply not meant to be. After all, the first step to cultivating this secret art was a life-threatening gamble. Without the protection of the soul-warming lotus, the risk of simply dying right from the start was extremely high. Even so, Yang Kai again bowed his head. Many thanks, Senior, for enlightening me. After Wu Kuang received his gratitude, he spun around and hurried into the battlefield. From afar, his voice could be heard. If the human race does not defeat the Black Ink clan within 3,000 years, our race will face extinction. Brat, you're on your own now. Yang Kai sighed softly as he watched Wu Kuang's figure vanish into the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Although 3,000 years seemed like a long time, when compared to how long it took for a cultivator to fully mature, it was incredibly short. Nobody could predict what would occur 3,000 years from now, so the only thing the humans could do now was to strive to grow stronger. Soon after, Yang Kai took out a world bead, the one he refined on the way here. It was from the yet-to-be-destroyed universe world, which had its living beings extracted by Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang had no idea what he was doing at that time, trying to refine this universe world. After all, there didn't seem to be a point. Although such a world was falling apart, Yang Kai halted its collapse as he intended to use it as a marker. He could go from one universe world to another by using the world tree as a transit point. If he left this world bead here, he would undoubtedly save years of arduous traveling when he returned in the future. The primordial heaven source grand restriction was a crucial location, and since it was challenging to transmit any news back to the 3,000 worlds from here, leaving a world bead behind in the vicinity would be more convenient for Yang Kai to travel back and forth between in the future. What's more, because this universe world had lost almost all its world force, it gave off barely aura, so it was almost impossible to detect. If Yang Kai had fully restored this universe world, it might attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, which could lead to trouble if they visited this place and found out what was going on. After finding a concealed location, Yang Kai set the world bead down and attempted to use it to link to the world tree. Confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He then turned around. Instead of going back to the old tree, following the direction of the trail of space beacons, he left on his way here. When he was coming here, he left a lot of space beacons along the way, and with them, he could easily find his way back to the void corridor leading to Black Territory. 3 months later, young Kai passed through the spiritless land and the late ancient era battlefield, arriving at the void corridor. It took him more than 10 years to travel one way, but just 3 months to return. This was the benefit of the space beacons. Without stopping though, he continued on. His target was not Black Territory. Several months later, several majestic great passes came into young Kai's vision as he arrived at his destination. The No-Return Pass. This was the 3rd time young Kai came to the No-Return Pass. The first time he visited here was on orders of old ancestor Xiao Xiao to attend the grand ceremony of the Dragon Clan, which helped him to successfully become an ancient dragon. It was also during that time that he completely lost his identity as a human and transformed into a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. The second time was to bring Oyu Yanglai and the group of remnant soldiers to the barren territory. During that time, young Kai had taken out the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor and the Black Ox to fight against the Royal Lord. To this day, the words of the Black Ox, "Go quickly. Nyo Nyo will stop them," still rung in his ears. This was the 3rd time. This time, young Kai came for no other reason than to raise havoc. The No-Return Pass, the only publicly known passage connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the 3000 worlds, was originally guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Now, it had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, who made this place into their central base of operations. When the Black Ink clan and the humans were battling on the barren territory battlefield, it was from here that the Black Ink clan sent reinforcements and supplies, but young Kai put a stop to that after he sealed the territory gate. When he came here last time, young Kai discovered that there were many high-rank Black Ink nests and even more mid-rank Black Ink nests. In the present 3000 worlds and in every great territory, countless Black Ink nests were planted on the many universe worlds. The majority of them were low-rank Black Ink nests, and these nests were capable of devouring the world force of those universe worlds and enveloping them in Black Ink strength. Of course, young Kai could easily destroy a couple low-rank Black Ink nests, but going around to each individual universe world to do so was far too inefficient. Instead, he intended to solve the issue at its roots. There was an intrinsic connection between lower-rank Black Ink nests and the Black Ink nest it was spawned from. The lower-rank nest simply could not survive without the higher-rank nest it belonged to. Subsequently, destroying one high-rank Black Ink nest was far better than squashing 100 low-rank nests. Once a high-rank Black Ink nest was destroyed, the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests spawned from it would all wither and die. Young Kai decided to go all out. His targets this time were those high-rank Black Ink nests. No matter how many mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed, the Black Ink clan could replace them eventually with enough resources. On the other hand, since the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been shut and Mo was now in a deep slumber, the number of high-rank Black Ink nests was fixed. Destroying one high-rank nest would mean there was permanently one less high-rank nest. If all those high-rank Black Ink nests could be destroyed, no new Black Ink clansmen could be born. Of course, young Kai was well aware that this was unrealistic as there was a royal lord guarding the no-return pass. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could easily cause chaos, but to destroy every single high-rank Black Ink nest was impossible. The best he could do was to destroy as many as possible. Outside the no-return pass, numerous great passes could be seen hovering the void. These great passes had been smashed and broken, some were even completely destroyed, all bearing traces of battle between mighty masters. However, many of them were still partially intact. All of these were left behind when the human race army retreated as, due to the incredible mass of each great pass, they could not be stored inside a small universe easily, not even the small universe of an old ancestor. This was humiliating for the human race. Furthermore, many universe fragments were floating outside the no-return pass. Those universe fragments were undoubtedly remnants of universe worlds that had been dragged back here from various locations on the Black Ink battlefield by the Black Ink clan. There were some universe fragments here when young Kai last visited, but there were many more today, which should be the result of the Black Ink clan's action. Whether it was the great passes left by the human race or the many universe fragments though, they were all covered in black ink nests. Countless Black Ink clansmen flooded in and out of these black ink nests, delivering resources that had been mined from various places. The entire no-return pass was bustling. For several days, young Kai kept a quiet vigil but failed to locate the royal lord. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan had lost almost all of their top masters. Every Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master save for 2 had fallen on the barren territory battlefield to bring down all but 2 royal lords. Thanks to the burning light and serene glimmer, 1 more royal lord was dead, so currently, only 1 remained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5507, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Although young Kai did not find any trace of the last remaining royal lord, he was certain that he was in the no-return pass. This was currently the most important location for the Black Ink clan, so where else could their only royal lord be if not standing guard there as a precautionary measure? Is he trying to heal from his injuries? Previously, young Kai summoned the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, who engaged the royal lord in an intense fight. Even though the old ancestor was already dead, what he left behind before he died was enough to help young Kai to hold the royal lord back with the might of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. It was impossible for that royal lord to escape without any injuries. The best way for Black Ink clansmen to heal was to rest inside a Black Ink nest, thus, that royal lord was surely inside his Black Ink nest somewhere, as it had only been some 20 or so years since that fight. That being said, young Kai had no way of ascertaining which Black Ink nest the royal lord was in. After scouting around for days, he could tell that there were over 100 high-rank Black Ink nests here. This was in line with the reports the human race had previously gathered. A sizable number of royal lords came out of the primordial heaven source grand restrictions, but most of them had been killed, at great cost to the human race. When the battle at the primordial heaven source grand restriction ended, only around 100 royal lords were still alive, which matched with the slightly over 100 high-rank Black Ink nests here. Now, nearly all of those royal lords were also dead, but their Black Ink nests had been left behind. These were now ownerless, so if the Black Ink clan were to flourish again in the future, they could use these ownerless Black Ink nests to become royal lords and claim the Black Ink nest for themselves. Every high-rank Black Ink nest that was destroyed was akin to diminishing the chances of a new royal lord coming into existence. After deducing that the royal lord had to be in the midst of tending to his injuries, young Kai began scrutinizing the no-return pass even more closely. It would take a lot of energy to help the royal lord recover, which should be something traceable. Young Kai wanted to locate the royal lord without being noticed, as he didn't want the latter to suddenly pop up when he was in the middle of something. While there were quite a number of Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass, the place was not closely guarded. This made sense though, as the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and the humans were in a desperate situation, so how would any of them come running over here? Furthermore, one had to pass through barren territory to get to the no-return pass. They would need to reopen the territory gate, not forgetting that there was a Black Ink giant spirit god there. Thus, the human race could not easily get here. It would not have crossed the mind of any of the Black Ink clan that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master was just outside the no-return pass and eyeing them closely. Young Kai did not try to rush things. He was about to do something exceedingly important, so he had to be prudent and patient. Time flew by in a flash, and soon, several months had passed. Following young Kai's prolonged observation, he had a fairly good idea about which Black Ink nest the royal lord was in, since a few Black Ink nests were drawing in far more resources compared to the others. The Black Ink clan hauled large amounts of resources into these Black Ink nests every few days. While resources were also brought to the other Black Ink nests, new Black Ink clansmen would also emerge from them at regular intervals. This was true of both the high-rank Black Ink nests and the mid-rank Black Ink nests. Only a few of the high-rank Black Ink nests did not create new Black Ink clansmen. Where did the significant amount of resources go if no new Black Ink Klansmen were being created? Obviously, the resources were being used by a powerful Black Ink Klansman to heal. Young Kai memorized the locations of these high-rank Black Ink nests before he started selecting his targets. He was aware that he might not have many chances to attack, and his first move would be the most successful as the Black Ink clan would not expect an attack from a human race master at this point in time. Thus, the more Black Ink nests he could destroy with his first strike, the better. To accomplish this, young Kai switched hiding spots a few times to observe the dispersion of the Black Ink nests from all sides. After many more days passed, he finally settled on a plan of attack. There was a great pass that was approximately 300,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass. Young Kai did not know exactly which great pass it was, but he chose it because there were 2 high-rank Black Ink nests there. The other remnant great passes had only 1 high-rank Black Ink nest at most, or several mid-rank Black Ink nests instead. He would reap less of a reward by striking those areas. Therefore, as long as he acted swiftly enough, he could at least instantly destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests. Furthermore, there were a few universe fragments near this great pass, and one of them had another high-rank Black Ink nest. If luck was on his side, he could destroy 3 high-rank Black Ink nests with his first strike, along with a few mid-rank Black Ink nests. Since young Kai had decided on his target, he no longer hesitated. He did not have to do any preparations, and he didn't have to sneak in either. With a flicker of space principles, in the blink of an eye, he moved from his hiding spot to the top of that great pass. He had already summoned his Azure Dragon Spear earlier on, and now, he smashed down with it. With his 8th order open heaven realm cultivation, his attack was far from ordinary. As world force swirled, the looming shadow of the spear seemed to shroud the entire Great Pass. Within the Great Pass, numerous Black Ink Klansmen who had only recently emerged from the Black Ink nests and were cultivating with the help of the surrounding Black Ink strength perished. Those who were weaker than feudal lords all died, and even the feudal lords had a hard time defending themselves from the power of that spear. Those that did not die were heavily injured. As for the 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, they exploded and scattered into countless shattered fragments. All of the Black Ink strength that had been stored inside the Black Ink nests burst out as well. From a distance, the Great Pass now looked like 2 enormous Black Ink clouds that were rapidly dispersing into the neighboring space. The moment young Kai's attack succeeded, he rushed to the 3rd high-rank Black Ink nest nearby. At the same time, within a high-rank Black Ink nest inside the no-return pass, a formidable will awakened from a deep slumber and an enormous figure several meters tall lunged towards young Kai. The Royal Lord's reaction had been incredibly fast, far faster than young Kai had expected. The Royal Lord was already approaching him as soon as he landed his first attack. This meant that although the Royal Lord was still injured, it was not a serious wound, otherwise, he would not have been able to react so quickly. A flash of imposing aura locked onto young Kai, and before the Royal Lord even arrived, waves of a powerful divine sense surged towards him. It was clear that the Royal Lord was trying to use his divine sense to suppress young Kai. An ordinary 8th order open heaven realm master would at the very least be stalled by such an attack if he was lucky enough. However, a flash of coldness emerged in young Kai's mind, and that was enough to entirely rid him of that Royal Lord's influence. He did not stop moving, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3rd Black Ink nest. The Royal Lord took this in from afar and roared, "Feeble ant, you court death. I will rip your corpse apart." One look and he could tell that the 8th order open heaven realm master who suddenly appeared in the no-return pass was the one who emerged from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield several decades ago. This was the same one who charged back from the barren territory battlefield and sealed off the territory gate. The memory of young Kai was seared into his mind, as it was rare for a royal lord to suffer this much at the hands of an 8th order open heaven realm master. Over the past few years, the Royal Lord had sent Black Ink clansmen into the Black Ink battlefield to search for signs of young Kai, but sadly, they found nothing. The Royal Lord had no idea that when young Kai escaped from the no-return pass back then, he took Ji Lao San with him through a secret void corridor and returned to Black Territory. Thus, the royal lord thought that Yang Kai was still hiding somewhere on the Black Ink battlefield. He never thought that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would appear yet again and destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests as soon as he did. It even looked as if he was about to destroy a 3rd one. How could the royal lord allow that to happen? The high-rank Black Ink nests at the No-Return Pass were the Black Ink clan's final pillar to rely on. The destruction of any one of them was an unquantifiable loss, as it was not merely the loss of a high-rank Black Ink nest, but the loss of all the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests that were and could be created from it as well. The royal lord had not fully recovered from his injuries yet, but his wounds no longer affected him much. Thus, when he realized who Yang Kai was, he immediately attacked with his powerful divine sense. However, what happened next floored him. The human seemed completely unaffected, and the attack that was supposed to have caught him off guard and injured him did nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was above the 3rd Black Ink nest. He was about to attack, when a Black Ink clansman with a slender, pole-like figure appeared from the Black Ink nest. From his aura, it was clear that he was a territory lord. However, in contrast to a healthy territory lord, this pole-like territory lord's aura was noticeably weak. Yang Kai could even see the wounds on his body that had been left by Dao strengths. Yang Kai immediately realized that this territory lord was injured and had been recovering inside the Black Ink nest. Territory lords also had to remain dormant inside Black Ink nests when they tended to their injuries, but it would not be easy for them to occupy a high-rank Black Ink nest. However, there were a lot of high-rank Black Ink nests in the No-Return Pass that were ownerless, so naturally, this territory lord could enter one. While the pole-like territory lord was not fully recovered, he was still an innate territory lord, and that was enough to pose some challenge to Yang Kai. All he had to do was delay Yang Kai for a short while, and the royal lord would be able to come over to deal with the rest. It was evident that the pole-like territory lord knew this as well, therefore, as soon as he appeared, he lunged straight at Yang Kai. More than one hand was reaching out to Yang Kai. In fact, over a dozen hands were flying towards him. 9 hands grew out on each of the 2 sides of the territory lord's body. The 18 hand seemed to envelope all the surrounding space, like a kind of cage. Faced with this assault, Yang Kai did not retreat and instead charged forward with a flash of coldness in his eyes, unleashing a soul-rending thorn. Yang Kai had long since gotten used to the pain of his soul being torn apart, so his expression did not even twitch as he thrust out his spear. The pole-like territory lord never expected Yang Kai to fight this fervently and launch such a powerful attack right from the start. He was caught off guard and his soul trembled violently as a needle seemed to pierce right through it. Immediately, he was struck by agony. He was heavily injured in the first place and did not have much strength left in him, so now that he was hit by a soul-rending thorn, he lost all ability to fight back. Yang Kai followed his spear and brushed past the territory lord before sending a thrust right into the high-rank Black Ink nest in front of him, a great sun exploding into existence at the point of the spear. After striking this blow, Yang Kai shot into the distance without even sparing a moment to look behind him. The royal lord was about to arrive, and if Yang Kai did not leave now, he might not be able to. Furthermore, he sensed numerous other strong auras awakening in the No-Return Pass. Without a doubt, the Black Ink clansmen who had been recuperating inside the Black Ink nests must have been awakened as well. Not too far behind Yang Kai, the pole-like territory lord's head separated from his body and flew upwards as black blood spewed out from his neck. Once again, the royal lord's divine sense surged forward, and at the same time, a ferocious palm slammed into Yang Kai from behind, causing him to stumble as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, he used the force from this attack to flee even further away. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5508, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Yang Kai intended to use the great sun and moon marks to disrupt the royal lord's aura lock on him, but another thought occurred to him and he swiftly changed his mind. Instead, he dragged his injured self further and further away in an attempt to flee. By using purifying light, he could still use instantaneous movement and escape from the royal lord at a moment's notice. He was no stranger to performing such a feat back when he was under the attack of the sheep-headed royal lord. He had used this very trick to widen the gap between him and his foe, and in the end, he managed to flee into the great sea celestial phenomenon. Today, young Kai succeeded in destroying 3 high-rank black ink nests and killing an innate territory lord along with tens of thousands of lower-rank black ink clansmen, so everything had been worthwhile. However, right now, young Kai was being doggedly chased down by an enraged royal lord. Once the royal lord charged out of the no-return pass, dozens of innate territory lords followed closely behind. These territory lords were mostly injured in some way and had retreated from the 3,000 worlds, planning to rely on the many black ink nests at the no-return pass to recuperate. Unfortunately, these territory lords were slower than the royal lord, and it was only an hour later that they all lost sight of the royal lord and young Kai. They had no choice but to return at that moment. Meanwhile, young Kai wanted nothing more than to gripe about his situation. It was not his first time being hunted down by a royal lord, but at this moment, he had to avoid using purifying light unless absolutely necessary, which meant that he could not shake off his enemy. The distance between them kept getting smaller, and the royal lord continued to launch attack after attack from behind. Each attack was powerful enough to shake the void around them, causing young Kai's body to toss and turn like a rag as more and more injuries piled up. Thankfully, young Kai had thick skin and a tough hide, so he could withstand quite a beating. With the blessing of his dragon vein, these long-range attacks were not enough to cause a fatal injury, otherwise, he would not have been able to hold out this long. In between the attacks, the royal lord did not stop sending wave after wave of divine sense at young Kai to make things even more difficult for the latter. However, with the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, even attacks from a royal lord's divine sense were ineffective against young Kai. And so, young Kai bided his time. He was waiting for the royal lord to lose all patience and utilize his royal lord's secret technique. Young Kai did not know for certain whether or not his opponent would resort to the royal lord's secret technique, as this was not something he could control, so what he was doing right now was gambling. What he needed to do now was to keep taunting his opponent and enrage the latter. The royal lord's secret technique was a fatal move against any human below the 9th order. On the barren territory battlefield, a royal lord had used this exact move to turn Luan and 2 other 8th order open heaven realm masters into black ink disciples. Although that royal lord was severely weakened after using the secret technique and was quickly slaughtered, the black ink clan gained 3 8th order black ink disciples as a result, which then allowed them to revive the black ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land and establish a connection between the barren territory and wind mist territory. It could be said that the royal lord's use of his royal lord's secret technique was one of the most crucial pieces of the puzzle that led to the black ink clan's subsequent invasion of the 3,000 worlds. The royal lord who had been killed was a heroic martyr for the black ink clan. In this particular situation, young Kai did not have to go to any lengths to do anything else. All he had to do was focus on escaping. He had destroyed 3 high-rank black ink nests and killed an innate territory lord, so the royal lord who was trying to hunt him down was hell-bent on killing him. If young Kai could drag this out long enough, there was a decent chance that the royal lord would resort to the royal lord's secret technique. Once the royal lord did that, then it would be young Kai's opportunity to strike back. During the fight outside the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, the sheep-headed royal lord had used his royal lord's secret technique, which heavily weakened his foundation, and that was how young Kai managed to use the sun and moon divine wheel to land a devastating blow on the former before eventually killing him. It was partly luck that led to young Kai's successful killing of that royal lord, as young Kai himself did not know exactly how he managed to do it. Young Kai was not fully confident that he would be able to repeat that feat, but if this royal lord did use his royal lord's secret technique, then even if young Kai failed to kill him, he would still be able to turn it into an equal fight with both sides suffering injuries. Even in that sort of a lose-lose situation, young Kai had the upper hand as he had his dragon vein and the essence of the immortal tree, thus, his restorative abilities were far superior. The royal lord, on the other hand, would have to fall into a deep slumber inside a black ink nest for a long time to recover from grievous wounds. During such a time, young Kai could accomplish a lot in the no-return pass. These were the calculations he made that led to young Kai deciding against using purifying light to block the royal lord's aura before fully escaping. Since he wanted to provoke his opponent, he had to let his opponent see a glimmer of hope yet fail at every turn. This was an incredibly risky choice, as one false move and young Kai might truly end up dying. Still, he was willing to make this bet. The two figures, one the hunter and the other the hunted, traveled further and further away from the no-return pass, headed towards the depths of the black ink battlefield. Even after half a day of chasing, the royal lord still did not show any signs of using his royal lord's secret technique. Perhaps in his eyes, it would not be worth it to take such a huge risk just to hunt down a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Alas, young Kai could not hold out any longer. Young Kai could not completely lose his opponent via conventional methods, as he was not as powerful either. Anyone would fail to hold out for long when being chased down like this. Upon seeing that his opponent was nearly as close to him as he could safely allow, young Kai knew that he might not be able to escape if he did not act now. Thus, he used purifying light and enveloped himself. Instantly, the aura from the royal lord, which had locked onto him, was broken off. With a flash of white light and space principles, young Kai's figure disappeared. The royal lord was stunned by this turn of events, never having expected that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have such a mysterious trick up his sleeve. This explained why the human dared to launch an attack on the no-return pass. It was clear that this tactic of his was his trump card. However, from the looks of it, the royal lord deduced that this technique could not be easily used, otherwise, the human would not have avoided using it until now. The royal lord was fairly quick to react. Even though it was his first time encountering such an occurrence, just as young Kai's figure disappeared, a powerful wave of divine sense surged out and detected the lingering space principles where young Kai had disappeared towards. Following that, the royal lord sensed young Kai's aura in that direction. He was just about to give chase when even that aura suddenly disappeared. Young Kai was only in the 7th Order when he had been chased down by that sheep-headed royal lord, and his mastery of the Tao of space was not as high as it was now. Thus, even when he used purifying light, he could only widen the gap between him and his enemy without being able to completely escape from their perception. Things were different now though. Young Kai was in the 8th Order, and was more than 10 times stronger than he used to be. Cultivating within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon had made him even more proficient in the Tao of space. Now, he no longer had to play any sort of games with a royal lord who was hunting him down. If one use of instantaneous movement was not enough for him to get his opponent off his tail, then he would do it twice. If twice was not enough, then thrice. Based on how strong young Kai was now, as long as he was not struck down in a single blow, or trapped with a heaven-sealing earth-locking array, then not even a royal lord could do anything to him. This was the reason why he had the gall to cause trouble in the no-return pass. The royal lord's divine sense no longer detected any sign of young Kai, and he had no idea how to find him again in this expansive void. He stood still for a moment before his expression changed. He turned back towards the no-return pass before clenching his jaw and growling, "Shit!" The several-meter-high figure instantly turned into a black streak of light as the royal lord shot back towards the no-return pass. He just realized that he might have fallen for what the humans would call a strategy of alluring the tiger away from the mountain. His opponent's trump card was not something that could not easily be used, instead, that human had intentionally not used it to lure him away from the no-return pass. The royal lord assumed that the human had a dragon clan companion. Considering the human strength and the dragon clansmen who had been taken hostage by the Black Ink clan all those years ago, it would be easy enough for the two of them to work together to destroy a few more high-rank Black Ink nests. Anxiety filled the royal lord up as he pushed his speed as high as it could go. At the same time, young Kai was stuffing handfuls of spirit pills into his mouth and refining them. He had suffered some serious injuries during the chase. The royal lord thought that he had a dragon clan companion, which was Ji Lao San, whom Yang Kai had rescued from the no-return pass back then, but the royal lord had no idea that Ji Lao San was not on the Black Ink battlefield anymore. Yang Kai was acting alone. However, it was true that Yang Kai was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yang Kai had prepared two plans during this chase. If the royal lord did become enraged enough to use his royal lord secret technique, then Yang Kai would make sure that neither one of them left without being heavily injured. If the royal lord did not give him the opportunity for that, then he had no choice but to drag his opponent as far out as possible before doubling back to launch another attack. Yang Kai did not intend to let the injuries he suffered be for nothing. By repeatedly using instantaneous movement, Yang Kai was a lot faster than the royal lord. Unfortunately, during his attempt to flee earlier, he could not leave any space beacons behind, or else he would have been able to travel even faster. Still, in less than an hour, Yang Kai could already spot the no-return pass in the distance, but he did not charge over right away. After everything he had done today, all those stationed at the no-return pass had gone onto high alert. The Black Ink clansmen were sweeping the surrounding area and their divine senses, forming a large, invisible web around the no-return pass. Several Black Ink clan squads also patrolled the local space, checking for signs of suspicious activity. Evidently, the loss of 3 high-rank Black Ink nests was hard for the Black Ink clan to stomach. Yang Kai stayed out of the Black Ink clan's surveillance range around the no-return pass and found a secluded spot to sit down and tend to his injuries. He had led the royal lord on a chase that lasted half a day and had arrived back at the no-return pass in just 1 hour. Even going all out, it would take the royal lord at least another 8 hours to return. Yang Kai could use this reprieve to recover from some of his injuries, though he did not have a lot of time to spare and would not be able to recover fully. However, under the circumstances, he would take whatever he could. The stronger he was, the better. I need to find some divine medicines that can rapidly heal injuries. Yang Kai thought to himself. The healing pills he had on hand were the ones he exchanged for military merits back in Great Evolution Pass all those years ago. They were not low quality by any means, but they were not the best there were either. The effects of these healing pills were especially limited when in a time crunch. Yang Kai quieted down as he focused on refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and stimulating his dragon vein to heal the wounds on his body. Within his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus also kept releasing a clear and cool sensation that swiftly restored his damaged soul. He did not dare to waste too much time. For hours later, Yang Kai stood up and turned towards the no-return pass, and with a flash of space principles, he charged forward again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5509, Wheeling Around to Strike Again. Territory lords with varying degrees of injury were standing vigilantly around the no-return pass, their divine senses interlaced together. Half a day earlier, an 8th Order human surprise attack had completely humiliated them. Not only did that human destroy 3 high-rank Black Ink nests, he even killed a territory lord as well. Their royal lord had personally chased after the attacker, but they did not know what the situation was like over there. That being said, they all believed that there was very little chance for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to survive. After all, there was a huge disparity between an 8th Order human and a royal lord. Right now, what they were wary of was the possibility of that human having a partner. The royal lord was preoccupied elsewhere, and even though there were a large number of territory lords at the no-return pass, 80% of them were those who had returned from the 3,000 worlds to recuperate. Less than 10 territory lords here were uninjured. They could very well suffer a serious loss if a large number of human masters attacked them now. Yet, after waiting around for half the day and seeing no sign of any incoming attack, the territory lords let their guards down for the most part. After all, the Black Ink clan had taken control of the no-return pass and the humans had long since retreated to the 3,000 worlds. It was unlikely for a large number of human race masters to appear. Some of the more heavily injured territory lords had already returned to the black ink nests to continue slumbering away in recovery. The remaining territory lords were still standing guard, but they were not as vigilant as they were at the beginning. Just then, a familiar aura suddenly appeared in their midst. The territory lords were alarmed as they quickly turned in that direction. One look and they saw a human figure manifest out of the blue above a high-rank black ink nest as a great sun rose into the sky. A ferocious aura of destruction burst forth. The territory lords dashed over at once to attack. The human had somehow managed to evade the royal lord's chase. Not only did he not die, but he even wheeled around to attack once more and destroy yet another high-rank black ink nest. By the time the territory lords rushed to that high-rank black ink nest, there was no longer any sign of their enemy. Once the great sun exploded, the human Eighth Order master that had popped out of nowhere disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the remains of a high-rank black ink nest that had been shattered to pieces and a territory lord who was in a terrible state. This territory lord had been sleeping inside the black ink nest earlier to recuperate, and although his life was not in any danger right now, he had already been heavily injured, and after getting caught in Yang Kai's attack, his wounds became much more severe. He appeared after the black ink nest was destroyed, and right now, he looked as if he was in a state of shock, though he was secretly thankful for being lucky enough to survive. The territory lords were infuriated. They could not believe how arrogant that human was for daring to return even though there were so many of them standing guard. He was clearly disdaining them all. They started wondering where their royal lord was, as he had chased after the human, but the human had returned while the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Alas, before they could figure things out, the same aura erupted from a different direction. Nearly all of the territory lords had gathered in front of the black ink nest that Yang Kai had just destroyed, which meant that the other areas were barely protected at all. Yang Kai had originally intended to attack just once and leave, but with such a good opportunity in front of him, he could not resist showing himself again. Just as he did before, he used Golden Crow casts the sun, and a great sun rose and crashed down onto another high-rank black ink nest. This attack turned the black ink nest into nothing but dust, and a host of black ink clansmen who were in the vicinity died as well. A large crowd of territory lords swiftly began rushing over to the newly destroyed black ink nest, but one of them was quick-witted enough to realize what was happening, and he roared, "Spread out quickly! Protect all the black ink nests!" They could not let themselves be dragged around by the nose like this. Their opponent could disappear and reappear on a whim, so even though they had the numerical advantage, their opponent showed no intention of engaging them in a fight. It was clear what this human was trying to do. He wanted to destroy all the high-rank black ink nests. Thanks to this warning, the territory lords quickly realized what was going on and immediately separated into different areas to guard all the high-rank black ink nests. Thus, Yang Kai could not strike as easily as he did earlier. As long as a single territory lord kept him occupied long enough, more could rush over and join the fight. After destroying the second high-rank black ink nest, Yang Kai wanted to back off and leave right away, but when he saw that the territory lords did not come after him and had, instead, scattered to guard the other high-rank black ink nests, he no longer felt rushed to escape. He simply remained standing where he was and observed them in silence. The territory lord who had spoken earlier noticed this, and his expression turned grim as well. This human was behaving far too arrogantly, and it was beyond what these territory lords could bear. His divine sense flickered as he communicated with those around him, and all at once, a number of territory lords rushed into action and charged towards Yang Kai. Half a day ago, they witnessed how Yang Kai appeared at the no-return pass and killed off a territory lord with just a single spear thrust, so they knew that this human was incredibly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that any of them could hold their ground against him. Furthermore, this human even managed to escape from a royal lord's pursuit, leaving the latter who knows where. They knew that Yang Kai was no ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master. He had to be one of the strongest human masters in that realm. Thus, the territory lords were joining forces because they feared their opponent. When young Kai saw the group of territory lords rushing over, he secretly praised the territory lord who had taken charge for coming up with an appropriate strategy. If they simply grouped together without thinking things through, then the high-rank black ink nests at the no-return pass would be left unguarded and undoubtedly suffer unimaginable damage. However, the territory lords had split up to guard different areas now and had even organized a group to subdue him. This was the optimal course of action for them. Young Kai's situation was less than ideal. He was fairly injured after being chased down by the royal lord for half a day, and although he got to recuperate for 4 hours or so, he was only able to slightly restore himself. It would be hard for him to take on a single innate territory lord who was at full strength, let alone a group of them, unless he used more soul-rending thorns. However, young Kai was not a reckless individual. Since he could not take these enemies on, he chose to avoid them instead. Young Kai's eyes searched around before landing in a specific direction. It was the direction of the first black ink nest he destroyed when he appeared earlier. He raised his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear before smiling in that direction. While it was true that the high-rank black ink nest had already been destroyed, a severely injured territory lord remained there. This territory lord was the unlucky one who had been recuperating inside the black ink nest and ended up getting caught in young Kai's attack. His injuries, which had taken a turn for the better at first, had now worsened instead. Thus, he was currently in a rueful mood. All of a sudden, a piercing aura locked onto him from afar, and the territory lord looked up, only to see young Kai flashing him a wicked grin. Damn it! The territory lord became alarmed. Naturally, he knew that he had become a target. He was now severely injured and could barely use half his strength. If this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had set his eyes on him, then he had no way of fighting back, so his immediate thought was to request help from his fellow Black Ink clansmen. However, after looking around, he realized that the other territory lords who had gathered near him earlier had all scattered off to defend the various high-rank Black Ink nests, leaving him all alone. The territory lord was in anguish. He felt as if nothing had gone right for him ever since he walked out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. In the next instant, young Kai appeared in front of the injured territory lord, and his azure dragon spear pierced straight into the latter's head. Young Kai had been prepared to use a soul-rending thorn, as he was not in a situation to waste much time. Not only would the royal lord return at any moment now, but there were also a large number of territory lords in the no-return pass eager to kill him. He had to kill this territory lord at once before fleeing. However, even as his azure dragon spear pierced through the top of the territory lord's head, the territory lord did not react at all. Young Kai deduced that it had to be because his opponent's injuries were too severe, which saved him the need to use a soul-rending thorn. By the time a group of territory lords rushed back to this place, there was nothing but a headless corpse with black blood spurting out. These territory lords were crushed by what they saw. They were overcome with a crippling sense of humiliation and felt extremely despondent. It was not just them, as all the other territory lords felt the same. Once again, scores of divine senses surged out from the no-return pass, guarding against young Kai, but they no longer detected any trace of that human. After a half cup of tea's time, the royal lord who had given chase earlier finally returned, and the territory lords who had been in a heightened state of anxiety the whole time could finally relax. The royal lord naturally saw that something happened at the no-return pass, as it had not been in this state when he left. His eye swept over the place and he quickly assessed the damage. 2 more high-rank black ink nests had been destroyed, and a territory lord had been killed as well. He did figure out that young Kai lured him away on purpose, so he knew that there would be another attack on the no-return pass, but he still could not accept such an outcome. Clenching his jaw, he roared, "Search everywhere. I don't care how many sacrifices need to be made, just find me that human. I must shred his corpse into 10,000 pieces." With the order given, Black Ink clan squads began charging out of the no-return pass, heading out in all directions towards the Black Ink battlefield. Even the majority of the territory lords were deployed as well. Most of the territory lords who were injured wanted to bemoan their fate. They retreated from the 3,000 worlds because they needed to recuperate here, yet this was what they were faced with now. Not only did they not get to recover from their injuries, but they even had to risk their lives in a search for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. They would have just stayed behind in the 3,000 worlds if they had known that this would be the case. Still, seeing that even the Royal Lord was actively guarding the no-return pass instead of returning to his black ink nest to recover, none of them dared to voice their complaints and simply did as they were told. By now, young Kai had already fled far away. He was aware that after everything he did, the no-return pass would become heavily guarded, and a great number of the Black Ink clansmen would come looking for him. He did not mind seizing this chance to kill off a few more Black Ink clansmen, but right now, it was more important for him to tend to his injuries. Thus, he continued fleeing at full speed for half a month before he finally located a dead universe world deep within the Black Ink battlefield. He made his way into it and opened a temporary cave mansion for himself. After setting up a series of simple arrays to conceal his aura, young Kai finally felt at ease enough to sit down. Even though young Kai sorely wished to destroy every single one of the high-rank Black Ink nests, he knew that was not a very realistic thought, unless he could somehow become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As someone only in the 8th Order, if he attacked one too many times, it was bound to backfire on him at some point and he would fail miserably at his goal. After all, if one walked by the river frequently enough, their shoes would eventually get wet. His first strike had been the most rewarding as the Black Ink clan had been taken by surprise. All in all, young Kai had destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests and killed 2 innate territory lords, so he was pretty satisfied with the results of his efforts. It would not be this easy for him to launch another attack. In fact, young Kai could not even be certain whether or not he would have the chance to take action again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5510, Who Did It? It was not something that young Kai cared all that much about, though. While it would be good if he had the chance to strike again, he could simply return to the 3,000 worlds if he did not. After all, he had the secret void corridor, which had served him well the past few years. What he needed to do now was focus on his recovery. As young Kai lay low, the Black Ink clan went on a frenzied search for him all across the Black Ink battlefield, but in the end, they failed to find any trace of him. The Royal Lord was filled with pent-up fury and frustration. He had full knowledge of an enemy who was eyeing the no-return pass, and he knew full well that this enemy of his was not his equal in battle, but he could not find where this enemy was hiding, pushing him into a constant state of simmering rage. The existence of that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master made him feel as if he had a sword hanging over his head, one that could fall at any moment. As a result of this incident, all of the territory lords, as well as the Royal Lord himself, feared entering into a deep sleep to recuperate. They had to put up with their injuries and remain on guard. 6 months after young Kai destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests, the Human Race Army Supreme Headquarters, in a great territory which connected to the star boundary, had compiled reports from various great territories. This particular great territory previously did not even have a name of its own on the universe chart and was simply identified with the code EUA-39. Numerous great territories like this one existed among the 3,000 worlds. These nameless great territories were usually those where the martial Tao had not matured much or did not possess any resources worth exploiting. Even though they were often home to several universe worlds, the cultivators in those places could not free themselves from the shackles of their universe worlds and venture out into the outer universe. Some of these great territories were even completely uninhabited. This had been the case for the great territory where the star boundary was, but due to the star boundary soaring fame, along with the fact that the most powerful sect in the star boundary was High Heaven Palace, the great territory was at one point renamed High Heaven Territory. It had been several dozen years since the Black Ink clan opened the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory and invaded the 3,000 worlds. The Human Race Army had retreated from Barren Territory under the orders of Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 surviving 9th Order old ancestors. The armies were then broken up and squads were sent to the various great territories to organize the mass evacuation. By now, the humans had all retreated and migrated as planned. With the help of the human army, most of the great forces arrived safely in high heaven territory. However, significant losses were suffered along the way too. An example of this would be the Swallowing Seas territory. If it had not been for Yang Kai's intervention back then, all of the cultivators from the entire great territory might have been lost. Some evacuation fleets encountered Black Ink clan armies along the way and were either besieged or eliminated. Even now, some human refugees had been delayed for various reasons and were still making their way to High Heaven territory, but the overall situation had been stabilized. The human race army was now deployed in a dozen great territories around High Heaven territory to battle against the Black Ink clan army. Big and small clashes occurred constantly with the humans and the Black Ink clan army, both suffering casualties at an alarming rate. Many of the humans' finest elites now fought in these great territories, doing their best to hold the line and push back the enemy. Since Territory E30 neighbored the star boundary and was the only way into High Heaven territory from the wider 3,000 worlds, the human race army turned it into their final stronghold in the war against the Black Ink clan. Thus, the Army Supreme headquarters was set up in one of the universe worlds in this great territory. The human race had never had a Supreme headquarters before, as on the Black Ink battlefield, each of the great passes functioned essentially independently. No one held overall command. In fact, even in the individual great passes, the East, South, West, and North armies all had their respective army headquarters. However, in the present situation, the human race could no longer afford to work separately. They had to establish a place where the entire strategic situation could be overseen and general orders could be issued. This was how the Supreme headquarters came to be. There was a single Supreme Commander and over a dozen Deputy Supreme Commanders at the Supreme Headquarters, all of them the most elite 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, holding positions above the individual army commanders. As old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were preoccupied with tying down the Black Ink giant spirit god, they could not pay attention to anything else. Therefore, the over dozen or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acted as the heads of the human race army. The strategies to be used in the fight against the Black Ink clan, the changes to the defense lines, the assignment of the soldiers, everything was coordinated through the Supreme Headquarters. Song Shan, originally the army commander of the Great Evolution Army's Eastern Army, was now a Deputy Supreme Commander, and Mi Jinglun had assumed the role of Supreme Commander. On this particular day, the dozen or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered to discuss the current state of the war. After a lengthy discussion, they came up with a new set of plans to implement. Song Shan glanced around at everyone. If there's nothing else, then we can adjourn now. These 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not just remain in this place. They were elites among the 8th Order, so they would still head out to fight the Black Ink clans now and again. However, for the most part, the majority of them remained on duty at the Supreme Headquarters so that they could quickly formulate strategies whenever a crisis cropped up. Just recently, Song Shan received a report that a territory lord had separated from the rest of the Black Ink clan army in one of the neighboring great territories. Thus, he had been working out a way to kill this territory lord. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike, so if there was nothing else that needed to be discussed, he wanted to get on with it. The other Deputy Supreme Commanders were quiet as they had nothing to discuss, but Mi Jinglun suddenly raised his hand. Please hold on, everyone. I've recently received a rather intriguing report. Please have a look. Bolts of light whizzed out of his raised hand. Jade slips soon landed in each of their hands as one of them queried with his eyebrow and commented, "A series of Black Ink nests self-destructed?" The Jade slip had a record of multiple reports from various great territories about the sudden collapse of numerous Black Ink nests. Most of these Black Ink nests were low-rank Black Ink nests, but there were a few mid-rank Black Ink nests among them as well. A fairly significant number of them had collapsed throughout over 100 different great territories. Song Shan was taken aback, looked up, and asked, "When did you get these reports?" 10 days ago, Mi Jinglun replied. All of the deputy supreme commanders had important tasks of their own, while Mi Jinglun was in charge of gathering intelligence and reports. He was the first to know of any news that was transmitted back to the supreme headquarters. Is this information reliable? One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. Mi Jinglun nodded, En. Some of these incidents were spotted by hunters roaming through the Great Territories under the Black Ink clan's control, while some were even discovered from the dozen frontline Great Territories. We can't confirm the ones in the Great Territories that fully belong to the Black Ink clan, but I've sent people to check the dozen frontline Great Territories, and they've verified the reports. The hunters that he mentioned were those who had formed squads to sneak into the Great Territories under the Black Ink clan's control to hunt and kill Black Ink clansmen. Some of these hunters were the remnants of the various army squads that previously existed, but most of them were also formed by cultivators from the various second-class great forces. Cultivators from the second-class great forces had never taken part in large-scale wars before, and few of them were used to fighting in a structured army. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters decided to just leave them be. The cave heavens and paradises no longer restricted the second-class great forces, and many of the masters from those great forces had ascended to the Seventh Order. Thanks to the existence of the hunters, the Black Ink clan suffered noteworthy losses every year. However, hunters generally worked in small groups no bigger than an army squad, or a dozen or so people, which meant that it was extremely dangerous for them if they ran into a real Black Ink clan army. At the same time, being few in number meant they could move about more freely and stealthily, so there were pros and cons. The hunters mostly traveled through the great territories that the Black Ink clan had seized, and 6 months ago, a number of hunters reported witnessing many Black Ink nests in various universe worlds all of a sudden began to wither and die. At the same time, the same thing had happened in the dozen frontline great territories where the main human and Black Ink clan armies were clashing. Quite a few soldiers had seen massive Black Ink nests falling apart for no apparent reason. As Supreme Commander of the human army, Mi Jinglun was always kept up to date on the latest intelligence, so no one doubted his words. One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' eyes brightened. Do we have a count of how many Black Ink nests were self-destructed? How many low-rank ones and how many mid-rank ones? For now, we've confirmed 637 low-rank Black Ink nests and 13 mid-rank Black Ink nests have withered, Mi Jinglun replied. However, this is only what we have found, and what we can find is only the tip of the iceberg. There were obviously a lot more Black Ink nests that had been destroyed than the ones the humans could discover. Mi Jinglun looked around at everyone. I'm sure you all know what this implies. It would not be a big deal if a few low-rank Black Ink nests self-destructed. That would only mean that a mid-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed somewhere. However, if multiple mid-rank Black Ink nests had self-destructed as well, then the information gleaned from this news was a lot more significant. Songshan spoke up quietly. We have not found any high-rank Black Ink nests on any of the battlefields, which is why we deduced that the Black Ink clan left their high-rank Black Ink nests back at the no-return pass. The Black Ink clan would consider the no-return pass to be a very safe location, as we humans are too busy defending ourselves to attack it. No one would head off to the no-return pass to try and mess with them, but from the looks of it now, someone did just that and even succeeded in destroying a high-rank Black Ink nest at the no-return pass. That's why the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests self-destructed. But who is this person? Although we have no way of confirming the situation at the no-return pass, based on what Brother Ouyang said back then, there is a royal lord who is standing guard there. No ordinary person can stir up trouble right under a royal lord's nose, Mi Jinglun declared. Ouyang was with Yang Kai when they returned through the no-return pass to the Barren Territory, which meant that Ouyang knew the situation at the no-return pass better than anyone in this room. He had naturally told Mi Jinglun about what he knew. Could it be that one of the two old ancestors made a move? One of the Eighth Order Masters suggested. Someone else shook his head and refuted that possibility. The two old ancestors are currently busy subduing the Black Ink giant spirit god. They can't go anywhere else, so they wouldn't have gone to the no-return pass. If they did, it would have meant that they defeated the black ink giant spirit god, and we would have heard about it if that was the case. The crowd continued making various guesses, but they had no way of verifying any of them. Based on the reports they had, they could only figure out that at least one high-rank black ink nest at the no-return pass must have been destroyed. That would explain why many mid-rank black ink nests and low-rank black ink nests self-destructed. That being said, they had no way of knowing who did this, or even if it was just one person or a whole team of people. All of a sudden, Song looked over at Mi Jinglun. Their eyes met, and they could easily tell what the other was thinking. Could it be that brat's doing? They could not think of anyone who could accomplish such a feat, but if it was that brat, then perhaps it might be possible. Immediately, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked, "Brother Song, who is this a brat you speak of? Who do you believe is capable of doing this?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:11, Wreaking Havoc One Last Time. Song did not leave them guessing as he answered, "Yang Kai. I'm sure you've heard his name before." Everyone nodded in realization. One of them piped up, "I heard that he's now in the 8th Order, right?" Mi Jinglun nodded, "That's right. Yang Kai is now in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. He's also the reason why Brother Ou Yang Lai and his group were able to return from the Black Ink battlefield." The one who spoke up earlier continued, "Even if he's now in the 8th Order, he has only just recently ascended. There's a royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass, not to mention countless territory lords as well. How could he do such a thing all by himself?" Although this person who spoke knew of Yang Kai and heard about his past exploits, he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai, so it was not surprising for him to feel doubtful. He's no ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He can easily slaughter innate territory lords, and he's definitely stronger, not weaker than any of you here, Mi Jinglun thought to himself. Ou Yang Lai had told Mi Jinglun some astonishing things, but as this information involved other matters as well, Mi Jinglun had classified the reports to prevent information leaks. Not many people knew of these things now, especially regarding just how strong Yang Kai was. This was a way of protecting Yang Kai to prevent him from getting exposed to the Black Ink clan and being targeted as a result. However, judging by what was happening now, even though Mi Jinglun wanted to protect Yang Kai was not someone who would keep a low profile. He has already run off to the no-return pass and destroyed high-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clan surely view him as their highest priority target. After a moment of silence, Mi Jinglun said, "Perhaps it might be hard for him to accomplish this alone, but there's something you shouldn't forget, everyone. Even if he's acting alone, it doesn't mean he doesn't have help. The Small Stone Race Army." One of the 8th Order Masters exclaimed in realization. Mi Jinglun nodded, "Exactly. Previously, Yang Kai traveled to various great territories and refined numerous universe worlds. He even gave out a lot of small stone race soldiers to the cultivators in those great territories for protection, which proved to be a massive boon. Without those small stone race soldiers, many more cultivators retreating from the various great territories would have died. According to my calculations, Yang Kai gave out at least 40 million small stone race soldiers, including nearly 100 who had the raw strength of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even though it was not the first time these commanders heard about this, they still could not help but feel thunderstruck when Mi Jinglun brought it up again. 40 million from the small stone race. Nearly 100 on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even more that are on par with the 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were all curious as to how Yang Kai cultivated so many small stone race soldiers, creating a massive and powerful army all on his own. They had already investigated the origins of the small stone race and learned they were a unique species of living beings that came from a certain universe world in the new Great Territory, which was adjacent to High Heaven Territory. They were only found in that small universe world. In fact, there was no trace of the small stone race anywhere else. However, they had also studied the small stone race there, discovering that they were not fully sentient and quite weak as well. When compared to the massive small stone race soldiers that young Kai gave away, it was as if they belonged to completely separate races. Less than half of those 40 million small stone race soldiers remained now, the rest had died in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Even so, for the humans, the 20 million strong small stone race army provided indispensable strength in battle. This was especially the case because the small stone race was not susceptible to the corruption of Black Ink's strength. When in battle, they fought valiantly with no fear of death. These characteristics greatly benefited the human army in battle against the Black Ink clan. As of now, the small stone race had made a name for itself across all the various battlefields, and the humans had also found a way to control and command them. While this method had not been perfected yet, it was still a lot better than before. It was no longer the same as the way it was last time when people would simply summon small stone race soldiers and have them freely battle the enemy. Under the original circumstances, once these released small stone soldiers killed off all the Black Ink clansmen, if they were not collected quickly, they would begin fighting among themselves or simply run away, which made things rather awkward. The human race's failure to command the small stone race partly contributed to the 40 million strong small stone race army's heavy casualties. Once the humans figured out how to control them though, the loss rate decreased significantly. Since young Kai could give away 40 million of them, it meant that he still had some on hand. Given his abilities, and with the help of a large number of small stone race soldiers, it was not necessarily impossible for him to destroy a few high-ranked Black Ink nests at the no-return pass. Right now, the humans had only barely managed to set up a defense perimeter. They drew in all the forces they had and focused on the fight against the Black Ink clan on a dozen different battlefields, but they could only defend themselves, not having sufficient leeway to launch a counterattack. However, young Kai was able to wreak havoc at the no-return pass all by himself. When comparing themselves to him, these veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt somewhat embarrassed. What a shame! Someone sighed. It was a shame that young Kai had become a 5th Order Master back then. Even though he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, increasing his innate limit to the 8th Order, that was still his limit. It would be hard for him to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no sign of the universe furnace, and no one knew when it would show up. Even if it did, chances were it would lead to an even more frenzied bloodshed, as the Black Ink clan would not let the humans get their hands on the innate open heaven pills easily. That brat! Why wasn't he born into a cave heaven or a paradise? Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master remarked lamentably. Back then, it had been clear that young Kai could directly ascend to the 7th Order, but in the end, he was forced to become a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Everyone knew the reasons behind this situation. From the looks of it now, the attempt to suppress him back then was a grave mistake, but when considering the cave heavens and paradise's unspoken rules, they simply had no choice. Naturally, it was also partly due to the selfish motives of certain people. Still, if young Kai had come from a cave heaven or a paradise, who would have tried to keep him down? Quite the contrary, they would have showered him with resources to allow him to quickly reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Based on his rate of cultivation, if he had directly broken through to the 7th Order back then, he might have already reached the peak of the 8th Order by now and be set to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the near future. He would surely achieve great things the moment he became a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Song Shan gently rapped his knuckles on the table. There's no point looking back in hindsight now. Why did you bring this up, brother Mi? Mi Jinglun wore a serious expression as he commented, when young Kai was with the Great Evolution Army, I interacted with him many times. No ordinary cultivator can compare to him. He is a hero who has done many services for the human race. Without him, we wouldn't have purifying light, or purifying Black Ink battleships, or purifying Black Ink pills. Now that he's alone at the no-return pass, what I want to ask is, should we send help over to him? After a pause, Mi Jinglun added, that boy simply does not know the meaning of the word restraint, so he definitely won't stop. I'm afraid that if something happens to him, we might lose an essential talent. Help him? How are we going to do that? Furthermore, all of our front lines on the battlefield are barely holding on as it is. We can only manage to defend ourselves, so how can we pull a significant force off our lines to send over to him? An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately refuted Mi Jinglun's idea. He was not trying to go against Mi Jinglun on purpose, just stating the reality of their situation. The human race's defense lines had shrunk to a dozen great territories, but their situation still did not look too good either. Many of the others nodded in agreement. Someone spoke up and said, if we want to help an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him, we would have to reassign several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but each 8th Order Master is indispensable on the current battlefield. Where would we pull them from? Mi Jinglun stayed silent for a moment before saying quietly, if we can't reassign anyone given our current defense perimeter, then why don't we give up one of the battlefields? Everyone's jaws dropped at his words, and the one who spoke earlier stared at Mi Jinglun in disbelief. Brother Mi, do you think the safety of Yangkai is more important than the loss of an entire battlefield? Countless soldiers had shed blood to hold every single one of the dozen great territories. The front lines were formed from their sacrifices and could not be given up so easily. Mi Jinglun's suggestion shocked everyone to the core. Mi Jinglun shook his head. Giving up one of the great territory battlefields doesn't imply that Yangkai is more important than them. However, we don't have enough manpower to maintain all of our current battlefields as it is. If we give up on one, we will reduce the pressure we are under. Also, everyone, don't forget that Yangkai is the only one who can use purifying light. The 8th Order Masters fell silent, and moments later, the air was filled with divine senses as they began discussing among themselves. Song Shan gave Mi Jinglun a somewhat helpless glance. This had started as an ordinary conference, but Mi Jinglun was now suggesting that they abandon one of the battlefields. This was no small issue. If they did decide to do this, it would cause a lot of disapproval and dissatisfaction. So many soldiers had died in battle, each of them someone's brother or sister from the same sect. Who among the living did not yearn to avenge these deaths? Who among them was willing to retreat? Even though they would still be heading into battle against the Black Ink clan on a different battlefield, it was not the same. If things didn't go well today, Mi Jinglun would become a target of everyone's anger and reproach. At this moment, Song Shan sorely missed the purifying light that Yangkai had. The human race were having a hard time maintaining their current lines partially because of the lack of purifying light. The human race had nearly exhausted all the purifying light they had, with the little they had retained stored up inside just a few purifying black ink battleships. The Supreme Headquarters had set aside this supply of purifying light for special purposes, such as an army commander or other critically important characters being corrupted by black ink strength. They did not have the leisure to use it for day-to-day situations. Although purifying black ink pills could purge black ink strength when a person had not been fully corrupted, the efficacy paled in comparison to purifying light. Because of this, it felt as if the humans had their hands tied when fighting against the Black Ink clan. You brat! Since you're not dead, hurry back and create more purifying light. Why are you messing around at the no-return pass? Meanwhile, on the Black Ink battlefield, Yangkai snuck over and was now hiding outside the no-return pass. It had been 6 months since the day he destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests. He had fully recovered from his injuries by now, but upon returning to the no-return pass, he saw that it was still heavily guarded. Along the way, he encountered countless Black Ink clan search teams with many feudal lords and even a number of territory lords patrolling around, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings. The Black Ink clan is being too cautious. Yangkai grumbled to himself. What he did not know was that after the chaos he caused at the no-return pass earlier on, the royal lord flew into an absolute rage. It was not just the territory lords, but even he who was standing guard at the no-return pass, not daring to enter a black ink nest to recover from his injuries because he had to constantly be on alert in case young Kai launched another sneak attack. The Black Ink clan's caution made things difficult for young Kai. Originally, he wanted to attack a few more times and destroy as many high-rank Black Ink nests as possible, but from what he was seeing now, this was probably the last time he could act. In that case, let's raise some real havoc one last time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:12, bold. Now that young Kai had made his mind up, he scanned through the no-return pass to find his target. Soon, he zeroed in on a high-rank Black Ink nest on the right side of the no-return pass. Despite not seeing any sign of the Royal Lord or detecting the latter's aura, young Kai knew that the Royal Lord had to be hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show up. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, he would be on the receiving end of the Royal Lord's counterattack. However, there was an obstacle in his path this time around. The Black Ink clan had not been on their toes when he attacked the last time. That was how he could easily destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests with just one strike. This time, the territory lords had spread out to guard the various Black Ink nests. No matter where young Kai showed up, he would immediately encounter a territory lord standing in his way. He chose the high-rank Black Ink nest on the right side of the no-return pass because the territory lord who was guarding that area looked quite worn out. Even his aura was unstable. He's heavily injured, which means he's an easy target. Most of the territory lords at the no-return pass were injured in some way or another. Young Kai deduced that they had retreated from the battlefields in the 3,000 worlds. He did not study them closely the last time he was here, but after observing them this time, he confirmed his inference. The Black Ink clan had managed to reopen the territory gate to the Barren territory, which he had sealed up back then. At the time, young Kai thought that he could cut off the Black Ink clan's supply lines entirely by simply blocking the portal. Later on, he realized that he had been wrong about that. The Black Ink clan had a way of reopening the sealed territory gates, but it would take some time and they would have to pay a heavy price to do so. To young Kai, this was not entirely bad news. Since the portal was open, it provided another escape route for him to take. If he made his way through the territory gate, the Royal Lord would not dare to chase after him quite so readily. Young Kai did not need to test the waters with anything else. Launching a swift and direct attack was the best choice under the circumstances. With that thought in mind, young Kai manipulated space principles and in an instant, he was above the high-rank Black Ink nest, and with a forceful thrust of the Azure Dragon Spear, he stabbed right at the territory lord who was standing guard here. Young Kai also immediately used a soul-rending thorn for good measure. Soul-rending thorns were incredibly effective against the heavily injured territory lords around the no-return pass, as young Kai had found when he had a taste of the sweet victory the last time he was here, so he was not stingy this time. All he had to do was sacrifice a small piece of his soul, which was something he could bear. This territory lord was unlucky. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had severely injured him when he was on the front lines of the war, thus, he had no choice but to retreat to the no-return pass to recuperate. However, after only getting to rest for a few days, young Kai had rushed in and raised hell. The Royal Lord had given the order and this territory lord no longer had the chance to recuperate. He had to keep watch over the area assigned to him in case that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master launched another attack. Half a year had passed and after seeing no signs of the human, this territory lord had become less vigilant. Furthermore, he was quite severely injured. At this moment, he was refining the Black Ink strength that drifted out from the Black Ink nest to slowly tend to his injuries. It was not particularly effective, but it was better than nothing. When space rippled around him and young Kai's spear came crashing down, the territory lord could not react immediately as his injury-laden body numbed his ability to sense danger. The next instant, it felt as if a needle had pierced into his head and an agonizing pain coursed through his whole body, causing him to shudder violently and almost knocked him unconscious. The sharp spear grew increasingly larger in his vision as the territory lord wanted to defend himself, but try as he might, he could not draw upon his black ink strength. He had to watch as the spear pierced right through his skull. Yang Kai hit his mark with just one strike, and the formidable power behind his blow did not dissipate as it flew out and annihilated the high-rank black ink nest below. Another kill. At the same time, the territory lords who were standing guard nearby jumped into action. They charged towards Yang Kai from all directions, and the royal lord's enormous figure burst forth from within the no-return pass as well, a cold and menacing expression filling his face. He had underestimated this human's boldness and recklessness. Initially, he thought that the human would have to stay in hiding for several years, if not longer, but who would have known that he would show up again just 6 months? Thankfully, he did not let his guard down and thus detected Yang Kai as soon as he showed up. Unfortunately, even though the royal lord reacted quickly, he was not in time to save that territory lord. Yang Kai had killed another territory lord in the blink of an eye. However, the royal lord was not too affected by this. He considered the loss of a single territory lord and a high-rank black ink nest the price they had to pay in order to kill this pesky human right here, right now. No 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could escape with his life in a situation like this when a group of territory lords and a royal lord had him surrounded. The royal lord had also learned from his previous mistake and channeled much of his energy into disrupting the local space to prevent Yang Kai from escaping by using space principles. However, Yang Kai did not intend to escape this time. After destroying the black ink nest, he turned around and rushed deeper into the no-return pass, as if he wanted to have a showdown against the royal lord. The territory lords who were moving to encircle him were dumbfounded, wondering if this human had a death wish. Just as the territory lords were about to celebrate, they saw their closest fellow territory lord to Yang Kai howl in agony as he stumbled unsteadily. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and in a flash, he broke through their encirclement. Yet another soul-rending thorn had been used, but Yang Kai did not have the time to kill the second territory lord. Between killing these heavily injured territory lords and destroying high-rank black ink nests, Yang Kai preferred doing the latter. Once he broke out of their siege, Yang Kai raised his spear, and in a burst of light, yet another high-rank black ink nest turned to dust. Bold human! The royal lord who was charging over roared in fury. If he included what happened 6 months ago, there were now a total of 7 high-rank black ink nests that had been destroyed and 3 territory lords who were killed by this single human, and all of this happened right under his nose, which made him feel deeply humiliated. The royal lord no longer wanted to simply rip Yang Kai's corpse apart anymore. He had made his mind up. If he managed to capture Yang Kai alive, he was going to extract Yang Kai's soul and refine it before torturing him until he begged for death. Even more territory lords stormed towards Yang Kai now, and their auras were all as sharp as knives as the center flurry of attacks towards him. The entirety of the no-return pass was in a frenzy, as if someone had dropped cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Even though a royal lord was charging over, Yang Kai's expression was still perfectly calm and tranquil. All of a sudden, he put away his azure dragon spear, and with a wave his hands, 2 small stone race armies of over 1 million each appeared, one bearing the symbol of the great sun, and the other the symbol of the great moon. The sudden appearance of so many small stone race soldiers startled the black ink clansmen, but soon, some of the territory lords recognized these strange beings. On the current battlefields, these beings fought against the black ink clan under the command of the humans. They did not fear being corrupted by black ink strength, nor were they afraid of death. As a result, the black ink clan suffered significant losses at their hands. That being said, what could these dregs do when faced with so many territory lords and even a royal lord? No matter how large their numbers were, these strange stone men were no better than ants. Under Yang Kai's command, the 2 small stone race armies charged towards the royal lord. However, as soon as they came into contact with his aura, they were ground to dust. Countless of them turned into rock fragments as the royal lord was simply too powerful for the small stone race soldiers to even get close. Still, numbering 2 million in total, there were enough to swiftly bury the royal lord in bodies. At the same time, young Kai found himself completely surrounded by the territory lords who came at him from all sides. One of the territory lords tried to land a deadly blow immediately, and the concentrated black ink strength turned into divine abilities that charged straight at young Kai. Even a ninth-order open heaven realm master would not fare well if struck by such a ferocious attack, let alone an eighth-order master. However, it was as if young Kai did not see the attack coming at all, as he simply stretched out his hands. The great sun and great moon marks on the backs of his hands started to burn before they lit up in conjunction with the two small stone race armies. The next instant, incredibly pure and concentrated great sun and great moon energy were drawn out and swiftly combined to form the purest light imaginable. The royal lord, who was surrounded by the small stone race, immediately had a bad premonition. The territory lords who surrounded young Kai also felt greatly disconcerted for no apparent reason. A tiny sun that looked just like the real sun suddenly exploded outwards with pure, dazzling white light illuminating the entire no-return pass. For a moment, several tens of millions of kilometers of the void seemed to glow with unimaginable white radiance. Countless lower-ranked black ink clansmen simply vanished under the intense light. Even most of the divine abilities and secret techniques, which were formed from black ink strength that came charging towards young Kai, disappeared without a trace, leaving just a few dregs to hit young Kai, causing him to stagger slightly. The territory lords all howled in pain as they felt their bodies being bathed in the most toxic poison in existence. Black ink strength sizzled as it flooded out of their bodies. The blinding light lasted for 10 breaths before it slowly faded away. However, by the time the dust settled, the casualties suffered by Black Ink Clan both within and outside the no-return pass had climbed to an uncountable height. Many new Black Ink clansmen had been born in the great passes nearest to where the light had shone, but now, not even a tenth of them remained. Although things were a little better on the universe fragments and great passes that were further out, there were still significant losses there. Only the Black Ink Clan masters who were on the outskirts of the great passes were less affected. The aura of over a dozen of the territory lords who were nearest to young Kai plummeted, dropping down to the level of feudal lords in one fell swoop, damaging their foundations permanently and sending their minds and souls into disarray. The royal lord, whom the two small stone race armies had completely surrounded, was equally stunned and shocked by what just transpired. The two 1 million strong small stone race armies had all turned into shattered rocks, obscuring the royal lord's disheveled figure. He had been at the center of that explosion of purifying light, so he had naturally suffered the most. Even though he was a royal lord, his aura had been thrown into utter chaos. He knew about the existence of purifying light, but never thought that someone could unleash such a massive amount of it all at once. Even he would not be able to withstand a few more attacks of such intensity. The aura of those territory lords had dropped to that of a feudal lord because their heritage had been ground away, so naturally, the royal lord did not escape unscathed either. Right now, about 10% of his foundation had been destroyed. While this was not enough for his cultivation to regress, even if the royal lord fully healed from his injuries now, he would no longer be as powerful as he once was and would need to cultivate for hundreds, if not thousands of years to return to his peak. If he was struck by another blast of purifying light of such might, he was not certain he could even remain a royal lord. Thus, once the light faded away, the royal lord instantly looked around to see where young Kai was, deeply afraid that the latter would repeat this stunt. Soon, however, the royal lord turned towards the territory gate and saw a pale-faced young Kai standing at its edge, staring back at him with a look of provocation and condescension. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-13, Restrained. Young Kai and the royal lord locked eyes as young Kai made a slitting gesture across his neck, childishly taunting the royal lord before turning around and leaping into the portal. The royal lord was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. He was about to dash after young Kai when he quickly stopped, his expression darkening as he realized a hard reality: he couldn't leave. The no-return pass was the Black Ink Clan's most important base, with all of their high rank and many of their mid-rank Black Ink nests having been set up here. As he was the only surviving royal lord, if an unexpected crisis occurred at the no-return pass because of his departure, then it would surely threaten the entire foundation of the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though he wished more than anything to chase after that human and slaughter him, he had to suppress that impulse. "Sir," one of the territory lords approached the royal lord for orders. The royal lord had not given chase, and they did not dare to do so either. Over the last 6 months, 3 territory lords had died at the hands of that human and his spear, despite him not even targeting them. His target had only been the high-rank Black Ink nests, which all of the Black Ink clansmen had figured out by now. If he had intended to assassinate territory lords instead, the number of dead would not be a paltry 3. Their opponent was far stronger than they could ever imagine. If they went after him without the royal lord, what would happen if that human had set up an ambush on the other side of the territory gate? No one wanted to be sent off to their death just like that. However, if the royal lord gave the order, then they had to give chase no matter how fearful they were. Thankfully, the royal lord had considered the same possibility. He had personally witnessed just how formidable Kai was, and he knew that the territory lords here were mostly injured. Therefore, after mulling it over for a brief moment, he quickly said, "Don't bother going after him." His words washed over the territory lords like a pardon from the heavens. Still, all of them were heavy-hearted. It could not be helped as they had lost too much. Not only did they lose another territory lord this time, but 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and over a dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests had been destroyed as well. Initially, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had only destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, but when the dazzling white light exploded around them, the Black Ink nests that were closest to the epicenter were shattered into dust as well, including 2 more high-rank Black Ink nests. Over a dozen territory lords had also regressed to feudal lords, while the others who were showered by the white light had their strength affected to varying degrees. Their fear and apprehension only increased when they noticed that even the royal lord's aura seemed to have weakened. 6 months ago, that human appeared out of the blue, destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests, and killed 2 territory lords. Although he only destroyed 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and killed 1 territory lord this time, the total losses were actually more severe. And these losses did not even take into account the lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen, who were immediately vaporized when that burst of purifying light hit them. All of the Black Ink clansmen had one question in mind. What was that light, and why did it have such a horrifying effect on the Black Ink clan? All they saw was the human summoning 2 small stone race armies, and then everything went white, literally. Now, the small stone race armies had turned into shattered rock and no longer existed. While the territory lords were caught up in their uneasy thoughts, Kai was already waiting on the other side of the territory gate, but to his dismay, no one came after him, even though he waited for quite some time. Once he was certain that the Black Ink clan dared not come after him, he casually sealed the portal again. Although the Black Ink clan had the means to reopen the territory gate, it would take them significant time and effort to do so. Kai was more than happy to make things a little more difficult for his enemy. After taking stock of the outcome, Kai felt fairly satisfied. The only thing he felt bad about was the loss of 2 million small stone race soldiers. Still, this couldn't be helped. There was no way he could avoid making sacrifices if he wanted to oppose a royal lord. The only thing he could do now to face off against a royal lord was to use a large number of small stone races to set off a massive explosion of purifying light. Even the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel could not compare to this in terms of effectiveness. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was Kai's most powerful secret technique, but it did not have the special characteristic of being able to directly counter the Black Ink clan. Once the portal was sealed up once more, Kai exhaled lightly. He achieved a lot in this risky gambit of his, and suffered significant injuries in the process as, at the last moment, he had to focus on igniting the Great Sun and Great Moon strengths inside the small stone race soldiers, disallowing him to block the attacks from the various territory lords. While most of the attacks were significantly weakened or blocked entirely by the wave of purifying light, with so many territory lords attacking him at once, some of them inevitably hit their mark. However, none of the attacks had been deadly, so young Kai simply checked over himself a little without bothering to spend time recuperating. He then turned around and flew in a different direction where he sensed devastating shockwaves emanating from. The last time young Kai was in the barren territory, the Black Ink clan and the human race were engaged in a fearsome battle that turned the entire great territory into a battlefield. Now, all that remained were the scars left from that battle. As he made his way forward, he saw far too many scattered remains belonging to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. There were also lots of wreckage from humans' warships, as well as tufts of black ink clouds of varying sizes. The shockwaves would burst forth in irregular intervals, but each time they did, it seemed like the entire barren territory trembled. The closer young Kai got to the source, the clearer he could sense what was causing it. At last, young Kai stopped and stared into the distance as two enormous figures reflected in his eyes. They belonged to two giant spirit gods. One was Ara, and the other was the Black Ink giant spirit god who revived and came out of the late ancient era battlefield. Young Kai had surmised as much when he noticed the commotion earlier, but still, he was dumbstruck by what he saw. It seemed these two really never tired. They must have been fighting for over 100 years already, yet they had not even paused to take a break. The humans and the Black Ink clan had already retreated from the barren territory, but as the fight between the two giant spirit gods was still perfectly even, they continued duking it out. From the way things appeared now, there was no telling how much longer they intended to continue fighting. It was fortuitous that giant spirit god Ar had suddenly appeared and pinned down this Black Ink giant spirit god, otherwise, the human race would have suffered catastrophic losses on the barren territory battlefield. The fight between two giant spirit gods was violent and brutal. They did not use any divine abilities or secret techniques and instead engaged in a simple hand-to-hand battle, but every blow delivered was enough to make everything around them quake and shudder. A region of over 10 million kilometers around these two was filled with volatile void cracks as space itself seemed unable to withstand the fury of their exchanges. Young Kai even wondered whether the barren territory would completely collapse if their fight carried on like this for long enough. After silently observing them for a while, he raised his hands to form a cone around his mouth before yelling with all his might, "Ara, kill him!" As if Ara had heard young Kai's cheering, even his tuft of hair started giving off a formidable feeling as his attacks became more vicious. Young Kai chuckled and watched them for a little longer before leaving. He could not get involved in a fight between two giant spirit gods. Though he was in the 8th Order right now, he could not even get close to them without being sent flying. Only 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could involve themselves in such a battle. Young Kai still had a long road ahead of him. Half a day later, he arrived at a different part of the void. The place here was dark and covered in black ink strength, but strangely, the black ink strength did not scatter or move at all. It was completely concentrated together. The second Black Ink giant spirit god is standing guard here. This Black Ink giant spirit god was the one that Luan and his companion had revived back in the divine spirit ancestral land. At this moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god was sitting cross-legged in the void. His towering figure looked like a mountain, and in front of it was the passage that led from the barren territory to wind mist territory. The Black Ink clan army had used this breach to invade the broader 3,000 worlds. One could even say that this place was the starting point that led to everything that happened later in the 3,000 worlds. When the portal had not been fully opened yet, young Kai had rushed to wind mist territory in time and tried to stop it, but the Black Ink giant spirit god rushed from the shattered heaven to the barren territory and forced his arm right through the half-open portal, managing to open up the territory gate. Even now, his arm was still stuck in the same position. It was not what this Black Ink giant spirit god wanted to be stuck here, it was simply that he could not move. Young Kai looked over and saw abstruse runes that appeared and disappeared along half of that Black Ink giant spirit god's arm, which was thrust through the boundary wall. These abstruse runes were crawling around like snakes to form a large chain that locked it in place. Young Kai detected a familiar aura from those runes. After calming his mind and focusing for a moment, it soon dawned on young Kai that it was old ancestor Xiao Xiao's aura. It was not just old ancestor Xiao Xiao that he detected either. There was another person's aura which was almost as powerful as old ancestor Xiao Xiao's. Wu Qing? Young Kai's brow rose slightly. The humans only had 2 ninth-order old ancestors left. One was old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other was Wu Qing. This meant that the 2 ninth-order old ancestors were currently in Wind Mine territory and had used some sort of secret technique to restrain the black ink giant spirit god here. Naturally, these two were no match in a battle against a black ink giant spirit god, but Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had chosen the best opportunity to make their move. Back then, the two of them had commanded the human race army to withdraw from the barren territory before making a few arrangements and then immediately rushing over to Wind Mist territory. At that time, it seemed that in order to maintain the territory gate between the two great territories, the black ink giant spirit god could not retract his arm from the breach. The 2 ninth-order old ancestors arrived at Wind Mist territory before the Black Ink clan army had fully moved out and then worked together to attach this chain-like secret technique to the Black Ink giant spirit god's arm. The Black Ink giant spirit god could have chosen to sacrifice his arm to free himself from these shackles, but he would lose a lot of his strength if he did so, and he was unwilling to do that. Therefore, for the past few decades, he had been engaging in a silent battle of patience with the 2 ninth-order old ancestors. The Black Ink giant spirit god sensed young Kai's arrival and was secretly shocked by the fact that the latter was still alive. At the time, a royal lord had specifically left the barren territory to hunt young Kai down, yet here young Kai was, alive and well. If young Kai was alive though, then the fate of that royal lord was evident. However, the Black Ink giant spirit god showed no inclination of paying any attention to young Kai as most of his focus was on trying to outwit the 2 ninth-order old ancestors. Simply put, he felt no need to spare a puny ant like young Kai any mind. He ignored young Kai, who did likewise. Young Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly took in everything in front of him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-14, Who are you? Decades had passed and most of the traces of that great battle had faded away, but young Kai could still sense the tragic atmosphere looming over this place. In the last moments of the battle in the barren territory, 33 old ancestors sacrificed their lives here, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders. Only old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were spared from that tragedy. The 33 old ancestors managed to kill 44 royal lords and over 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers in their final blaze of glory. There was no denying how tragic the battle had been. And this was the very battlefield where the fight had taken place. Even though young Kai was not present during that last battle and could not witness it, as he stood here now and took in the traces left behind, he could almost imagine what it was like then. When the Black Ink giant spirit god left the shattered heaven and came to the barren territory, he smashed through the human race army's defense lines and came here before using his arm to force open the passage between the two great territories. This allowed the Black Ink clan army to swarm into Wind Mist territory. For the humans, the battle was lost at that moment as the invasion of the 3,000 worlds could no longer be stopped. Under those circumstances, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had 2 choices. One was to lead the human race army's retreat and leave the barren territory. They could then preserve their strength to fight another day. They were the most powerful of all the human race masters, and if they chose not to engage in battle, the Black Ink clan could not do anything to them. However, the Ninth Order old ancestors chose the second option. They chose to fight to the bitter end. The 33 old ancestors showed no regard for the cultivation and longevity that they had attained with great difficulty and fearlessly launched a final assault on the Black Ink clan. The Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders followed suit. 44 royal lords had been killed in that battle, which was every single royal lord there was save for the one who left the barren territory earlier to pursue young Kai and the one who stood guard over the no-return pass. Too much had been sacrificed in that battle, but it had also cleared the obstacles that stood in the way of the human race's future. The old ancestors had sacrificed their lives in exchange for giving the younger generation, including people like young Kai, time to grow stronger. It had been over 20 years since then, but as young Kai stood in this place, it was as if he had traveled back in time and witnessed the tragedies of that battle. His heart constricted and his dragon blood started to boil. When confronted with 33 old ancestors, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders, the Black Ink clan would have also put up a fierce resistance to withstand their sudden attack. Still, they could not resist the dying determination of these valiant souls. Once the royal lords had been wiped out, the surviving old ancestors did not retreat though, and instead continued to attack the Black Ink giant spirit god who was pinned down here. In the end, none of them survived. What they had accomplished in that battle was still showing its effect now, as the Black Ink giant spirit god did not come out of the fight unscathed. His colossal body was covered in wounds that could not heal due to the many Dao strengths that crisscrossed around them. Black Ink strength kept leaking out of the wounds, but the Black Ink giant spirit god would absorb it back into his body, and the cycle repeated. This was most likely the reason why Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing could restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god from afar. If he was completely fine, then even if the two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm had the advantage of making the first move, it would still be incredibly difficult for them to keep this Black Ink giant spirit god locked in place. It was the heroic sacrifice made by the old ancestors back then that allowed the current stalemate to exist. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over at the Black Ink giant spirit god as he coldly snorted, "Look at you now, Mo." Every Black Ink giant spirit god was one of Mo's soul clones, but because Mo was so powerful and was already in the creation realm, his soul clones were also powerful beyond comparison. Mo could not be bothered to trifle with young Kai. He ran into this human boy when he awakened in the divine spirit ancestral land and knew that while he was a weakling, he was incredibly proficient when it came to escaping. It was not as if he did not want to kill this human back then, but the latter did not give him the chance to act. It was even more impossible for him to kill this human now that it was restrained and could not move. Thus, Mo did not wish to respond to young Kai's taunting. What it needed to do now was to build up its energy and break free from the two old ancestors. Once it regained its freedom, no one in all of the 3,000 worlds could stop it. However, what young Kai said next would put an end to Mo's silence. "Mo, I just came back from Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction after bringing someone over there." "Who do you think it was?" Young Kai asked with a chuckle. Mo finally glanced at young Kai before answering coolly, "It makes no difference who you sent over there. Mu's trump card has already been used and Kang is dead. When my true body awakens, the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction will easily crumble apart." Young Kai slowly shook his head, "Don't be so sure about that. Since I sent that person over, it means I'm confident about this. After all, that person is an old friend of yours." Mo's expression changed for a moment, but it soon snorted, "Stop trying to scare me. All of this Supreme One's old friends died long ago. Since a soul clone like you knows that Mu's trump card has been used, then you should also know that Senior Kang left me something before he died. You've lived since ancient times, so you must be very knowledgeable. Why don't you try guessing what it was? Why did Senior Kang pass it to me just before he died?" Young Kai slowly said. Mo stayed silent. Young Kai continued, "How many years will it take before your true body awakens? A few thousand years? Over 10,000 years? What Mu left behind must have been quite powerful, right? But let me give you a word of advice, you should wake up sooner rather than later, otherwise, it will be too late. Even if your true body wakes up, you still won't be able to do anything if you loiter for too long." Young Kai was curious to know how much longer Mo's true body would remain unconscious. Wu Kuang had shamelessly boasted that he could become a Ninth Order Master in 3,000 years, but if Mo's true body awakened before then, the situation would become a lot more challenging. If that happened, young Kai would have to find a way to take Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing over to see if they could help Wu Kuang. However, if he did that, then the human's only remaining two ninth-order open heaven realm masters would be permanently occupied, and the black-ink giant spirit god here would be completely free. Mo remained quiet for a long time before asking, "Who did you bring over there?" Yang Kai chuckled and started to reply, "That person." "Don't tell it too much," a voice suddenly cut in from somewhere else and interrupted Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon snapped out of it and asked hesitantly, "Old ancestor Wu Qing?" Wu Qing did not respond. Instead, it was old ancestor Xiao Xiao's voice that rang out, "The black ink giant spirit god is exceedingly powerful. Be careful. It might try to corrupt you." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "How are the two of you doing, old ancestor? Is everything all right?" He never thought that Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing could communicate with him across the different territories, but now that he thought about it, the black ink giant spirit god had cleared the passage between the barren territory and wind mist territory, which meant that the passage was open the whole time. It was unsurprising that the two ninth-order open heaven realm masters on the other side could still communicate through that gap. "We're all right," old ancestor Xiao Xiao replied. "As for you, you should hurry up and return to the star boundary. Your wives miss you dearly." Yang Kai chuckled embarrassedly. "You met them, old ancestor?" "Of course," old ancestor Xiao Xiao responded in a huff. "They joined the Great Evolution Army earlier on." "Not only did I meet them, but that Yu Meng. That annoying little girl never gave me face at all each time we met, always demanding I compensate them for losing their husband." As old ancestor Xiao Xiao recalled this, she felt the urge to give Yang Kai a good beating. "Don't stay here too long," Wu Qing said. Yang Kai nodded and solemnly replied, "Junior understands." Mo had been silent for a time, but now, it could not resist cutting in and asking, "Who did you bring over there?" Yang Kai grinned at Mo. "Why don't you tell me how many years it will take for your true body to wake up first?" Mo stared fixedly at Yang Kai and chose not to answer. "Did Kang teach you how to control the primordial heaven source grand restriction?" Why would he be asking about my true body if that wasn't the case? It's obvious that he's afraid my true body will wake up and break open the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Yang Kai snorted. "Mo, don't waste time on these unnecessary questions. Why would I need Kang to teach me how to control the primordial heaven source grand restriction?" Mo frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at Mo dismissively. "Why would I need someone to teach me what I already know?" Mo's expression changed as a thought flashed across his mind. "Who are you?" he asked quietly. "Take a guess." Yang Kai flashed him a smile. Mo was furious as it realized just how exhausting it was to communicate with the human in front of it. After a moment of silence though, it said, "I can answer your question, but in return, you must tell me who you are." Yang Kai was startled. There was no rhyme or reason to the things he was saying at random. He merely wanted to see if he could trick Mo into telling him what was going on with its true body. It would be great if he did get the information he wanted, but even if he failed, there was no harm in that either. Plus, his vague and mysterious answers might even serve to rattle Mo. He was just doing it because he could. He did not expect Mo to actually lose its cool this quickly. However, after giving it more thought, Yang Kai realized that this was indeed a child's temperament. Regardless of how old Mo was and how many years it lived, it barely had any life experience. Thus, it had a childish personality which could be seen in the way it kept pressing on to find out what it wanted to know and was relentless if it did not get what it wanted. Yang Kai nodded at once. "That works, but how will I know whether you're telling the truth?" "Why would I need to lie to you?" Mo retorted arrogantly. "I can't prove whether you're telling me the truth either." Yang Kai agreed with him on that. "Don't tell him any secrets," Wu Qing reminded. Yang Kai chuckled. "Rest assured, old ancestor. I know what I'm doing." Wu Qing hummed in acknowledgement and did not say anything else. Yang Kai looked at Mo and said, "Go on. Tell me what's happening with your true body." Mo scoffed. "I won't stoop so low as to lie to you, but how do I know whether or not you'll keep your promise?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Shall I swear an oath first? Mo's expression became extremely unpleasant. Humans' oaths are all worthless. From the looks of it, it had been tricked by a human's oath before. Yang Kai shrugged. There's no other way, then. You'll just have to take the risk. Mo stared closely at Yang Kai as if it was trying to see right through him. After a long time, it finally said, there's no harm in telling you anyway. My true body will awaken sometime between 2,000 and 5,000 years from now. Yang Kai frowned. That's such a wide time frame. The answer was of no help at all. If Mo's true body awakened in 2,000 years, then Wukong would definitely not be able to become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but 5,000 would be ample time. Mo shook his head and said, I'm just a soul clone of my true body and can only make speculations regarding what's happening. How can I be sure of anything? However, my true body created 3 soul clones and was affected by the trump card Mu left behind, so it won't be waking up anytime soon. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:15, Profound Nether Territory. Even though Mo had reached the creation realm, splitting off 3 soul clones were still immensely taxing on it. Furthermore, it was also affected by the trump card Mu had left behind back then and thus fell into a deep slumber. 2,000 to 5,000 years. Yang Kai silently pondered to himself. 2,000 years from now, he would have to make regular trips to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to check on the situation, as Wukong had no way of getting the word out if something happened there. As Yang Kai was deep in thought, Mo grew impatient and started urging, it's your turn. Yang Kai chuckled and did not speak. However, with a quick flash of a certain secret technique, large amounts of pure black ink strength poured out of Mo's wound, which Yang Kai then absorbed and refined. Mo's expression hardened. Sure. It's you. The heaven-devouring battle law was unique, so it went without saying that Mo recognized it at once. What's more, there was only one person in this world who could use the heaven-devouring battle law, the one who created it. Yang Kai stopped using the heaven-devouring battle law almost immediately, a faint smile lingering on his face as he remained quiet. He noticed that Mo seemed to fear Shu, and after giving it some thought, it made sense to him. The heaven-devouring battle law could refine anything, including black ink strength, which made things difficult for Mo too. As it was, Shu's efforts back then greatly contributed to the reason why the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction managed to restrict Mo all these years. He kept devouring black ink strength and refining it to weaken Mo. Among Kang and the others, Mo showed the most respect to Mu, but the one it was most afraid of was Shu. I can't believe you're still alive, Mo stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Yang Kai remained silent with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, over in Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, exchanged glances with puzzled looks on their faces. They knew about the situation in the barren territory, but they had no idea what the black ink giant spirit god was prattling about. Who was Shu? One of the 10 that included Kang? What did Yang Kai have to do with this person called Shu? Although the 2 human Ninth Order masters could not figure out what was happening, the fact that the black ink giant spirit god was noticeably disturbed was great news to them. They quickly formed hand seals to strengthen their secret techniques, and in the next breath, more runes began creeping up the black ink giant spirit god's arm towards its shoulder. The symbols turned into large chains which were about to lock up its entire torso. Mo snapped out of its reverie and swiftly countered. Immobilizing one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms was already the most that the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors could achieve, and while they managed to make a move while Mo was distracted, their efforts were neutralized as soon as it fought back. All at once, the glowing runes began flickering, sometimes advancing, other times retreating. Yang Kai saw what was going on and he swiftly growled, "Stop being so stubborn, Mo." Then, with a wave of his hand, a highly concentrated wave of purifying light launched straight at Mo. Wherever the light passed, the darkness receded. The pure light entered the black ink giant spirit god's wounds next in an attempt to move through its body. Mo let out a series of roars, and black ink strength gushed out once more to fend off the purifying light. The two lights, one bright and one dark, tangled together as they clashed and neutralized one another. Young Kai did not use his small stone ray soldiers this time, as there was no reason for him to do so. Unlike the situation back at the no-return pass, Mo was a sitting duck here and could not move at all. All Young Kai had to do was extract power from the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and merge them into purifying light. Back at the no-return pass, using the small stone race army to confront a royal lord was a surefire way to catch the other party off guard, but the small stone race provided a great advantage, and Young Kai did not want to sacrifice them unless absolutely necessary. The dazzling white light continued to flow out, depleting massive quantities of yellow and blue crystals. Young Kai was not in a position to feel bad about using them now though. In any case, if he ran out, he could just go ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. He had never used purifying light this way before. The two lights continued their struggle in the void, but despite giving it his all, Young Kai failed to break through the black ink strength's blockade. It was as if the black ink giant spirit god had endless strength. Thanks to Young Kai's efforts though, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the two ninth-order-old ancestors in Wind Mist territory, immediately felt the pressure they were facing lighten. While they did not know what Young Kai did, they could tell that he managed to draw most of the black ink giant spirit god's focus to himself. The two ninth-order masters naturally did not hold back. World force flowed freely as they worked together, and soon, the chains around the black ink giant spirit god's arm became a lot stronger. This showdown lasted for almost an hour, which was long enough that 2 mountains worth of yellow and blue crystals in Young Kai's small universe were expended. Even the great sun and great moon marks on the back of his hands became burning hot. Initially, Young Kai had hoped that he could get rid of this black ink giant spirit god by using purifying light, but now that he tried it out for himself, he realized just how much of a dream that was. The black ink giant spirit god's aura did weaken slightly, but by Young Kai's estimate, even if he used up all of his yellow and blue crystals, it would still be insufficient to vanquish this opponent for good. Moreover, if things carried on like this, Young Kai could not be sure whether his great sun and great moon marks could hold out. The burning sensation on the back of his hands was getting stronger, and it felt as if his hands were about to explode. Still, his actions were not futile. At the very least, with his help, the two human ninth-order masters managed to further suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Young Kai figured this attack would take the black ink giant spirit god at least 100 years to recover from. Perhaps I should come by now and then, to ease the burden of the two old ancestors, Young Kai thought to himself. Since he could not get rid of the black ink giant spirit god for good, he did not persist any longer. He withdrew his 2 marks and stopped drawing strength from the yellow and blue crystals. The dazzling white light lingered for a moment longer before being completely enveloped by black ink strength. Young Kai looked over at the black ink giant spirit god, whose expression was gloomy. Darkness swirled around the giant figure that was undoubtedly furious. It could have attacked Young Kai if it had not been immobilized, but after a moment of silence, Mo simply asked, "Who did you send to the primordial heaven source grand restriction?" Mo was still hung up on this question. Young Kai could not be bothered to entertain the black ink giant spirit god and instead turned towards the passage as he called out, "Old ancestors, rest assured, the human race won't lose." He originally wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory to check on the 2 ninth-order old ancestors, but he did not need to anymore. With the 2 of them together, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would try to stir up trouble with them, so there was no reason to be worried about their safety for the moment. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's voice replied, "Go ahead. As long as Wu Qing and I are still alive, this Black Ink giant spirit god won't be able to leave the barren territory." Young Kai nodded before smirking at the Black Ink giant spirit god. "Stay strong, Mo. I'll come back and see you in a few years." Mo glared at Young Kai in fury without saying anything as it recognized this blatant threat. Yet, it could not do anything about it. Young Kai laughed before his figure flickered and flew off. 2 black ink giant spirit gods were held up inside the barren territory, and the only royal lord alive was standing guard over the no-return pass. Thus, the strongest masters among the Black Ink clan now were merely innate territory lords. The humans suffered heavy casualties throughout the many years of crusades, but the Black Ink clan fared no better. Many of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters had readily chosen to sacrifice their lives for the sake of clearing the way for the next generation. Their sacrifice had given the human race a chance to grow stronger. The younger generation would inherit the responsibility of the older generation, and all would work selflessly towards their common goal. Such was the human race's determination. With such will, how could they possibly lose? Furthermore, Yang Kai now had 2 World Tree clones with him. If he could find a suitable place to plant them, the humans would then have 2 more star boundaries. In the future, the 3,000 worlds would surely belong to the human race. There would come a time when the Black Ink clan was completely wiped out, and order would be restored from chaos. Yang Kai firmly believed this and was eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Profound Nether Territory was one of the dozen or so frontline great territories where the humans were now fighting the Black Ink clan. This great territory was named for Profound Nether Sect, a second-class great force. In the 3,000 worlds, Profound Nether Sect was not a prominent one. In fact, it was not even as powerful as the Profound Abundant Sect that Yang Kai went to previously. The Profound Abundant Sect once had 2 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks, but Profound Nether Sect only had 1 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, based on the way the great forces in the 3,000 worlds were classified, Profound Nether Sect was considered a second-class great force and thus had the right to claim hegemony over a great territory. If a sect did not possess sufficient strength, then the great territory that belonged to that sect would not be much either. Although there were quite a number of universe worlds within Profound Nether Territory, few were suitable for human inhabitation, and those that were did not have very flourishing martial dows. Second-class great force was a general term, and there was a wide disparity between those that fell under this classification. The top second-class great forces would all have multiple Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while the weakest of the second-class great forces might only have 1 Fourth-Order Master. Strong great forces naturally claimed the best great territories, so the weaker ones could only choose the places that few others wanted as their base. Now that Profound Nether Territory was one of the frontline territories in the war against the Black Ink clan though, the human race had deployed over 1 million masters to this great territory. This was an alarming number as the over 1 million fighters were all Open Heaven Realm masters. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm was simply not capable of fighting the Black Ink clan and did not enter the battlefield. Even if a few overeager Emperor Realm cultivators tried to force their way in, they would only end up becoming meaningless sacrifices. On the Black Ink battlefield, there were usually 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers posted at each great pass, all of them Fifth-Order Masters and above, which was simply incomparable to the grand human army in Profound Nether Territory. Now that the Black Ink clan launched a full-scale invasion of the 3,000 worlds though, the order requirement for Open Heaven Realm Masters fighting back was not as strict as it was once. Even First Order and Second Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could join the battlefield to kill the enemy if they volunteered to. Naturally, this decision came with its own set of risks as well. The lower the cultivator's order was, the easier it was for Black Ink's strength to corrupt them and turn them into Black Ink disciples, which would only benefit the enemy. However, purifying Black Ink pills greatly decreased the chances of this happening. As long as a purifying Black Ink pill was consumed before one fought the Black Ink clan, then before the medicinal efficacies wore off, even First Order and Second Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. While this meant that the demand for purifying Black Ink pill ballooned, it was still good that more cultivators could join the fight. As of now, the human race were mainly focusing on defending against the Black Ink clan's onslaught, unable to go on the offense. This was the same across all the Great Territory battlefields. Here at Profound Nether Territory, the humans' forward outpost was set up right in front of the rear territory gate. This way, it was convenient for them to guard the territory gate and prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking through. Apart from that, in the event of a defeat, the human army in profound Nether territory could still retreat through the territory gate and avoid being completely wiped out. It could not be denied that such an arrangement had been done with a sense of sorrow and helplessness. Welcome to Fantasy Realms Audio. This is your destination for enchanting tales of Xianxia and Wuxia, brought to life through captivating and dynamic narration. Dive into the world of immortal legends, epic adventures, and mysterious heroes. Our channel will transport you to a realm filled with magic and fantasy. Join us and explore the extraordinary stories from the martial and celestial worlds. Don't forget to follow and embark on this magical journey with us.